Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Θα ξεκινήσουμε σε 5 λεπτά. Υπάρχει μια μικρή καθυστέρηση. Δεν έχω τον ήχο όμως, δεν με ακούει το αμφιθέατρο. Πάμε πάλι. Κύριοι. Παρακαλώ πολύ για την υπομονή σας. Καλημέρα σας. Για 5 λεπτά ακόμα περιμένουμε ένα βίντεο το οποίο κατεβάζουμε αυτή τη στιγμή για τους χαιρετισμούς και αμέσως θα ξεκινήσουμε. Μας συγχωρείτε για αυτή τη μικρή καθυστέρηση, αλλά θέλω την υπομονή σας μόνο για 5 λεπτάκια. Ευχαριστώ. Θα αναφέρω και το λάπτοπ το δικό μου.
μεταξύ τι?
Θα μας δώσει τα φώτα του ο αγαπητός κύριος συνάδελφος από πάνω.
Well, we'll be asking the sound technician. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is. The name was not heard. I'm in charge of the press office of the Greek Ministry of Defense, and I have the honor for the seventh year in a row to present and moderate.
Για το μεγάλο ανθρωπιστικό πρόβλημα, για το μεγαλύτερο ενδεχομένως πρόβλημα που αντιμετωπίζουμε τα τελευταία χρόνια, αυτή τη περιοδία, είναι η πρώτη φορά που δεν έχω γράψει.
This is the first time I have not prepared anything, and this is because already since midsummer, in cooperation with the Greek Minister of Defense, Mr. Cacoyannis, we entered what was an experiential feeling. We tried to put forward the humanitarian crisis of Cyprus, the humanitarian problem of missing persons, and communicate this to the Greek public opinion. And by that I meaning both in Cyprus and in Greece, and incidentally I collaborated with the Mr. Christos Pieris, Colonel Pieris. He is in Cyprus, and for 47 years we kept this as a secret, as if we had committed a sin we were too embarrassed to share. But that was not a sin that is burdening our conscience, it is Turkey's sin. So over the recent period we have had many sins. We are in denial, but sometimes we also question ourselves, and sometimes we even say don't forget. One might even say things about Pontus, about the Asia Minor crisis for the northern Epirus, and for Cyprus and for the Greek minorities. Too embarrassing for us to acknowledge in Constantinople and in the north of Epirus. Here, if you say northern Epirus, people will be embarrassed saying this is Albania. No, I won't have that. To us, it is northern Epirus, and since 1914, based on the protocol of the independence of northern Epirus through to 1974, the period is too short, isn't that not, Mr. Pieridis? Which is why we're here today, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss our rights and prerogatives, the prerogatives of the Greek nation, which are also human rights. So, with these words, I'm heralding the beginning of this event, and we'll be starting with a video production that was prepared by a soldier that followed very closely the course we covered with Mr. Stefanis in 4 different editions of the Virtue and Resilience program, while people like him, other soldiers, other privates, only spend time waiting for the military service to finish. This person was sensitized enough to do something different. So rather than idling, and although he was not emotionally involved because of his age, he was nevertheless able to grasp the crux of what we have been doing. If we're ready to share with you this video, we'll do it right now. Thank you very much. which video truly highlights to which extent we have all experienced the human pain. People who for so many years have been waiting for their people to come back. They have been waiting for some piece of news to reach them about their own people, those people who lost their lives in Cyprus or became missing. And it was with tears of joy and much emotional burden to see people welcoming the boxes containing the remains of those soldiers reaching the Greek soil in Elefsina for the last salute. Let me therefore now, in this emotional context, to introduce to you the personalities we have with us. First of all, the president of the World Organization of Missing People Families, Mr. Sergidis, sitting next to him, the commissioner of the Cypriot Republic, Mr. Fotiou, and Mrs. Paneli, who is chairperson of the Greek Commission on Missing. Mrs. Kalpourtzi will be starting with a reading of the salute addressed by Her Excellency, the President of the Hellenic Republic, Mrs. Sekeleropoulou. Mrs. Sekeleropoulou has been kind enough to transmit the text of her address because of her previous engagement. She had been elsewhere and she was otherwise occupied. Mrs. Kalpourtzi, you have the floor. The salute by Her Excellency, the President of the Hellenic Republic, human rights, the social and political impact of the non-implementation of the principles on the humanitarian problem of violent missing persons. I would like to express, first of all, my warm appreciation and thanks to the organizers of this event, the Hellenic Commission of Missing Persons, the Pan-Cypriot Commission, and Mr. Fotis Fotiou, President of the Cypriot Republic. For hundreds of families, the issue of missing people is an open wound that is bleeding. This means years of relentless pain and unbearable effort. Their pain is our pain. The list of the names of those persons whose fate we do not know. This tragic situation is not just something unacceptable, it is inhuman and is a challenge to the civilized society. All missing persons need to be identified and their remains be granted to their families. This is the utmost duty and mission for us. All of the relatives have the unalienable right to know what happened to their loved ones so that funerals and ceremonies be celebrated in accordance with their religious beliefs, and it is undoubtedly one of the most tragic facets of modern history. As you know, they have a Greek dimension with families of Greek persons missing, looking for their loved ones and know about what happened to them after 47 years. It is a duty to our brothers and sisters who worked and offered their life in the name of freedom and independence of the Cypriot Republic. There is no doubt that for the whole situation when it comes to the missing persons, it is the side that illegally erupted in Cyprus that bears the responsibility in the summer 1974, the same country that for 4 decades remains the occupant of half of Cyprus. The unwillingness of Turkey to contribute to anything but some pious desires expressed goes on. At long last, Turkey has to undertake its obligations emanating from the decree, the ruling of the Tribunal of Human Rights, to conform and comply and cooperate essentially, substantially, aiding in identifications and providing any information that they may have on the fate of every missing person, so that whatever areas still in occupation be put to light. The unacceptable practice of having remains moved from the original sites of burial has to stop. Greece and Cyprus will spare no effort in trying to come up with a date when anyone, all relatives of all missing persons, will have the answer they deserved to the question that is tantalizing to them for so many years. Ladies and gentlemen, Greece and Cyprus will be raising the issue worldwide at all tribunes, and we will be sparing no effort in sensitizing everyone towards a better mobilization in all fields. Once again, may I express our full support and solidarity to all associations of the relatives of the missing, both in Greece and Cyprus, at the forefront of the effort towards searching their loved ones. We're also supporting the effort carried out by the international community through the Investigation Committee for the Missing. For the families of the missing, time is no healer. Only answers are. May I assure you that the Hellenic Republic will always be on your side in all efforts you are carrying out and in all your struggles until the last remaining missing person is identified. We have a moral obligation vis-à-vis our missing brothers, their heroism and the grandeur of their sacrifice. Thank you very much heartily and wishing you the best of success. And while thanking the President of the Republic, we will never forget that irrespective of one's gender and social origin, they're all victims of the Turkish rampaging activities. They have become victims to the rage of the Turkish invaders, and they sacrifice themselves to the ideals of freedom and the homeland. So, acknowledging the efforts and the sacrifice of our missing loved ones, we're still sending out the message that we continue down the path of faith, commitment towards a just solution to the Cypriot problem. This could be a very good cue for the next video. It could be the salute sent by Mr. Nikos Anastasiadis, President of the Cypriot Republic. The text will be read by the Commissioner of the Cypriot Republic. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is with much emotion that I am addressing all of you attendees to the event dedicated to human rights, the political and social impact of the non-implementation of the fundamental principles on the case of the missing persons. Let me first of all express my appreciation to all agents and factors to the hosting of this very interesting event, and thanking you for the initiative, mostly the Pan-Cypriot Organization of Relatives of Prisoners of War and the Missing Person and the Pan-Hellenic Association Commission of the Relatives of Missing Persons and Prisoners of War for their task and mission. Undoubtedly, the unidentified fate of all the relatives for 47 years in the aftermath of the Cypriot tragedy in 1974 is one of the most tragic facets, humanly speaking, of our island's history. The ongoing awful crime is a very blatant breach of human rights, and this is a challenge to the principles of humanity, and to the relatives of those people. It is an inhuman treatment that has been exacerbated over the years, hence also the exacerbation of their agony. This is a tragedy experienced also by tens of families of missing persons, victims to the inter-community conflicts over the period 1963-1974. I'd like to stress this. This is a humanitarian problem, and as such could never justify any judgment vis-à-vis missing persons as on the basis of their national origin. On the contrary, our efforts concern both parties, the Greeks, the Cypriots, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. The government of the Cypriot Republic, responding to its international commitments, has always been doing whatever is possible in order to identify persons missing, make sure of what happened to them, securing knowledge on their fate, and fully dedicated to this mission do we remain. Within the context of any negotiation towards the solution to the Cypriot issue, as of any contacts we are having with people from governments and associations, and while supporting all negotiations, we are supporting the efforts of the commissions for the identification of missing persons, and up to now we have had a series of exhumations carried out within and outside the zone of occupation, and that helped identify some of those missing persons. contrary to what the Cypriot Republic is doing. On the other side, the things remain pending. There is a constant denial on the part of the occupant to cooperate. There is a consolidated practice that goes to the contrary of whatever our side has been accomplishing. That, combined to the objective difficulties engendered by time going by, and as a result of the deliberate removal of remains from the original sites of burial, make things difficult for the investigation committee even further. There can be no way Turkey may be excused as to its activities and the obligation it has to conform with the obligations on the basis of international law, to cooperate towards an efficient investigation into the fate of the missing persons. This is what we are demanding the UN to do. This is what the international community we expect shall be doing, that they all exercise pressure sufficiently upon the occupants for them to bring an end to the unacceptable attitude they have been maintaining, so that this problem at long last be settled. The issue of death, or the hypothesis of one having died just to give an answer to the relatives, can never be accepted on our side. On the contrary, in defending the legitimate right of all relatives, of all missing persons, to have a formal information by way of data and relevant documentation as to the fate of their loved ones, is something we shall never stop pushing towards. This is the direction to take, and in acting very sensitively and humanely, just as we have to under our obligations, I can pledge that our efforts will be continued despite the difficulties. Thank you very much for your attention. What the Cypriot Commissioner has been stressing, and through him the President of the Cypriot Republic, is that there is an effort going on for the last 47 years. So Greeks and Cypriots are struggling towards a solution that will bring an end to occupation and illegal settlements, and this will be freeing Cyprus from the occupating forces, bringing back liberties and rights for all Cypriots, a solution that will be reuniting the homeland now that Cyprus is still under the Turkish pressure and with the instability in the region being quite evident. There is a moral duty for all of us to consolidate unity and unanimity right now that the Turkish side are even escalating their provocations. So it is a duty and obligation for us to react in the most appropriate way when Turkey keeps challenging, and in a very provocative way too, even the most fundamental governing rights of the Cypriot Republic. The sovereignty of this country is being challenged. Let us now share with you the second video, which will bring us into the crux of today's event. Cyprus 1974 2021. Colonel Stylianos Kapoutzis once again is close to his fellow fighters and the unit of his predilection, the artillery division that bears one's own name. He was a Greek officer of the Greek artillery, born in Thessaloniki. He joined as a voluntary the armed forces at the age of 24 and graduated from the School of Cadets in 1950. The Turkish invasion of 1974 found him serving in Cyprus as the commander of Division 171. On the 23rd of July, he waged a very brave fight against an ambush of the Turkish army, and there was an effort for the Greeks to find a safe position. Ever since, this person has been missing. Last seen he was near the village of Sinahi. I was driving a towage lorry. There were people passing over at low speed. He was walking next to us and he was encouraging his soldiers, but the Turks outnumbered us. They were better armed and they had the advantage of knowing the area around, so everything finished in some 3 to 3.5 hours. To us, who lived with him, that was a matter of bravery, of duty, and to us, he was like a father. For 47 years, he was one of the missing persons. After a search of 4 and more decades, all we found were some remains that were delivered to his family after identifying him. As of the memorial service celebrated in Cyprus, there was Charalambos Petridis, president of Cyprus, the commissioner for Fotiu and ex-minister of defense Alkiviadis Stefanis, who also accompanied the pomp of the return of the remains of this hero to Greece. 47 years after this sacrifice, together with his man, the commander at the time of that unit lives forever the Cypriot land, coming back to Greece. His last home in Greece will be the School of Artillery. That is the weapon he served with all his spirit and soul. I feel very touched, emotional, and proud that we were able to have our father come back to Greece. His soul, I know, will always be there in Cyprus. Attended that ceremony was by the daughter of this defunct military person, who is also a chairperson of the Hellenic Commission for the Missing.
ο τέος Υφυπουργός Εθνικής Άμυνας Αλκιβιάδης Στεφανής, ο αρχηγός ΓΕΘΑ στρατηγός Κωνσταντίνος Φλόρος, ο αρχηγός ΓΕΕΦ αντιστράτηγος Δημόκριτος Ζερβάκης, ο αρχηγός ΓΕΣ αντιστράτηγος Χαράλαμπος Λαλούσης, ο αρχηγός ΓΕΝ αντινάβαρχος Τηλιανός Πετράκης, ο αρχηγός ΓΕ αντιπτέραρχος υπτάμενος Γεώργιος Μπιούμης και ο Κύπριος πρέσβης στην Ελλάδα Κυριάκος Κενεβέζος.
Η πολιτεία του οφείλει τιμή και ευγνωμοσύνη και εκπληρώνει σήμερα 100 χρόνια από τη γέννησή του και 47 ολόκληρα χρόνια μετά το θάνατό του το χρέος της απέναντι στον ήρωα που χάρισε μαθήματα αρετής, θάρρους, αυτοθυσίας και αυτοαπάρνησης, τιμώντας τη σημαία και πράττοντας το ακέραιο το εθνικό του καθήκον.
Ο αντισυνταγματάρχης Καλπουρτζής είναι ο σύγχρονος ήρωας μιας εισβολής που ακόμη αιμορραγεί. Η επιστροφή του δίνει την ελπίδα και σε εκατοντάδες ακόμη οικογένειες αγνοωμένων σε Ελλάδα και Κύπρο που περιμένουν ακόμη πίσω τις ψυχές των δικών τους χαμένων παιδιών.
Homer says that for a man, it is true that one's soul remains alive forever, and this is highlighted by the example of these persons who remained alive true to their goals and ideals. What a better opportunity for a parliamentary, Mr. Keridis, to also briefly address this audience. Mr. Keridis, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's an honor to me to represent the Hellenic Parliament as of this meeting we're having today. I'd like to congratulate the organizers on this event and for the overall effort waged so far, as well as ensuring you that both the President of the Hellenic Republic, Kostas Tassoulas, as well as the body as a whole, are on your side in this fair struggle waged by you, by everyone. As I was following all those very emotional things being said, I thought that here we are present at the foundation of Yannis Cacoyannis, a very celebrated Greek Cypriot who made the Greek ancient drama known the world around thanks to his productions. This drama that was created on this land some 2,500 years ago, and a very important tragic poet of the time, a major poet, some 2,500 years ago, as of his very celebrated, famous work, Antigone, one of the most important pieces of theater of the Attica tradition, did speak about the importance of the human right that prevails any arbitrary actions by the princes when it comes to the right to bury one's brother. And he also reminded us that this is a recurring story, a story that the Hellenic intellect has tackled many centuries ago, placing the whole issue at the right level already since times immemorial. Modern Greece, Greece that came to be through a unique revolution, and we're celebrating the second 100th anniversary this year, besides this being the birthplace of democracy, remains to this day in its modern form since the Hellenic Revolution, an example and a symbol of the protection of human rights and the consolidation of democracy. Let us not forget that our whole course, not only since the ancient times but also in modern times, has been interwoven with the perennial human values of human rights, the respect to human decency, as well as our commitment to freedom, which is very fundamental. Our revolution that came as a continuation of the glorious Western civilization revolutions, those of France and that of the United States, is a tangible proof of this commitment. So, faced as we currently are with the behavior of autocrats and those who are breaching these rights, we are definitely doing very well. I have represented the Hellenic Parliament before the Council of Europe, and I also became vice chairperson of the Commission of Legal Issues, one of the most important such committees. I have been closely liaising with our Cypriot colleagues from all parties and sides, but I see there that there is a constant failure of Turkey to meet its obligations. Only a week ago, Turkey was denounced before the court for its lack of compliance with a series of rulings by the Council. The Makavala case is such one. Also, cases relevant to Azerbaijan, and in a sense, Turkey is headed to become expelled from the Council of Europe unless it starts to comply with the resolutions. The more than two-thirds of the countries members of the Council are voting in favor for Turkey to be denounced and taken to the auditions committee, which is quite essential, the Council of Europe being the forum for protection of human rights. So there have been countries, three countries in the European Union, that one voted against: Hungary, another two abstained, Poland and Romania. The remaining 24 member states of the European Union and several others outside Europe, but members of the Council of Europe, voted in favor. But Turkey's, Erdogan's Turkey, persists on its attitude to blatantly and unabashedly challenge the principles, defying all rules of legitimacy, in spite of the summons by the civilized humanity to react. The issue of the people that became missing because of the Turkish invasion is not just a Greek issue. This is not just a Cypriot issue. Most and above all, this is an issue of humanity. This is a universal issue, and as such should be tackled in a universal way. It is about the protection of human rights and the respect of the deceased. This is what makes us human. This is what makes us different to any other living creatures on the planet. This is an issue of wider dimensions that concerns all civilized persons, as well as those who in Turkey, Turkish citizens, are experiencing the breach of their own human rights as a result of the arbitrary attitude of Erdogan's regime. So, on our side, besides all Greeks and all Cypriots, including the diaspora, where there are all the civilized persons they are also fighting our fight. Let me share with you something, that over the 2.5 years since I am serving at the Greek Parliament, the most critical and the most touching, definitely, moment ahead. You see, us politicians tend to be cynical at times. Sometimes we seem to be impervious to any emotions. If we are to bear the burden of political pressure. Nevertheless, in 2020, only 1 year since I was elected, I was entrusted with the mission of representing the Greek Parliament as of the anniversary of the Turkish invasion in Cyprus on the 20th of July in 2020. And there we were, interestingly, with the then President of the Hellenic Parliament and the House of Representatives, because Mr. Anastasiadis was not there. He was otherwise occupied at the tomb of Makedonitis in the outskirts of Nicosia. I have to confess this to you, never until then had I felt such deep emotion and tremor, and indeed it is one thing to study about those things and read. It's another thing to experience it. Ever since I was a student and then later on as a professor of international relations, I have been delving into this issue, but it's quite a different thing. On one hand, we have the distance between the event and the attitude, and then what happened there was something totally different. I have to assure you that both myself and all other colleagues will be remaining next to the Cypriots in the right to struggle at all fora, not just amongst us, but also and much more right where the major struggles are being fought, the international fora, if we are truly to convince, amongst others, the Turkish citizens that it is to their interest, to the interest of Turkey, to come up with a democratic Turkey, observing the rule of law domestically and respecting international law externally. We, as neighbors, have made proof of our goodwill. Since Helsinki and for the remaining period, we have been sustaining Turkey's European perspective much more than any other member of the European Union. So we're not acting in bad faith. Never have we been acting in bad faith. But of course, it's a choice that the Turks themselves have to make for themselves, and as to what kind of community they want to live in. The messages are at least alarming and very pessimistic. It is a shame for the entire area and for the Turkish community to see that this opportunity is lost. The opportunity lost for them to comply and have their homeland go ahead, become disentangled from those specters of the past, and indeed go against those who domestically are trying to manipulate public opinion and create havoc. So this is a wider struggle. Yesterday and today we're having the conference on Biden's democracy. Cyprus and Greece are participating, Turkey is not participating, so it is a universal struggle. It is about not just us Greeks, but every other neighbor in Turkey and Turkish citizens. We will be waging this struggle, believing in the perennial values of the Greek civilization, from Sophocles and Antigone all the way through to the Hellenic appraisal, and to this day, with the Greek spirit becoming a symbol in this much tormented area of Mediterranean, this beacon of principles and values of human dignity. Thank you very much for this honor. I won't be able to stay with you. I have to stay on and participate in the event on the Hellenic Revolution, but I know there are many other friends that will be with you as of the panels that follow, and I'm sure that I will be following closely the event, and I'm sure I will be having access to the recordings. I'll remain next to you, and whatever you need, my office, myself personally, and the President of the Hellenic Parliament will all be on your side. Thank you very much and be well.
Είναι νομίζω ευκαιρία να δούμε και το χαιρετισμό της Προέδρου της Κυπριακής Βουλής, της Βουλής των Αντιπροσώπων της Ελλάδας, κυρίας Ανίτας Δημητρίου.
We are going to hear the address by Mrs. Anita Dimitriou, President of the Cypriot
Αγαπητές
Republic.
και αγαπητοί σύνεδροι, έντιμες κυρίες και κύριοι. Κάποιοι άνθρωποι ανάμεσα μας ζουν για μισό περίπου αιώνα εχμάλωτοι στην άγνοια.
People live for half a century actually hostage to ignorance. How, in fact, could the human mind understand, capture the extent of this drama? No matter how much no matter how much one can try, if he hasn't or she hasn't been through that personally, cannot actually understand what the families, close relatives of our missing ones go through. Their lives, the lives of these people have been suspended, frozen. 2,002 missing, 179 have been exhumated, 1,022 have been identified, 979 missing, 201 Turk Cypriot ones are missing, 980 families are still waiting. They don't have any remains in order to bury or tombs, graves in order to go and lament upon. They need to find the truth and bury the dead. Among the missing, there are people that served in the army and who perished in defending the sacredness of the country. There were missing children and old people who had been taken violently from their homes. The issue of the missing persons has been recognized officially as a humanitarian issue. The island, it is part and parcel, the recovery of these missing people is part and parcel of the whole effort for the unification of the island. And with the Turkish the refusal to give information, insisting on disguising the crime and ignoring the decisions of the Court for Human Rights aggravates the situation. Turkey does not want to give information that lies in the files of the Turkish army. These are no army secrets, and it is not at all an accident that in areas where there have been found mass graves, an effort has been made in order not to allow exhumations onto the crimes of the Turkish side. There has been another crime, that is no information given, no maps provided for the transfer of mass graves. We need to do what we can in order for the institutions for the protection of human rights to put pressure on Turkey. It is not conceivable that mothers, after decades of anguish and anxiety, not to be able to bury their own people. However, in August 1974, in the chaos caused by the Turkish invasion, things were done haphazardly. Turkey. There were errors, mistakes, omissions that aggravated the pain of the families of the lost ones who had to have recourse to justice before they could be vindicated. And it is true that we lost valuable time. So as a state, we need to go further than just apologizing to the families. We need to do everything possible in order to correct tragic mistakes of the past, in order to be able to look these people in the eyes, the wives that had to bury themselves, their loved ones, like in the cemetery of La Cadamnias, as well as all those who waited with the warm wounds open and bleeding. And this is what our task is, to heal the wounds. Dear friends, the missing people issue is not only a matter for the families, it concerns us all, the humanity as a whole. Respect to life, the right to life, and dignity in death is a right for all. We want to raise this issue, and we have done so before all international organizations, and no matter how many years go by, we shall never stop. We shall always keep raising the subject in parliamentary delegations, ambassadors, and officials, in order to exercise pressure on Turkey. It is a collective effort, and I would like, in the framework of this effort, to congratulate the organizers of this conference. All the organizations that have worked for the undeclared missing and hostages and captives after the tragedy of 1974. My message to the families of the missing is that they are not alone. Their struggle is our struggle, and we shall keep trying until the last missing person has been found. We heard the representatives of the two parliaments, the Cypriot and the Greek one. There is a reality that we experience on an institutional level and real also. I see Mr. Pieris here, and here this in his face, there is the political level. And for the last couple of years, we've been trying to create synergies in order to increase pressure on Ankara. Turkey is not inert anymore. It tries to recover financially. It is becoming a very strong player in the Mediterranean, and it tries to increase its prestige and create a more hopeful future for its own children. And this is precisely the basis on which we need to work in order to solve the missing persons problem. We are on the side of Turkey. It is obvious on every level, with unilateral, bilateral, trilateral actions that are underway with Turkey. Based on this, I would like to greet, and I see Mr. Gassiamis from Mega Channel, a channel that is on your side, on the side of this policy, trying to show that Greece and Cyprus are the incontestable pillar for security in the region. Let us watch one more video and then hear the next speaker.
Αυτό είναι το
This is the last letter sent to his family. He had written to us that he was okay, that we should not worry, but that's all we heard from him and about him, nothing else. The letter was written on the 5th of August 1974 during truce after the first Turkish invasion, but the family received the letter on the 15th of August when the more bleeding invasion had started. Between the 5th and the 15th of August, Turkey reinforced its units on the island. Roll call of missing persons, Monachos Vasilios. I haven't seen my child since 1974. Now the Turkish forces stabilize their presence in the northern part of the island, and missing persons number increases. He was a soldier. He used to work for the canteen of the camp. Nobody had seen him on the 5th of August. The brother of the missing soldier, we saw him alive. There was a video sent. He was alive, well dressed, cleanly shaven in the prisons of Turkey. These are undeclared missing people, 1,690 people missing after the invasion of the island. They never came back. We came to Greece. We live in Germany, but we came to Greece to be closer to the problem. We went to the minister to see him about our missing people, but there was nothing that we obtained. The families went into an adventure without release. The island had been cut in two, and ever since 1974, Greece and Cyprus linked their activities. Mrs. Kalboutzi saying that we did what we could in order to find the culprits behind all these missings. And this is Turkey. All these people disappeared after battles against a very well organized Turkish army. 900 people were military. They perished or they were lost during their service. 700 were children and women or the elderly. My father was trapped in the northern part of the island. On the 20th of August, Turkish soldiers, together with Turkish Cypriot people, got into the house where he was trapped. They arrested him, and we never saw him after this. My parents and my sister are the first ones to have gone missing. The Pendemili, where the invasion took place, belonged to us. We had a cafe restaurant there, and we left because we were called by the army. When we went back, we didn't see anybody. They had gone missing. Our effort for the last 35 years always came up to the wall of the Turkish refusal to cooperate with us despite the UN resolutions. despite the special resolution of the General UN Assembly and the special committee that was established for the missing, despite all of this, the Turks refused to cooperate, always claiming that there was no problem with missing people. However, there was the investigation committee for the missing people started its work in 1987. It was the first ray of hope, but without actually bringing any tangible results. This what you saw from the beginning of June and till recently, I have been working for this report with the military Athina Gouraru. We have been receiving incredible material on the story, on the history of the missing persons. It's not only that we worked with the junior minister, Mr. Stefanis, for this report to be produced, but we have lived, we have experienced the drama that the people live, people that we have been meeting since June. This is a small nudge in order to remind the public opinion of this huge problem. And with Mr. Fotiu, we have managed to have an incredible interest from the audience. They did not know this problem in all its details. Now they are now discovering it. We shall hear the next speaker. Most are done remotely. Most interventions are done remotely because of the pandemic problem. And I want to ask for your understanding about this. Of course, a lot of work has been done by us and by the organizing committee. Hard work and the distillate of all this work is this small video. We shall hear Mr. Dimitris Papadimoulis, EU Parliament member. I want to thank the organizers. I want to congratulate the presidents of the two republics, the Greek and the Cypriot ones. I regret that I cannot be with you in the flesh tonight. Half a century has elapsed since the tragedy of Cyprus and Hellenism, a tragedy with many consequences on many different fronts, humanitarian, financial. There were thousands of people who lost their lives, and many are still missing today in defending their homeland and families. This is a deeply humanitarian problem. It must be approached as such with constant effort, never ceasing effort to resolve it. The disappearance of a person constitutes a multifaceted violation of human fundamental rights. These violations do not only concern the rights of the missing, they extend to the rights of their families, families who live wondering incessantly of what happened to their loved ones, those who were kept in a concentration camp on Cyprus or those who were illegally transported to Cyprus, both soldiers and citizens that disappeared and remain missing to date. the families have every right to know what happened to their loved ones. And this is why the effort needs to continue in order for information to be given, in order for us to know what happened to the missing people, Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot ones. There are still 217 Turkish Cypriot persons missing and something like 900 Greek Cypriots missing. We need to intensify efforts in order to close this tragic chapter. And I want to declare that I will be on the side of this effort, the Committee for the Missing Ones that has been working since 1981 under the auspices of the UN. The lab that has been trying to identify remnants has been doing huge work in order to be able to provide accurate information to the families of the missing ones whose pain is more than understandable. So we need to continue pressuring Turkey and the regime in order to get information from the army files and information in order for the missing committee to be able to carry on its work. And the European Parliament must continue to use the Ombudsman of Human Rights in order to boost the work of the Commission for the Missing, in order to render it more effective and more efficient. We need to materialize the promise given 5 decades ago about giving information. The families of the missing are entitled to know what has happened to their loved ones in order for this wound, for this trauma to close. And I am committing myself to being on your side in every effort you may want to undertake. Thank you very much. One might wonder why such initiatives are taken on. Why do we want to, and why do we keep talking about the humanitarian dimension of the Cypriot issue? I think it is in the name of those who sacrificed themselves to preserve Romniosini, and that is Cyprus. Within our limits, each one of us, however, it is all in the name of those who perished or went missing 47 years ago, and we must not allow the memories to be violated and Cyprus to be pillaged. We shall continue until the final vindication, until all people in Cyprus can live in conditions of safety and dignity. And this is maybe an honor paid to those who sacrificed themselves for their homeland. We met in August, I think, last year in Berlin, and we discussed the Cypriot issue, and we talked about it, and we were heard by the Germans even, who are not all that friendly towards us. Same happens when there are bilateral contacts at the ministry. Louraptakis or Bob Menendez may come, and other proeminent personalities of the diaspora, and repeatedly said what it is that we want to have from the international community. Let us hear Bob Menendez, the senator, the U.S. senator, of his address and declarations. No sound. No sound.
Of organizations committed to healing the deep wounds created by the hundreds of Cypriots
Αλλάζω
who went
κανάλι.
missing amid the brutal Turkish invasion of Cyprus
Οι
in
πληγές
1974.
οι οποίες θα πρέπει να κλείσουν μετά από την τουρκική εισβολή της Κύπρου του 1974. 2.000 ακόμα είναι αγνοούμενοι. 1.510 είναι Ελληνοκύπροι. Μετά από δεκαετίες ανασφάλειας και αβεβαιότητας.
That is why we must recommit to empowering the Bi-Communal Committee on Missing Persons in Cyprus as it works to locate and identify the remains of those missing. Doing so demands that we acknowledge those who obstruct and frustrate our efforts. To this day, the Turkish military continues to deny access to possible burial sites in the territory it illegally occupies, and shroud in secrecy military archives that may shed light on those who went missing in 1974. Turkey's historic obstructionism and shameful disregard for the families of missing Cypriots has been recognized by the European Court of Human Rights as a violation of their human rights. That is why I have raised the issue of missing Cypriot people with my colleagues in Congress and sought commitments from diplomatic personnel that they push for full access to burial sites. American families of Cypriot descent are among those who still yearn for information about the fate of the not yet recovered. As we in the United States join you in efforts to fulfill our commitments to the families and relatives of missing persons, I want to thank the Office of the Presidential Commissioner for its engagement with Cypriot Americans. And I would also like to recognize Philip Christopher for his tireless efforts on behalf of the Cypriot people. On this International Day of Human Rights, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Republic of Cyprus, and we commit to redoubling our efforts on behalf of families of missing persons. Thank you, and I wish you a productive and meaningful conference.
Είναι προφανές ότι ύστερα από 47 χρόνια έχει αλλάξει και η στάση του αμερικανικού παράγοντα και αυτό οφείλεται στις πιέσεις, στον τρόπο με τον οποίο έχει αντιμετωπιστεί και σε διπλωματικό και σε πολιτικό επίπεδο η ιστορία του κυπριακού ζητήματος. Νομίζω ότι...
The whole Cypriot issue 47 years later, there are things that we shall hear and we shall hear more about. You heard Mr. Keridis a while ago, and the unyielding stance of the deep Turkish state, because it's not just Erdogan, there are those that are behind him, deciding, dictating, and so on. And this creates problems that are reflected in the relations between Turkey and Cyprus. It is and causing geopolitical instabilities in that part of the Mediterranean. And there are countries such as Egypt, Israel, France, Jordan more recently, that are concerned by this irrational tactic of Turkey. Let us view the fourth video before hearing the mayor of Athens, Mr. Cacoyannis. 30 years have gone by, 30 years of struggle, mobilization, pressures before Turkey accepted to look into the fate of 2,000 people, Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot. The committee, the commission is representative and they work, they excavate in the occupied territories of Cyprus. After the events, there were depositions by eyewitnesses, and there are new witnesses. A very large team of scientists, interdisciplinary team, is working. The findings of the excavations go through a chain of processes before they are delivered to the families. The bones must be identified to a degree of 99.99%. The remains are sent for DNA tests. If a profile comes out and that can be matched with the DNA collected from the families, then identification is made. Until today, out of the 1,619 Greek Cypriots, half have been identified. From among the 77, 25, these were from Greece, soldiers from Greece, 25 have been identified. But there are very we want our brothers whole. We don't want just a few bits of bones. They were alone, abandoned by all. They didn't even have water to drink. Time is one of the biggest enemies because it carries away witnesses. Often the witnesses may have been implemented, implied, and sometimes we try to take our information without making the witnesses feel that they are being interrogated. And it is true, our intention is to get information about the locations of mass graves. The Turkish have moved, it appears they have moved bones, remains from the mass graves to other locations. When the remains are uncovered, we understand that these people died in they died in a very savage manner. We see the lady said the bones that the humerus or the skull are missing because of the bullet. The Turkish Republic refuses to give evidence, to show information. We need to think about these crimes as war crimes, of course, but we still need to find out about the missing persons, where they are, what has happened to them. We are trying to use our own European Parliament members in order to raise awareness. It is EU MPs from Greece and Cyprus that are doing this. Here we have the monument to the missing persons. After the second phase of the Turkish invasion in August 1974, in the beginning there was just a suspicion that they had gone missing, but now they're fully recognized as missing, and no matter how long it takes, maybe another half a century, we will be there. My mother died out from a broken heart. she wanted the suit of her missing son to be used in her coffin as a headrest for her. We give people to Asia Minor, Cyprus, Constantinopolis. How much more do these people, do these Turks want to take? In Cyprus, we never forget those who did not come back. In Greece, the effort continues in order to find, recover everybody. Okay, we shall change our program right now. We shall meet Mrs. Lida Kursouba, a volunteer of the Red Cross volunteer. It is she has interesting things to add to the whole issue for identifying missing people. Mrs. Kursouba, do we have her on Zoom? Please bear with us. Hello, Mrs. Kursouba from Athens. Sound, please. There is no sound. Το βίντεο, το Zoom. Technical problems are a given when we have remote meetings. Mrs. Kursouba, can you hear us? Of course, the important thing is that we can hear what you have to tell us.
Good morning from Athens. I hope you can hear me. Good morning, and ladies and gentlemen, this conference on the topic of human rights and social and political impact of the non-implementation of those obligations upon the human fate of the missing persons, hosted today to celebrate the World Day of Human Rights under the auspices of the Presidents of Greece and Cyprus, is definitely touching upon the issue of missing persons, of the Cyprus tragedy, which for something of a half a century, well, has remained open, a wound that has been bleeding and tormenting everyone. And for as long as the fate of these persons remains unknown, just as unbearable and indescribable is the pain of the relatives who for several decades have been trying to struggle with their tormented lives, entertaining the hopes of meeting once again with their loved ones, and who as of late and before they die still are experiencing the agony of learning something about their fate, however tragic, however predictable this may appear now. Some relatives have, in the meantime, been able to either confirm the loss of their loved ones in the most tragic way. The pain of absence and stress has been replaced by the pain of loss and definitiveness. Ladies and gentlemen, the international human law of human rights and the law of human rights impose that parties to an armed conflict take measures to ensure that missing persons do not happen, and that if there are missing persons, there is an obligation for all measures, necessary ones, to be taken so as to ensure that the fate of those persons become known earlier rather than later, and that families are informed. The Geneva Convention of 1949 and the two supplementary protocols of 1977 do apply as pillars of the international law of human rights, which, besides regulating the implementation, also aims at reducing the nefarious effects of armed conflicts. Nevertheless, in many cases, it has become obvious that not all necessary measures are taken to avert the disappearance of persons and to provide families with vital information as to the fate of their loved ones if they become missing. And the case of Cyprus, indeed, is one of such tragic cases. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Cyprus Red Cross, the impact of the barbarian invasion by Turkey of Cyprus in 1974, the number of dead, the wounded, the prisoners of war, the hundreds of thousands of displaced persons who had to leave their homeland, those that became trapped in the occupied villages, as well as the immense human issue of so many thousand missing persons, are a major challenge for the history of our land. It is a challenge that was met as they should have in all aspects and in accordance with the principles of the international movement by the UN. Still, the difference of the fate of the missing ones as opposed to all other facets of the tragedy of 1974 is tremendous. Whereas all other wounds may be healing, however difficult this may be, however limited the healing, the wound of the issue of the missing ones, especially for the relatives, becomes exacerbated with time. From the beginning of the invasion, the Cypriot Red Cross was overwhelmed by requests for information on missing loved ones. If one is to fathom that some 200,000 people have been displaced, some 2,500 people became prisoners of war, and some 3,000 persons became missing, one may easily fathom how huge the number of requests were that reached us, coming from relatives that were looking for their loved ones. In August 1974, there was set up in Cyprus the Missing Persons Service under the International Committee of the Red Cross. It was an agency who have been closely liaising. ICRC Tracing Agency, based on the Treaty of Geneva, developed an extensive system of management of humanitarian issues, which, amongst other, included requests for information with respect to missing persons, requests for information on persons that remained trapped in the zones occupied by the Turkish army, the dispatch of messages from one side of Cyprus to the next and to all other countries outside Cyprus, registration of persons living in the occupied zones, establishment of list of the dead, the missing, and persons that were living in secluded areas, and dispatch of medicine and other necessary supplies by relatives living in the free land of Cyprus to those that were landlocked. The Acid Trace Landing Agency operated two agencies in Nicosia, one in the Greek and one in the Turkish sector, one in Limassol and another one in Larnaca, and one more in the occupied peninsula of Carpathia. 7 foreign experts and some 120 Cypriot ones, both employed and volunteers, became involved very diligently in this process. According to a relevant report by the ICRC Tracing Agency Cyprus, all the way through to October 1974, meaning some 3 months, there has been an exchange of 140,000 messages amongst families that became separated, included prisoners of war, and there were recorded 35,000 requests for the location of missing persons, out of which 15,000 were also met affirmatively. Once the detachment of the Association Agency departed Cyprus in 1975, a copy of the list of missing were delivered to the Cypriot Red Cross and various other state services, as well as to the Commission of Missing Persons Relatives. The official record was then transferred to the main records of ICRC tracing agency in Geneva. Nevertheless, the issue of the missing persons continued and is still very much high on the agenda and remains the epitome of humanitarian issues that have been tormenting us all. Huge effort has been waged and is still being waged, by the way, at all levels and in a variety of ways for the fate of the missing persons to be determined and give an answer to the tremendous pain of the families for many, many decades have been living a state of uncertainty as to the fate of their loved ones. Unfortunately, some 50 years or so later, the issue remains pending and the misery goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of the missing persons concerns persons the fate of which is uncertain. But it is also about the loved ones of those persons. Children, offspring, siblings, families, parents, relatives bearing the heavy cross of pain for 47 years now, or persons who left this world in misery and sorrow. Vis-à-vis all these persons, ladies and gentlemen, we owe respect as well as a very deep apology, because us, as institutions of national and international envergadure, we are as yet to provide the answers they deserve, the answers they need to have at the time they have. Here's wishing that sometime, some point in time, albeit belatedly, this will be achieved. Thank you very much. Mr. Fotiu gave me an interview some days ago, and it was tremendous. He spoke about how he has contacted relatives of missing persons. Those persons are no longer with us. People who are very old and who are about to die. We will be seeing more of it at the end of this conference. And there was a phrase that was quite poignant, and we'll be sharing this with you, including the video, as well as another one with the latest arrival of the 7 missing persons. I will now give you the mayor of Athens, Mr. Cacoyannis, who will be briefly saluting by video this audience. Unfortunately, there is a missing sound at the moment. The sound is back on. Missing persons are a very painful and open wound and a direct effect of the Turkish invasion in 1974 of Cyprus and the policies that have to this day been followed in the occupied territories. Historically, all these have been indelibly imprinted. The picture of mothers carrying photographs of their loved ones carrying this burden. Ladies and gentlemen, the rights and entitlements of missing persons, families, and the respect we owe to the missing persons are things that we have to tangibly make good. Not by way of mottos or pious wishes, but because it is by actions we need to act, and these are things that truly pay tribute to these persons. We need to have actions that justify these struggles, and the day-to-day relentless effort towards attaining what is self-evident. The history to follow in the area of the Eastern Mediterranean should be rich in a real and sustainable solution to maintain safety, stability and security for the peoples of the area without any divergence from the principles of international law as they are embedded in resolutions by the UN and the European Union. Athens, our city, remains a very relentless support to any effort towards not pretexts but true actions, which is why in 2022 we'll be playing host to the first convention of the network of Balkan cities ever since it was established. And there, at that level, we'll be confirming that we are standing by the tormented Cypriot people who are demanding for decent life, a future without dead, without missing persons, without missing lands. The municipality of Athens, the metropolis of Greece city, is here to be relentlessly supporting the effort towards the rights of respect of the rights of the missing persons and their families. Thank you very much for your attention. That was crystal clear. Mr. Sigouris, chairperson of the Confederation of Cypriot Associations of Greece. Mr. Sigouris, you have the floor. Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens of both genders, on behalf of the Confederation of Cypriot Associations of Greece, may I convey a warm welcome, and together with that our feelings of solidarity and support of the human effort waged towards determining the fate of the missing relatives. As you very well know, since the intercommunity turmoil of 1963 and the Turkish invasion in 1974, missing persons on both sides of the line are more than 2,000. Our missing persons are a very sensitive humanitarian issue, and it is also a breach in itself of fundamental human rights of their families, with a self-evident tragic impact being the misery, the sorrow, and the despair, which is why those who contributed to the disappearance of our missing persons and who still stubbornly refrain from disclosing what their fate has been are perpetrating a perennial and permanent crime. In the light of the agreement of the 31st of July 1997 between Glafos Cleridis, the late president, and the then leader of the Turkish Cypriot side, Rauf Denktash, a first institutional approach was adopted to exchange information as to the sites where there are burial sites of Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. Our aim has been to determine the fate of any missing person, as well as satisfying the legitimate right of families to have knowledge of the fate of their loved ones. And if these people are dead, that the remains be handed for them to be buried as due. Comportments like that of those of Denktash, who back on the 26th of June 2001 declared that there will not be giving any pieces of blood or dust for that, are reprehensible. They are shameless and unacceptable. For the missing persons in Cyprus, Turks and Greeks alike, there are historic and political responsibilities to be assumed under the name of Turkey, Attila, and illegal barbarian invasion of a territory that is member of the UN and the European Union. The negative behavior of Turkey was confirmed by way of a ruling by the Tribunal of Human Rights in 2001 in response to 4 recourses taken by the Cypriot Republic that are holding Turkey responsible for its refusal to contribute to the investigation to the fate of the missing persons. We will never, ever abandon our goal and let this sensitive issue be forgotten. All Cypriot governments and agencies need to systematically cooperate until the fate of the last missing person has been determined. And in closing these remarks, because this foundation that is playing host to our conference has been established by Michalis Cacoyannis, a famous Cypriot. Mr. Commissioner, may I tell you that back in 1999 we had an event hosted at Erodion Theatre for the missing persons. At the time, Glafos Cleridis and Claire Gelidou were present. She was minister at the time. Well, she had this, Mr. Cacoyannis had the great idea during that event, and with so many famous artists being featured, by way of laser rays throughout the event, there were projections of the name of the 1,619 missing persons at the time throughout the event. That was something tremendous and very emotional. So I truly hope and wish that everything that has to be done will be done, and that we will be reaching our goal eventually. Be well. Thank you, but I have to leave you now. I have to go to court. He spoke out of his heart. Let us speak also through a person who, although not scheduled to take part in this event, has been dedicating time and effort, the ex-Minister of National Defense, Alkiviadis Stefanis. I will ask him and call upon him to address this audience very briefly. He has not been featured on the agenda, but he has been closely following all this process until we reach this place. So, whether as a military or as a civilian, he has been very much involved with that. Good morning, thank you. It is a honor for me to be here. From the onset, when I took over as head of the Hellenic Army, I actively and diligently shared in whatever efforts are being waged towards investigating into the fate of the missing persons for the Greek population to find some peace of mind in the end when it comes to this torment. I, whether as a civilian or as a military person or as an ex-minister, can assure you that I will be relentlessly participating as I always have in these efforts. We owe this to the heroes who lost their lives. We owe this to their relatives. We owe it to the Greek nation. You know that besides all this involvement, I'm also associated to the whole issue with Mrs. Kalpourtzi. My father graduated from the School of Cadets, the Artillery. In 1950, he was a fellow student of the hero Kalpourtzis. Both graduated on that year as officers of the Greek Artillery. Today, we are experiencing the sorrow of burying the remains of General Sasalos at the age of 97. Today, we are having his burial ceremony at Papagos. May he rest in peace, and may they rest in peace, all those heroes of the Greek nation. Let us be true to our mission. Thank you and congratulations on your event. Quite emotional, laconic, and quite... Now, the president of the Pan-Hellenic Association of the Relatives of the Missing. Sorry, correction by the speaker, the Pan-Cypriot Association of Relatives of Missing Persons. Dear friends, let me bid you a hearty welcome to today's event we are hosting. Ourselves, the relatives of the missing persons in Cyprus and in Greece, in cooperation with the Office of the Commissioner of the Presidency of the Cypriot Republic, on the occasion of the 73rd anniversary of the International Day of Human Rights. The topic of this event are human rights, social and political impacts of non-implementation thereof. When it comes to the humanitarian issue of missing persons, is an expression of anxiety, stress, and this is because the vision towards a world where cohabitation peacefully is possible with respect to human rights and mutual understanding in states and amongst people becomes every day more distant. Tens of declarations and resolutions by international associations that were supposed to be the trustees of human rights and benefits remain an empty letter, and unfortunately are we witnessing an increasing expression of violence and criminality against human life and decency. Even worse, we are experiencing a very challenging and very provocative denial by governments and persons to cooperate towards combating such phenomena. Amongst the most serious breaches of human rights, there is the major humanitarian issue of the missing persons. This is an issue that today, in accordance with the reports by the UN, is faced by tens of countries, even European ones. Such an issue has been tormenting our homeland, Cyprus, for many decades now. This is an issue that could have been settled had there been an elementary compliance with the principles of human rights and humanitarian causes. If Turkey had been compelled to do what it should under the international treaties and principles. That is where the whole problem is. There is a theoretical background, of course. The will and the mechanisms allowing for this compliance, this is what we're missing. The issue of the missing persons in Cyprus has been dealt with by the Investigation Committee on Missing Persons, a committee set up by the UN back in 1981, and to which there participate people from Cyprus, Greece, and a third party designated by the General Secretariat of the UN. This committee is the only instance of investigation body for the missing persons under the UN. This is a pilot model that should never be allowed to fail. It has to be helped to go over any troubles and problems, and most above all, there has to be ensured a sincere cooperation and the political will of all parties involved. Unfortunately, in our case, it is as yet to be proven on the part of Turkey, which is why this committee should be tangibly helped by all of us, supported politically, financially, and technically speaking, so as to have the conditions of perspective for this to become the purpose for which it was created and to yield the results we expect. As families of the missing persons, we have been dealing with this and waging efforts for the self-evident. We need to know what happened to our loved ones. It is a human demand that does not limit itself to our own missing persons. Through our own several years calvary, we need and we are able to understand the pain of all families. Human pain and stress and agony about the fate of the missing father, brother, sibling, offspring has no color, no nationality, no religion. We're all solidary towards establishing the fate of anyone missing in Cyprus. We join forces to investigate into the fate of any missing persons anywhere in the world so as to shift away from fanatism and prejudices of times gone by forever. We need to have the international law respected and the fundamental human rights also consolidated. Missing persons' families have been experiencing an ordeal of no compare. We need to have the remains of our loved ones be returned to us. This never happened, and we are hosting this conference for the need to be understood by the international community towards the adoption of more efficient measures and the tackling of such issues, and most and above all, to avert the repetition of those problems. There have been invited to participate international associations and organizations like the UN, the Red Cross, and the Council of Europe, as well as personalities, academia, and legal persons of acknowledged aura to develop their ideas about what is happening and what may happen in the future. We need to spearhead efforts at all levels for all instances to actively struggle towards the preservation of peace, the prevalence of human rights, and the rule of law. In concluding, may I express also in my capacity as my deep appreciation to the President of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Sakelopoulou, and Mr. Anastasiadis, President of the Cypriot Republic, for having placed this event under their auspices, which is a tangible proof of their interest and readiness to help towards the solution of such issues. Also appreciating are we towards all of you attending this event. We'd like to thank the Office of the Commissioner of the Cypriot Republic and personally Mr. Fotios Fotiou, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of Greece and Cyprus, the Parliaments of Greece and Cyprus, the Cypriot Embassy in Athens, the Home of Cyprus, and the Michalis Cacoyannis Foundation for the critical help they have provided. Last but not least, may I express my appreciation to the sister Pan-Hellenic Association of Families of the Missing, Mrs. Kalpourtzi, and all those who have been very diligently cooperating, outdoing their own selves in order to make of this event, despite the difficulty of the pandemic, a success. We know that the pandemic has made it impossible for many of you to be physically present here, so you have to follow this event over the internet. Thank you very much all. There are messages by those who are attending, and they remind me that in 2017, for the first time, when we had the first event of the kind at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there was an agenda where the missing persons were placed quite high, and to many who attended that, it was the first time that that issue was put through. Thanks to Maria Calpuzzi, that has been undertaking such initiatives over time, so I'm honored by Mrs. Calpuzzi to moderate all of these initiatives. I am calling upon her to the floor. She is chairperson of the Pan-Hellenic Committee of Relatives of Missing Persons. She's a daughter of a hero who went missing and who indeed is one of the most recent heroes of the artillery, a corps that really distinguishes itself thanks to knowledge, and knowledge is power. Foundation and His Excellency the Ambassador of the Cypriot Embassy and the staff of the embassy for their support. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Pan-Hellenic Association of the Missing, I would like to thank you for the participation to this event, human rights and the political and social impacts of non-compliance. Today, on the 10th of December 2021, the 73rd anniversary of the day of entry of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the General Assembly of the UN in 1948, a day that has been established as a World Day of Human Rights. This Universal Declaration toward the protection of human rights has been a necessary response and reaction to the tragic consequences of the Second World War and the mature decisiveness for these not to be repeated. The vision of their inspirators was to have a world with inalienable rights and freedoms under which there could be no discrimination between the individual, financial, economic, cultural, or other identity of the human beings. Decency, equality, welfare, and freedom have always been and still remain universal, human, and intemporal rights. Ladies and gentlemen, on this very day of honoring all those who defended human rights, through this event we are expressing a reserve. No one likes it, but it remains. Are the principles and articles of this Universal Declaration being implemented, or perhaps they remain empty of any content and substance? Article 1. All human beings are born free and equal to rights and obligations. Or each person has a right to life, freedom and personal safety. Article 5. No one is allowed to be subjected to tortures or to penalties, cruel or inhuman treatment. Article 9. No one may be apprehended, detained, or expulsed arbitrarily. So one might wonder, what about those fundamental terms of the Declaration about the protection of life, freedom, dignity, decency, and a decent life, the prevention of tortures, the restriction of any illegal detentions? Are they being implemented? Are the states truly obligated to safeguard the observance of these articles, tangibly so? The truth be said, human rights are always being challenged and threatened the world over. Universal principles are being defrauded and the rule of law is undermined. A very important parameter for the worldwide developments is the timeless problem of missing persons. For a person to become missing is a breach multiply so of human rights. Such breaches do not limit themselves to the rights of the missing, they extend over to touch upon rights of their relatives. Those who are perpetrating this crime are not only guilty for this person going missing, but also by making people miserable by not revealing information about the fate of their loved ones. For 50 years now, people are living through the pain of having persons missing, looking for truth about their fate, the unknown facts about their whereabouts, about their death, the impossibility to mourn, the psychological distress, the doubt, all these questions that prevail our day-to-day lives. All these are tragic consequences in the lives of those who have missing persons since that Black Summer of 1974. My dear friends, I am truly emotional and honored for being allowed to participate in this event. May I say this, we are looking forward to hearing about ideas and proposals that will help our struggle ahead to determine the truth about the fate of our loved ones. It is very difficult for us relatives, when we speak about the loved ones, to distinguish between the mind and the heart. We usually speak with the heart, and sometimes we mix reason and feeling, but I'm sure you understand what the pain, the anger and the distress is, and the indignation, but also the pride we take in our missed ones, and you may understand what is obvious, an obvious right we have to determine the fate of these people by way of proof and evidence. In concluding, may I express one more thing. Over the long years of delving into this issue, the international community, and that for regions of multiple origin, are as yet to satisfactorily react so as to bear fruit. We believe that there is a willing distancing from universal principles, values and procedures. Is it possible, after 47 years, to tolerate that this issue remains pending? Is there true will for a respectful approach of our humanitarian issue within the context of a political solution or any other solution? Hopefully we will be having answers today. Thank you very much once again, and I'm welcoming you to this event. Thank you very much. After Mrs. Kalpoudzi's intervention, I'm calling upon the Commissioner of the Cypriot Republic, Mr. Fotis Fotiou, who already since December 2014 has been quite eloquent and quite robustly so spoken about the problems caused by Turkey more than once, as a reaction to any efforts we may have been waging to locate the missing persons, identify them, and learn something about the fate of these people, those people who since 1974 have been missing. Mr. Fotiou, you have the floor.
Dear friends, let me first of all thank you all for being here. Maria and her team for the huge effort made in very difficult conditions. My friend Nikos Sergidis, as well as all his co-workers that came from Cyprus, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministries of Defense of both countries. Please do convey our thanks for all the efforts. I want to thank the parliaments of the two countries as well. However, it is especially the people that have worked indefatigably for the missing people from their respective posts. My friend, Mr. Stefanis, is so aware and sensitive to the issue of missing persons, not only during his ministerial mandate or tenure, even before that, and I want, there are two other people that I want to particularly thank. Ms. Skevi Koukouma, as president of the Parliamentary Commission on Missing Persons Issues. I know her very well. She has given the best of herself. And the other person I want to thank is Nestor Nestoros, our former representative in there, for his huge work under very difficult conditions. So I want to thank you all for this, for your efforts. Today, as we know, is the International Day for Human Rights. And obviously, this is why we chose to hold our conference on this day. The effort being the wish being to have missing persons as a major violation of human rights. And we also want to bring to the fore all the omissions and systemic problems in this respect the world over. And the missing persons in the Cypriot Republic is a very good example of such omissions, systemic errors, and so on and so forth. Using measures, it would be the right measures, it would be possible to make headway in this chronic problem of missing persons. It's 47 years now, and we can't continue to have families suffering, never receiving pertinent answers as to the fate of their loved ones. These families have never been able to mourn properly their dead according to the traditions and religion. Let us not forget that there is a biological cycle. The cycle of a family is completed by the children. And now most of these people, fathers, mothers, have passed away without having ever been able to see their children and say farewell to them again. So this is the Turkish side is intentionally putting obstacles to the way of investigators. The culprit, ladies and gentlemen, has a name. It is Turkey, and Turkey is hugely responsible for this issue still pending, an issue pertaining to human rights. And we have probably made mistakes ourselves, as we have heard before. But the greatest responsibility lies with Turkey. We have the Security Council, General Assembly, Human Rights Commission of the UN, the Council of Europe and Human Rights Commission of Human Rights, the European Court of Human Rights. If we go to the archives of all these organizations, we shall find evidence that shows very clearly the size of the Turkish responsibility. Some European instances said that that Turkey is responsible for the missing people in the occupied territories of Cyprus, and it is also responsible for the hardship of the families of these missing persons. Cypriot Republic has always supported and will continue to support all actions in favor of finding each and every missing person, be it Greek or Turkish Cypriot. It was said before that the pain of a mother has no color, no race. It is the same. So it will do what is necessary in order to continue and develop the work of investigation. Any means, in fact, that we have at our disposal. Okay, things have been done over time. However, what has been done is nothing compared to the intention, the intentional concealment of information, concealment of information about mass graves, concealment of information, and that's a crime of war for concerning mass graves that were transported elsewhere. In the military archives, there is all the information about our own missing people. Because we have no time, I shall just read out an excerpt from the Court of Human Rights. It reads that for the court, the silence of the country asked is tantamount to cruelty, cruel treatment of another. And that is what the Court of Human Rights says. The powerful of this world, United Nations and the EU, must now intensify their efforts and take on new initiatives. Time is our worst enemy when it comes to finding the missing people. We heard Bob Menendez a while ago. Our diaspora has done unbelievably good work in promoting this subject. If Mr. Menendez has sent this address, it is because he was asked to do so by our diaspora, and we want to thank them for that. We saw yesterday the Christmas tree that was decorated with the photos of the missing ones, and not only in Greece or in Cyprus, but in many, many different countries of the world where there is diaspora. So our wish is to resolve the humanitarian problem of missing persons, because by definition these persons are still missing 47 years later. These are persons that have families, and these families are also victims of cruel treatment. They are fellow human beings, and we need to stand beside them and not to forget them. Thank you very much. Very moving words, Mr. Fotiu. Now we have international conventions, protocols, resolutions. How the mechanisms, international mechanisms, regional mechanisms, national mechanisms can be evaluated. We shall go as fast as we can until 1:30. Maria Liandri, she's the head of a sector in the Red Cross for the discovery of missing persons, and she's going to speak to us about the action of Greek Red Cross.
Να χαιρετήσουμε τον τέος Υφυπουργό Εθνικής Αμήνης, τον Αλκιβιάδη Στεφανή.
Αλκιβιάδη Στεφανής, Thank you very much, Minister, for your presence and intervention. Mrs. Liandri, can you hear us? Mrs. Liandri is muted.
Θα παρακαλούσα λίγο για τον ήχο. Πάλι έχουμε ένα θέμα με τον ήχο.
Sound, please. There doesn't seem to be any sound from the internet.
Liandri, μας ακούτε?
Can you hear us, Mrs. Liandri?
Ναι.
Oh. Εντάξει.
Είμαστε έτοιμοι τώρα?
Μήπως με ακούτε τώρα?
Can you hear me now, Mrs. Liandri is saying. Hello.
Με ακούτε?
Can you hear me?
Ναι.
Με ακούτε τώρα?
Ναι, σας ακούμε.
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Μάλλον υπάρχει πρόβλημα όταν ανεβάζω την παρουσίαση.
I think that the problem appears when I try to share my screen. Therefore, I shall have to forgo the screen share bit, and I will just say what I have to say without the screen. So, hello. I shall make one more effort to share my screen because I would like you to see certain things. If it isn't possible, we will have to do without. Can you hear me now? Can you still hear me? Yes, we can hear you. And you can also see my screen. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much for your invitation. Good afternoon to all. Before saying something about the sense of honor that I feel, I need to convey greetings from Antonios Avgerinos, the president of the Red Cross, who unfortunately could not be present due to other commitments. He has expressed vivid interest in the proceedings of this conference, the events of Cyprus, families involved in them, families who are still waiting answers for their own people. We experienced all these events very closely. There were among the missing people, there are also Greek people, that is from Greece. I am very moved be sitting here and talking to you because we work every day on looking for people, searching people. The Cyprus archive is a living one for us. There are still there, of course, searches for the people and also messages that were exchanged between the prisoners, captive people, and their families. There are messages that did not make it to the recipient and were returned. There are letters of communication between different Red Cross departments. So all of this makes these archives, keeps them alive for us. It is maybe worth it for me to use 2 or 3 minutes in order to tell people something about the Red Cross. The Red Cross is in fact as an international movement that was born out of the war, the Solferino struggle. Just let me interrupt you. Go into full screen. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. Even better, because when I put full screen, I thought that people could not hear me. Go to the little button on the bottom right bottom of your screen, and it's the very last button you have to click on in order to enlarge the screen.
Μπορείτε να βάλετε το F5, πατήστε F5.
Or press F5.
Δεν πειράζει, δεν πειράζει, συνεχίστε, δεν πειράζει.
It's all right, carry on. I think it's my computer that is at fault. It is irrelevant. In fact, what is more important is what we say. So I was telling you about the Red Cross that is an international movement born out of the war or from the war. And Eric Dunant in the battlefield of Solferino was inspired and recognized above and beyond the need to look after the wounded on both sides. Until then, they were abandoned, wounded, till they died. And he thought of this need for the families to know about the fate of the victims, wounded or dead. This is what led to the establishment of the Red Cross. And ever since then, the Red Cross is in line with the international humanitarian law, conventions of Geneva 1949, and additional protocols. So this law aims at setting limits to the war. Contracting parties of the Geneva Convention are obliged to have a red cross or a red half moon, and we have the associations of the Red Cross and Red Half Moon, and we also have the bodies of the Red Cross, International Assembly and so on. The movement of the Red Cross shows us that at its heart we have the international humanitarian law, and that all states are under the responsibility, the commitment to abide by this once they have signed the Geneva Convention. The international humanitarian law is a text of more than 400 provisions aiming at setting limits to the war. Until this happened, the enemy was the devil, and everything that was done in war was accepted. The international humanitarian law came to change this image and say that no matter what, there are limits irrespective of which side one belonged to. There had to be limits, be it for an international or bilateral national war. For the international humanitarian law, to take effect, all signatory member states to the convention have to abide by it. And there is the international criminal law in Rome that sets sanctions. This concerns states, but what concerns the Red Cross and especially its international commission is to disseminate humanitarian law, its humanitarian peace, that is, humanitarian interventions that are necessary during war or immediately after, in order to protect all people involved, soldiers, captives, prisoners of war, citizens, in order for them to be looked after, and if they die, their families must be informed about it, and the dead must be buried with dignity. This humanitarian law is a distinct law branch or field, but there is a relationship between humanitarian law and human rights law. There are some differences as to the field of application of one and the other, but despite this, when international bodies and courts such as the Strasbourg Court of Human Rights hear human rights cases when there is use of violence, and I could refer to the appeals of Cyprus, Turkey, or Loizidis against Turkey. Then there are references made to the international humanitarian law. Also, a piece that connects these two laws, that is human rights and humanitarian, is the disappearances. If a violent disappearance takes place of a human being in the law of war, according to the law of war, when there is such a violent disappearance, there can be torture, his life be put at risk, and so on and so forth. So these two forms of law meet somewhere along the line, and they need to be present in the legal system of each and every country in order to make sense. When we're talking about peace times, then it is human rights, the statutory text of the International Red Cross that determine its action within the international humanitarian law. There are distinct activities of search of human beings. There are Red Cross associations in the world that work together with the International Commission and the body for searches that sits in Geneva. These all form a whole network called RFA today. So all that is needed, you see, all of that is required for people not to go missing during a war, such as collection of information, identification of bodies, family reunification, repatriation. All of this is provided for by the international humanitarian law. And Mrs. Koussouba told us before about the action of the International Commission in Cyprus back then, 1974. So these are inalienable rights that are connected to the right of people, persons, religious rights, and mainly the right to the truth. The right to the truth does not belong to the international humanitarian law, the law of war, but it results indirectly from the right of the families to know, to know where their own ones are. And therefore, the search, communication, prevention, the archive, missing, are all parts where we are active and present by virtue of our network. This commission is active worldwide for the protection of life. Its seat is in Geneva, and part and parcel of the International Red Cross. Here we have data from the action of the International Commission in Cyprus. It was there in 1963-64 by virtue of Article 3 of the International Humanitarian Law, and from July 1974 onwards. The Commission attempted to apply the international humanitarian law from the very beginning. In the images we see the symbol of the International Red Cross. The Commission used it in order to protect neutral zones, vulnerable people, medical care. It coordinated humanitarian help, especially during the acute phase. It met the Cypriot Red Cross that had not then yet been recognized as National Red Cross. It was like an old part of the British Red Cross that had remained, and it had sustained damages, but from the very beginning it contributed greatly to everything that was taking place. The UN was on the side of this effort. There was humanitarian assistance. People were found and transported, the wounded ones, and they were transported to Greece. Here we see the envoy crossing the green line, and we see people consulting the prisoner lists, that a list put together by the International Commission that went around camps on both sides. Searches was probably the most important part in the presence of the Red Cross in Cyprus then. And another important part was the exchange of prisoners and repatriations. This work did not stop at the end of the events. International Commission kept being present, participating participating in the first talks between Denktash and Glafkos Kliridis. It did play its part in obtaining an agreement, but it went on. It kept up the good work in the search for missing people, which is a central point all over the world for us. But for the missing people had an impact on the families, on society. So the commitment of the Red Cross is to stand next to the people, to families looking for their missing ones, supporting them, advocating for them, and bring about tangible results.
Reconnecting or mourning is the outcome everyone needs to make closure in order to come out of the misery of waiting for a loved one that is gone missing. And an important part for these to lead to the settlement of the issue of the missing is to manage the dead. Identification is by far not an easy issue. The International Commission of the Red Cross and an envoy of that mission is also a member of the International Committee on the Missing. So, of course, you will be having more about it from the Commission itself, but just to tell you that since 2006 to this day, there have been exhumations of some 1,177 people, and there have been identified 1,019 persons. An important part of identification is about DNA gauging, and another part is about combining the information made available about a dead person and cross-referencing this data with data that may be provided by the family, one's history. But for this to happen, it takes an appropriate collection of the remains and the signaling, which was not easy during the hostilities, which is why sometimes there have been false alerts, or that there have been other people who were identified without having to, or if wrong people has been identified, and other data. So today it's very difficult for us to identify the dead because of the presence of chemicals that makes it impossible or very difficult for the DNA to be identified. In this fight, we've got an enemy. This is time, because relatives also pass away without having an answer. And then there are the difficulties one may expect to encounter when exhumation is not always easy. Besides practical reasons, therefore, there are also emotional, sentimental ones that have to be observed, already elaborated upon extensively, and most and above all, let's face it, without an answer, there may be no process of healing the wound. The dead may have no rights, but those living have the right of living in a decent way, peacefully, and knowing that tribute has been paid to one's dead. So in acknowledging the situation and this need, Red Cross all over the world has placed the missing quite high on the agenda of efforts waged, focusing on the needs of the people, on the need for an answer to be given. And otherwise, thank you very much. Those were my closing remarks. It was about this universal need, a need we all need to acknowledge, to heed, and indeed the kind of response we have to any behavior, to anything, is this because the respect of human rights and the compliance with the law is what really determines the outcome, not to mention all those people behind it. Thank you very much for your attention. Mrs. Leandri, thank you very much for your presentation. There are 3 points I am returning: the respect to law, and we have a statistical element. 1,107 exhumations, but so many fewer identifications. What happens with those people? This is very critical. You know that you cannot give an answer to this now, but that is where we are reminded of something that has been quite typical, that war is about everything, and wars prevail, and this is the overall evil. So as we are starting to discuss a law, and since we are now delving into what ultimately is happening with all this, and whether there is some kind of jurisprudence by the European Court of Human Rights, Mr. Aggelidis, since 1625, when we started to codify the law of war, things have been happening. Calling upon Mr. Aggelidis, he's a lawyer delving into human rights. He will be providing an overview of the jurisprudence of the Tribunal of Human Rights with respect to the event of 1974. Thank you very much for this very honorary and honorific invitation you have addressed upon me, and that amidst a pandemic which definitely also underscores the self-evident that the issue of the missing should be promoted relentlessly and as decidedly, so that the international community be always fully informed and objectively so, irrespective of any difficulties. Also important is the very good cooperation between the associations and the help of both the Cypriot and the Hellenic government. The issue of the missing is a humanitarian issue and has to be the trigger towards any debate about the Cypriot issue until the last missing person has been identified, and the guilty ones have to be punished both individually and collectively. The point of today's intervention is that through the overview of the jurisprudence, to highlight that the jurisprudence has been shifting away from the original findings of the investigations between Turkey and Cyprus, and also highlight other aspects. What I'll be sharing with you is a scientific approach of the issue without any emotional involvement, so as to be able to draw conclusions by any objective investigator into the matter. May I also quote that, given the limit of time, I'm only covering the events of 1974, but I have to mention that there is also limited jurisprudence by the court in the matter of the events of 1963 with respect to Turkish Cypriot and missing persons that have been rejecting the allegations at the time formulated against Cyprus. Excerpts I will be sharing with you are a translation freely of the text, as there are no official translations. The fate of the missing persons has been the object of a long-term litigation, and there have been a series of preliminary issues by Turkey. The issue of the missing was for the first time raised before Strasbourg, before the Committee of Human Rights, through interstate course 6780 and 6950/1975, Cyprus versus Turkey. At the time, the Commission, by way of a very comprehensive and eloquent reference in page 128, stresses the following: in the relevant Turkish Cypriot occupied zones, the following atrocities and crimes have been perpetrated in the tolerance of Turkish organs and in blatant breach of the obligations of Turkey under the Human Rights Convention between the 19th of 9th and September through to the day of filing hereof. Murdering in cold blood of civilians, including women and children. 3,000 persons were civilians, unarmed persons living in the occupied areas, still missing, and there is fear they have been murdered by the Turkish army. Then, on the 10th of July 1976, in the report by the Commission in the matter of interstate recourse, there was established in paragraph 303, the Commission determines that more than 2,000 of those persons, detainees, have been expulsed to Turkey. Paragraph 347, evidence before the Commission do not allow for a definitive establishment as to the fate of Greek Cypriots declared as missing, which is due partly to the fact that there was not allowed an access to the delegation to the zones of North Cyprus. Paragraph 351, the Commission believes there is evidence of and presumption of Turkish responsibility about persons that are proven to have been detained by the Turks. The Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, in delving into the issue of compliance and enforcement in the aftermath of violations, adopted a resolution 32 on the 20th of January 1979. Thereafter, taking into account the determinations by the Commission, decided that the only way whereby protection can be ensured of human rights would be by way, quote, of the re-establishment of peace and trust between the two communities, and that inter-community debates are the appropriate framework for the settlement of the litigation, end of quote, urging parties to resume the discussions and concluding that the Commission of Ministers believe that this is the point where the case between Turkey and Cyprus should be concluded. The resolution also highlights a paradox in the whole process, as well as a distortion that has found its way into the matter since 1979 in the legal dimension. Violations are seen as a determined breach by Turkey, but the very Commission of Ministers opted, rather than imposing the active compliance, to call upon not the two litigants but the two communities, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, who were not parties, to engage into an inter-community discussion, which would to them be a sufficient action for the litigation to be brought to an end. With respect to the recourses taken, then a third recourse was registered 3007-1977. On the 10th of July, there was a resolution on the admissibility of the recourse. At that time, Turkey had raised three very fundamental preliminary issues with respect to, first, the non-exhaustion of domestically available means, the untimeliness of the process, and the res judicata with respect to previous recourses. The Commission overruled all three objections, and when it comes to the untimeliness of the process mentioned, paragraph 44, the Commission confirms its own jurisprudence, in accordance to which, when there is a permanent situation, a state of play that is perpetrated and perenized, the issue of 6 months could only be raised if such situation ceased to have been. And in the report of the 4th of October 1983, page 47, there is an expert I'd like to share with you. Having found sufficient evidence as to undetermined number of other cases, determines that Greek Cypriots that are still missing have been unlawfully deprived of their freedom because of the Turkish detention in 1974. The European Court of Human Rights for the first time dealt with the issue of missing persons as of the fourth recourse, 25/781 of 94, date of issuance of the ruling, the 10th of May 2001. And since there is a laxity, may I allow for a parenthesis. At the time I worked for the European Court of Human Rights, we were aware of the situation, and we had taken the assurance that they would be calling upon people to highlight this. They had committed themselves to call upon the media for this resolution to be aired. On that day, the only media rep I saw was the reporter by the Alsatian newspapers. and that because there were developments in inter-community discussions, and had such a ruling been enforced, this would turn over the entire basis of these discussions. That's my personal feeling, of course. Well, there will be a debate on that, and I'd like to ask you whether the political dimension could go beyond the human factor. The court held there was an ongoing breach of Article 2 in the matter of the right to life. That breach is perpetrated because of the failure of the occupation authorities of Turkey to carry out an investigation in the fate of the missing persons that became missing under circumstances that were risky for their lives. Moreover, the court held that there is an ongoing breach of Article 5 because at the time of the person having gone missing, there have been indications that they were dwelling in an area that was exclusively controlled by Turkey. The European Court of Human Rights also held that there's a breach of Article 3 in the matter of relatives of the missing persons that actually stems out of the way whereby Turkey continued to ignore, failing to investigate into the grudges, and that to an extent such that such an ongoing refusal also consisted in humiliating and inhuman behavior. Then the issue was examined within the context of individual recourses. Varnavas et al. 16,064/1991 has also set forth a very committing precedent. That was about 9 persons that had been apprehended by the Turkish army, and since the 9th person continued to be missing. First person, Mr. Hanzi Pandelis, had been apprehended by Turkish soldiers, and his remains were found in a mass grave near Carpathia with multiple indications of a bullet, one into his skull. There have been various procedural objections that were overturned by the court. Amongst others, the European Court held the 4th interstate courts was about all meetings, whereas that was individual but aimed at obtaining issuance or decreeing of specific means for remedies. The court therefore acknowledged that indeed Turkey accepted the right of individual recourse on the 20th of January 1987, but that was not in any way changed its responsibility, because the obligation to due diligence as to the investigation was of a perpetual nature and would be valid for as long as Turkey failed to conform to its legal obligations. And as to the allegation for an untimely registration of these recourses, the court acknowledged that this may have happened way after 1974, but there was no possibility to do so before 1987, and because of the very difficult situation that the armed conflict brought about, the court held that it was within a reasonable time that such recourses were taken, given the current state of play, which is 3 years since 1987. But such point is of relevance, and that became clear. Any other recourse that may have been registered should be seen into the light of whether there have been reasons for a belated registration, although there has been an ongoing breach. To the merits, the court held that Turkey never gave any information as to the fate of those 9 parties missing, and the court held that those persons became missing during circumstances that were life-threatening. The European Tribunal further commented the action of the Red Cross and overruled Turkey's allegation that by having a commission set up, Turkey was accused of any other further liabilities, and the court, based on that, held that there was an ongoing breach of the procedural aspect of Article 2 because of Turkey's failure to sufficiently investigate into the fate of those 9 persons, and as to the allegations about the breach, Article 3. The court held that the behavior of Turkey and its failure to provide due diligence in investigating into the matters and the circumstances under which those persons became missing was a breach of Article 3. And as to Article 5, despite the fact there has been no testimony as to those persons being detained, the court held that there had been an ongoing breach of that article with respect to the obligation for an investigation with respect to the well-founded allegation as to which at the time those persons had been deprived of their freedom when they became missing. Based on those findings, the court even held that the guilt by itself, which is the acknowledgement of the breach of rights, was sufficient satisfaction and remedy, and this is why only €4,000 were adjudicated in terms of legal expense, but no compensation of sorts with respect to either the relatives or the persons missing. And because there have been some 1,500 such cases, it was clear the court held that there was no desire for any further adjudication or any other incentive, as if any damages would be an incentive, but it was a clear-cut, resounding message aiming at any other introduction, lodging of recourses. For the first time, a new criterion of admissibility was established, so the burden of proof had shifted. There's another series of recourses, Kostas and Thomas Orfanou, 43-422-2004, date the 1st of December 2009, which held finally into the cases of persons still missing, leaving open the issue of persons that became missing but at least identified. The European Court in this case adopted those holdings under the Varnava case with respect to the timeliness of the lodging, saying that where there are developments in the matter of the investigation, then the relatives may expect the outcome until it happens. So even in those cases when there is observed that there has been a lapse of sufficient time, where there are excessive delays, then there should be a time when relatives need to come to grips with the fact that there is a stalemate. As to when this happens depends on the circumstances of each case. In cases as the one at issue, and when there is international conflict, relatives could be expected to lodge their recourse after several years, after a person has become missing, and one's hopes for investigation are effectively evaporated. But, holds the court, if more than 10 years have lapsed since the incidents and the circumstances of the missing, then the relatives may come to grips with a development that justifies further delay as to taking recourse before the court. The Varnava case was lodged in 1990, and the sequence of those 49 such recorded in the matter of persons that have gone missing between 2004 and 2009 have all been considered to be untimely lodged and therefore rejected. Based on such ruling by the court, there has been no other possibility for missing persons to become justified and the justice be done about them. The European Court shifted the burden of proof onto the relatives of the missing persons in a way such as that they could do nothing about it, because any other recourse to be lodged past 99 would be untimely lodged in ignorance of the perpetrated violation. The same going for recourse 6046. Again, the court said that since the late 90s, there should be proof of any failure to provide information. Therefore, recourses in the matter of those persons gone missing were untimely lodged. Then a third series of rulings were issued. Haralamus Italia, recourse number 46,744/2007 on the 1st of June 2010. It was about the case of people that had gone missing and then identified. So we were now past the issue of persons going missing, and we're going into the case of those that have been identified. There, the court, based on the Orphanos ruling, prima facie overturned those allegations about the person going missing as untimely lodged, and decided that the remaining allegations in the matter of the investigation carried out by Turkey past the identification should be examined. Then the court limited further its scope and said that these rules were not about forced disappearances, but there were suspect deaths suggested as having happened under violent conditions. Turkey has started investigation past the identification of remains, and the court said that the investigations are not efficient to the purpose of preventing Turkey from assuming its responsibilities. The fact that the courses were lodged within 6 months from identification, they were found to be timely lodged. But as to Turkey's new obligation for research after the identification, the court overturned those allegations for non-efficient allegation as premature, saying that whereas the progress in investigation was minimal, there was no proof of the lack of good faith. There was also mentioned that it was too early for the court as a supervisory jurisdiction to come up with any findings as to the fact of the investigations carried out in bad faith. Inertia and silence by the authorities over a more critical period of time might possibly render such a conclusion possible, but not as yet. Moreover, the European Court overturned any allegation as to the breach of Article 3 with respect to relatives, having limited the limit of this investigation.
This was repeated by the court in Appeal 479. The Ευθυμίου case, another appeal decision issued in 1993, I think gives the main points, but what is pending is the point about an appeal not being considered as premature. In all allegations about non-investigation were rejected in the Charalambous case. Βασιλείου and al. 50,689. It was very recently issued on the 31st of August 2021. The events concern a missing person for whom the Cypriot Republic had received evidence that he may have been buried in the areas under its control. Unfortunately, the authorities did not let the family know that the member that was missing may have been dead and buried in the non-occupied territory of the country. Had the authorities let the families know, they might have been a source of relief for the family. It is worthy mentioning here, and it's a matter of concern, that the court did not determine a time that is necessary in order for the family to launch a new appeal that is not precautious or out of limits. In a contradictory manner, the court accepts the concept of a continued obligation and responsibility of Turkey in the four interstate case, but in relation to the parents on an individual level, it judged that the appeals that were recorded after 1990 are out of time and recognized the rights of the relatives. There were also three appeals of Turkish Cypriot families against Cyprus in relation to the 1974 events. The first case is Shakir and others. It was presented on the 29th of April 2010. The appeal was judged as non-admissible ratione temporis. The second decision concerns the case Cacoyannis and others, and that was deposited in September 2014. The court in this case considered that there was no violation of Article 2. The court notes that according to the government, there was an investigation started about the relatives and in October 2005, and this is still pending, still in 2014. The General Attorney gave directions to the police to take further measures. The court observes that despite the discovery of bones, there had been complications. And then there was Kaiplar appeal number 42153 of 2014, and with similar events as the Cacoyannis case. In closing, I would like to say that the missing persons issue is a major issue of human rights. Turkey must abide by the law and respond as a defendant to mass war crimes and crimes against humanity that it has committed and is continuing to commit. And the discussions, the intercommunity discussions, and there must not become the pretext for which the Turkey remains completely unpunished. We shall now connect with Mr. Pavlos Puskar, who is going to talk to us about the execution of decisions issued by the Court of Human Rights. Mr. Pavlos Puskar. Γεια σας, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι. Θα ήθελα και εγώ να αναρτήσω την ομιλία μου, εάν είναι δυνατόν, και ελπίζω ότι με ακούτε και καλά. Ναι, καλά σας ακούμε. Μισό λεπτό να σας δείξω την οθόνη. Μπορείτε να μου πείτε αν τη βλέπετε. Ναι, τη βλέπουμε. Βλέπουμε. Δεν βλέπουμε.
Unfortunately, I don't hear replies in English because of the
Oh, nice. Okay. It's okay now.
differences in the language.
Δεν ακούω τις απαντήσεις στα αγγλικά. Είναι μεγάλη χαρά, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, που βρίσκομαι εδώ και συμμετέχω σε αυτό το γεγονός. Θα ήθελα να χρησιμοποιήσω αυτή την ευκαιρία για να συγχαρώ για τη διοργάνωση, η οποία συμπίπτει με τη Διεθνή ημέρα των ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων σήμερα, και θα ήθελα για μια ακόμη φορά να καλωσορίσω όλους τους συμμετέχοντες σε αυτή την εκδήλωση και να ευχαριστήσω για την πρόσκληση. Το θέμα μου εστιάζει στην εκτέλεση των αποφάσεων του Ευρωπαϊκού Δικαστηρίου Ανθρωπίνων Δικαιωμάτων. Θα εστιάσω ιδιαίτερα στο θέμα των αγνοουμένων και πάντοτε σε σχέση με την εκτέλεση των αποφάσεων. Η εκτέλεση των αποφάσεων από το Ευρωπαϊκό Δικαστήριο των Ανθρωπίνων Δικαιωμάτων βασίζεται στα άρθρα 46 και 39.4 της Ευρωπαϊκής Σύμβασης για τα Ανθρώπινα Δικαιώματα. Προέρχονται τα άρθρα αυτά από τις δεσμευτικές αποφάσεις του δικαστηρίου και την απόφαση συμμόρφωσης των κρατών μελών με τις αποφάσεις αυτές. Βεβαίως, κάθε απόφαση του Ευρωπαϊκού Δικαστηρίου Ανθρωπίνων Δικαιωμάτων είναι διαφορετική, γιατί κάθε απόφαση έχει τις ιδιαιτερότητες της. Όμως, η κάθε μία από τις αποφάσεις αυτές απαιτεί από το κράτος μέλος όχι μόνο να πάρει ατομικά μέτρα, αλλά και γενικά μέτρα για να συμμορφωθεί με τις αποφάσεις του δικαστηρίου.
By the Committee of Ministers is exercised in this sense in the collective dimension of responsibilities exercised by the states, and the Committee of Ministers, which is composed of the representatives of 47 governments of the member states of the Council of Europe, in the process of supervision over execution of judgments, is supported and assisted in this process by the Department for the Execution of Judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, which I represent. And this department belongs to the Directorate General of Human Rights and the Rule of Law, which is a part of the fabric and construction, institutional construction of the Council of Europe. Now, as I have mentioned, that the states, they have a legal obligation to remedy the violations found by the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights. And this idea of remedying the violations established in the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights is based on the ideas of subsidiarity and margin of appreciation as regards the means to be used. The measures to be taken, as I have mentioned before, are relating to the individual measures and the general measures. If we speak about individual measures, once again, they are based on the idea of the restitutio in integrum, but the general measures, they are largely focused on the idea of cessation of an ongoing breach, but also non-repetition of a similar breaches or similar breaches in the future. Cases under supervision of the Committee of Ministers remain being supervised until the required measures are taken by the respondent states, and the supervision can only be closed if the authorities fully comply with the requirements of both individual and general measures. Such a closure is often taken place in the form of a final resolution by the Committee of Ministers. The supervision process itself, and I think a couple of words are necessary in this respect, the supervision process itself is based on the ideas that the authorities provide action plans and action reports that actually explain what kind of measures they intend to take under the judgments or they have taken under the judgments. And once all the measures have been taken, the state can submit an action report for the review by the Committee of Ministers. And as well, the Committee of Ministers, with the assistance of the Department for the Execution of Judgments, would review such an action report based on the public information also available, the legislative elements, the institutional elements, the ongoing practical administrative changes, also potentially on the basis of submissions from the NGOs, the national human rights institutions for promotion and protection of human rights. The Committee of Ministers can come to the conclusions as to the finalization of the execution process and then decide on closure of supervision over execution. Now, there has been a serious change in the working methods of the Committee of Ministers in relation to the way the Committee of Ministers deals with supervision. And actually, since 2011, the Committee of Ministers exercises its supervisory functions with respect to the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights on the basis of so-called twin-track procedure. Most cases under such twin-track procedure follow the standard procedure of supervision, whereas some particular part of cases, they follow an enhanced procedure of supervision that largely relates to cases requiring urgent individual measures or cases that reveal important structural problems, in particular the pilot judgments with respect to specific legal obligations of the states, or interstate cases that present a very high level of complexity in their examination and review by the Committee of Ministers. Where necessary, the Committee of Ministers may also assist execution in different ways, and notably through recommendations it gives with additional support in the form of targeted cooperation activities, where so requested, which are generally provided by the Council of Europe to assist the Committee of Ministers. And such programs provide legal expertise. It provides possibilities for roundtable discussions, expert assessments, or training activities. Additionally, in some cases, support to the execution process is provided by the activities of the Human Rights Trust Fund, for example. Now, if we go to the topic of the discussions with regard to the cases relating to missing persons, and of course, colleagues before have already referred to some of these cases, but I will focus largely on the elements relating to the execution of judgments, and largely focus on two main cases that are relating to the execution process. These are Cyprus versus Turkey and Varnava versus Turkey. And I would speak a little bit about the progress in the execution of these judgments in relation to the issue of missing persons. Now, this is a very interesting example, first of all, in relation to interrelationship between the convention system and peace processes under the mandate of other international organizations, in this case, the UN. In this case, the Committee of Missing Persons in Cyprus, which consists of members from each community and one international member, was established in 1981 by an agreement between the Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot communities under the auspices of the United Nations. At the time, the Cyprus versus Turkey judgment was delivered in 2001. The CMP's role was limited to establishing a list of missing persons from both communities and collecting DNA samples from the relatives for future identification. Then in 2004, I think it has to be underlined that the CMP was reactivated as a result of the court's judgment and the ensuing execution process. Both Turkey and the European Union gave increased funds for operation of the CMP system, and it was agreed that it would take on a role in exhuming and identifying human remains. Now, in 2006, it launched its exhumation and identification program conducted by communal teams. The CM has continued in this respect to provide CMP with all the necessary, to request the Turkish authorities to provide the CMP with all the necessary assistance by providing with access to areas in the northern part of Cyprus which could contain remains, including some areas where such specific information was required. Since 2015, the access to certain areas which are described by reports as military areas has significantly improved, but no information, as we see from the execution process, was provided so far as regards the certain areas, including from the archives dating back to 1974. Since the beginning of the program in 2006 until October 2021, the CMP has exhumed some 1,180 missing persons from both sides out of the 2,002 missing persons overall, and identified and returned to the families the remains of 1,020 persons. It has to be noted that as to effective investigations, and I think these were elements already mentioned before, in 2010, Turkey set up a missing persons investigation unit in the northern part of Cyprus to investigate into the cases of the missing persons already identified by the CMP. According to the latest information available to the Committee of Ministers, as of November 2020, this unit has opened 700 criminal investigations on the basis of the files transmitted by the CMP. The unit followed actually leads and received written statements from a total of 605 witnesses. It conducted excavations in 47 different villages and sites where remains were allegedly found by the CMP. Since this information is already discussed and presented by CMP, and actually it was kept at a certain moment as far as it is presented from the reports confidential. The MPU also contacted numerous authorities, some through diplomatic channels, to pursue leads in the criminal investigations with a view to establish the circumstances of death and identifying the potential perpetrators. And according to the information available from the Turkish authorities, it contacted 442 relatives of Greek Cypriot missing persons, of whom only 15 unfortunately responded to the invitation to give written statements. The unit has finalized 441 files overall and transmitted them to the Attorney General for final assessment. The Attorney General completed his assessment and adopted a report in relation to 306 of these files, and in 4 examinations provided to the CM, the Attorney General found in the light of the results of the investigation that the available evidence was not sufficient to initiate prosecution, and that unit further evidence is available should be considered for these investigations as the basis for their closure. Now, in regard to the just satisfaction awarded in these cases, I think it's one of the parts of the discussions in relation to individual measures that were required with respect to the victims of the breaches of the convention. The just satisfaction awarded by the European Court of Human Rights for the non-pecuniary damage suffered by the relatives of missing persons in Varnava and in Cyprus versus Turkey has not eventually at this stage been paid, despite 2 interim resolutions in Varnava and 1 in Cyprus, Turkey, which was adopted in September 2021. In Cyprus versus Turkey case, the court awarded 30 million euros in respect of non-pecuniary damage suffered by the relatives of missing persons, and 60 million euros in respect of non-pecuniary damage not concerning property rights suffered by the enclaved Greek Cypriot residents of the Karpas Peninsula. Now, another examples of cases that are relating to the issues of missing persons are cases which are supervised by the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe in relation to the Russian Federation, and these are cases Khashiev and Akayev versus Russia, missing persons in the Chechen Republic, and the neighboring regions. There are several elements that I wanted to mention with regard to the execution process in these cases. Now, the conflict in the Chechen Republic and around it took place mostly in 1999, 2006, and according to different sources, the number of persons who went missing during this time period varies between 5,000 and some 8,000 people almostly. The court rendered in these groups of cases more than 300 judgments with regard to 700 of these disappearances. That's exactly in the Hashiev and the Kayeva group of cases. Of these, at the execution stage, the authorities found and identified only 2 persons. As to the missing which cases were not considered by the European Court of Human Rights, the authorities provided no information on how many of them were found. The only relevant information is that between 2001 and 2008, some 500 members of the so-called illegal armed militias and 200 servicemen were convicted in the region for various crimes. Now, the relatives of the missing continue to suffer great torment because of not knowing the fate and whereabouts of the loved ones, and this has been highlighted in the decisions of the Committee of Ministers and by the court as well. And the court itself, in the case of Aslakhanova and others, noted this in its judgment, specifically in paragraph 223. This fact has also been highlighted by a number of NGO communications that address the Committee of Ministers with respect to relevant execution measures. And in this respect, some of the NGOs have interviewed families of disappeared persons and concluded that even where the loved ones have been missing for years, most families do not consider them dead, and the search for them dominates their lives. That's why the Committee of Ministers actually, and for the reasons related to the content of the execution process, the Committee of Ministers currently focuses on the humanitarian aspect of the search for the missing persons, which is now being discussed with the authorities. The committee had, in particular, had repeatedly and strongly urged the authorities to take a number of specific measures to enhance the search efforts. And in reply, the authorities had given examples of some measures which are being taken in this respect. For example, creation of a special hotline to allow witnesses to give information confidentially. And cooperation is increasing actually with some NGOs representing the victims. These measures are still, and their results are to be seen. And apparently there are several issues relating to the way these investigations are taking place, and actually are very much based on the provisions of the respective provisions of the Code of Criminal Procedure. And it appears that the results of such investigations are being distant from what is being suggested in the case of Aslakhanova and others versus Russian Federation. CMP can be probably given one of the examples for inspiration for such a model, and actually the model has already been discussed by the court in 2012 when the judgment was delivered, and actually has been called again and reiterated in the committee's call in September 2021, where actually more information is being awaited from the authorities as regard the missing person. Now, there are some interesting developments that have been observed as a part of the general work taken on the search for the missing persons, and I think one can, with interest, to see the role of the several NGOs that deal with the issue of missing persons. There is an NGO called the Peacekeeping Mission of General Lebed, which has identified and handed over to the relatives remains of 170 missing persons, and of which 50 were identified thanks to the DNA forensic identification techniques. There is a database run by this NGO. There are currently about 7,800 persons in that NGO database, and information with regard to them available. The main task is collection of the forensic data of the relatives of the missing to make possible the identification once they are found. The NGO thus manages to achieve the progress of, actually that is not yet seen with some of the public actions, and actually in this sense it is important, it seems to be important and interesting to further see whether this experience can be used in the process of progress, establishing firm progress in the execution of judgments in this group of cases. Now, I think several elements which are still being seen on the basis of this work are also work related to providing public apologies from the authorities for those that are still suffering from the situation and victimhood, providing free psychological and medical treatment, which is being suggested by the Committee of Ministers, providing monthly financial support, establishing rehabilitation programs, and various educational benefits to be provided by the families of victims, as well as other social support. The Committee of Ministers had also suggested some other legal actions to the Russian Federation with respect to strengthening the institutional and legal framework for search for the missing persons. And actually, it's invited the Russian Federation to consider joining the United Nations International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. It also suggested that attention should be drawn to the competence of the Committee on Enforced Disappearances mandated with monitoring the implementation of this convention. Furthermore, the authorities were invited to consider closely cooperating with the UN Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances, both in individual cases as well, in relation to establishing a country visit that might help in identifying the necessary general measures which remain outstanding, given that some of the cases in the Khashiev group of cases also appear to be under consideration of this working group. That is mostly what I wanted to report you on with regard to these two interesting procedures that are being supervised by the Committee of Ministers. And I would like once again to thank you for your kind attention and for the opportunity to present the supervision process to this honorable high-level audience. Thank you very much.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, πηγαίνουμε σε διάλειμμα μέχρι τις 3 στον τρίτο όροφο του συνεδριακού κέντρου θα δοθεί γεύμα σε όλους σας.
Πώς κλείνει το μικρόφωνο?
Ένα, δύο, μ' ακούτε? Ένα. Στο PA, ναι, οκ. Πάει και στο monitor έξω. Είναι ανοιχτό, έχει σήμα.
Τι γράφει ο άνθρωπος, τι γράφει ο άνθρωπος. Α, τώρα το άνοιξε. Ας μην μιλάω.
Είμαι με τον κύριο Παπαπολιβίου. Ωραία.
Ναι, κάτσε να το... Θες να κάτσε, μωρέ, συνέχισε.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, γεια σας και πάλι. Ξεκινούμε την τρίτη ενότητα του συνεδρίου.
Σίγουρα,
Δικαιώματα του ανθρώπου, οι κοινωνικές και πολιτικές επιπτώσεις της δημιουργίας των αρχών στα ανθρωπιστικά θέματα, στο ανθρωπιστικό θέμα των αγνοωμένων. Θα κάνουμε τώρα την τρίτη ενότητα με τίτλο «Αγνοούμενη της Κύπρου, 47 χρόνια μετά». Θα πάμε κατευθείαν σε μια απευθεία σύνδεση με τον Πέτρο Παπαπολιβίου, τον αναπληρωτή καθηγητή του Τμήματος Ιστορίας και Αρχαιολογίας του Πανεπιστημίου Κύπρου, ο οποίος θα μας μιλήσει για την ιστορική αναδρομή του θέματος των αγνοωμένων της Κύπρου. Δεν ξέρω αν έχουμε συνδεθεί ήδη. Καλησπέρα, κύριε Παπαπολιβίου.
Good evening, Mr. Papapoliviou. You have the floor, sir. Can you hear us? Are we being heard? I'm not sure Mr. Papapoliviou is listening. Professor, can you hear us? Professor, can you hear us? We can see you all right, but can you see us? Can you hear us? There is no reaction on the part of the professor. Perhaps we should see whether the technical issue here, a glitch. Professor, can you hear us? Professor Papapoliviou, can you hear us? Yes. We're waiting for you to start, sir. Hopefully you can listen to me. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I do reckon how heavy the responsibility is for me to start presenting what could be a very brief overview of the issue of the missing parties. Not only because my dear friends Mrs. Kalpoudzi and Mr. Sergidis asked me to do so, but also because I am personally associated to many families of missing persons, but most and above all because this is one of the most painful issues of the Cypriot problem, which, according to many, the more it remains open, the further are the possibilities to find a fair and viable solution. For a full historic review to happen within only 20 minutes is impossible, and this is what I'll try to do rather by highlighting some specific facets of the issue under the Cypriot historian's perspective. In the Cypriot press of the time and the official state announcements and declarations, the first publication we were able to locate was in the early August 1974. Already by the Committee of Parents and Relatives of Missing Soldiers and Reservists. So 10 to 12 days have lapsed since the first day of the Turkish invasion. There is a first elementary organization to that direction. After the second stage of the Turkish invasion and the increase of the number of missing persons, that committee was renamed Committee for Missing Soldiers, Reservists and Civilians that had the first rallies on the premises of the Holy Church of Agios Dimitrios in Nicosia to exchange views on issues relevant to the missing soldiers, reservists, and civilians that are now held prisoners or are missing. What were the circumstances that led to the creation of so high a count of missing persons? Let us go back in time. In Cyprus, a first reference to major numbers of Cypriots missing persons was during the Second World War. And more specifically, there had been information of several hundreds of soldiers of the Cypriot division of the British Army that had been gone missing for months or even years, as they were cut off from their divisions already in April and May 1941 in Greece, while in the campaign of Greece. Interestingly, there have been cases of missing persons of 1941 who, on their way back to Cyprus after 4 or 5 years of having been missing, and 3 decades later were found finally on the lists of missing persons of 1974. Also is it known, and there are indeed specific notices and announcements to today's event, that in modern time and as well as in undeclared wars, there have been registered missing persons in Latin America, in Africa, in the Balkans, slightly back in time, and much more recently in Syria. But not every case is the same. There's a general acknowledgement, very bitterly so. The international community and the international organizations are most of the times proven to be unable or incapable of putting an end to such phenomena of prisoners being undeclared, as well as to determine the fate of those persons. In Cyprus, some has it that the cycle of blood and nationalist violence came up as a major problem between Turks and Cypriots in 1958, towards the end of the British colonial rule. Back then, in June of that year, there have been organized assassinations, and in many cases, the murderous weapon was not a gun. Most of the times, those were atrocities perpetrated on both sides. Rather than stating who started first or who had any interest or benefited from those situations, we should go elsewhere. This is not the subject matter of today. Then Cyprus became independent in 1960, albeit without lifting the mutual defiance, mistrust, and other cases of assassinations. Starting in December 1963, the removal of Turk Cypriot leaders from various services of the Cypriot Republic and armed conflicts between Greeks and Turks that continued, albeit sporadically, throughout the following year, 1964, brought back much more intensely the cycle of blood on this island. Ethnic violence was reported without judicial control, that kept becoming registered all the way through to 1967. But most missing persons at that time were recorded between December 1963 and mid-1964. For many of these persons, we do not know what has happened, and back then, and besides the purely legal or humanitarian streak of the matter, there has been a warfare of numbers and propaganda. In the formal report by the General Secretary of the United Nations on Cyprus in June 1964, there have been recorded 483 Turkish Cypriots and 52 Greek Cypriot persons going missing. Slightly later, in September 1964, the number of Turkish Cypriot persons going missing, always according to the formal data disclosed by the UN, went down drastically, and ultimately, at the time, figures were of some 200 Turkish Cypriot persons missing and 44 Greek Cypriots going missing. Some 10 years later, on the 20th of July 1974, Turkey invaded Cyprus, invoking the supposedly right of intervention and the need for the protection of Turkish Cypriots against the coup d'etat of the Cypriot Republic in 1974. Already from the onset of the Turkish invasion and the first stage of the disembarkation, the landing along the coast of Sardinia, the Turkish army and later on by parties of Turkish partisans or other organized groups, assassinations and mistreatment of prisoners and other persons and civilians. Such atrocities were repeated later on during the truce and as of the second stage of the invasion in the villages of Messaria, on the other side of Pentadactylon mountainous range, the culmination having been the incidents in Nasia and in other areas where there had been civilians and soldiers enclaved. Cases varied from one area to the next, from one day to the next, and from village to village. Greek, Cypriot and Greek persons having gone missing, civilians and soldiers are also persons who surrendered without resistance, and there has been corroborated testimony that they were arrested while having their arms in the air by the Turkish authorities, and ever since their traces have been lost. There have been also cases of injured soldiers that fell in the hands of the Turkish army and were briefly executed, only a few steps from their family and friends, albeit without confirming their death, and without any identification of the military unit of origin or the heads, officers of their division who might have been responsible for their assassination. Out of all these crimes to the detriment of Cypriot and Greeks, what is the most atrocious is the group assassination of 84 Turkish Cypriots by Pochni and the various other villages in July 1974. Perpetrators in all those cases remain unpunished. 47 years since, we may allow ourselves to establish statistical data, classify groups by gender, by age of the persons missing, being sober and sufficiently cool-blooded and perhaps with some further empathy. The fact remains, however, that the access, whether by historians or by the everyday civilian to the records, if possible, is practically inefficient. I consider this to be quite necessary, but at long last the Greek records in the matter of Cyprus should open, and the same should go for the occupation forces for the period during the invasion. Half a century will have lapsed in 3 years since 1974, so it is unfathomable that we're still in the darkness. I will not be insisting further on that, but I do believe in this essay that it is an insult against those who fought and gave their lives in the name of national independence and integrity of the Cypriot Republic, not to know where they are. We need to be soberly looking to that. And what is it that makes Athens keep the records on Cyprus closed, thereby exacerbating all this conspirational talk about the infamous Cyprus record file? It is an inheritance of chaos that started already in the first weeks after the invasion. In part, that chaotic situation was to be understood after the invasion, both at the level of the government and at the level of the military. This is how we were led to a necessary burial, hastily, of many persons, the loss of records, and the occupation of a major part of our homeland by the Turkish army. Similar phenomena do we see in other cases of catastrophes in our days, and the same going for much more organized countries at the time of IT technology. In our case, it seems there was a tendency to exacerbate the number of persons going missing, given the international interest taken in this point. As is to be expected at times of tragedy of those proportions, the authorities, the press, population themselves, and those who bore witness to the events mentioned and even adopted figures that was of some thousands up to accepting the number 1,619. Let us also remember, and this is quite relevant to what I'm saying, that similarly inflated figures had been adopted also for those who fell as of the coup d'etat, the Greeks and the Cypriots and those who lost their lives as of the coup d'etat. If one is to enter into the sources of the time, one would read about hundreds of people dead, and that was very good for the Turkish propaganda, the ultimate number of the victims of the coup on both sides of the line, including fortuitous victims. 25 years later, as we learned, was 100, the tremendously high count for Greek coup d'etats in the 20th century. It is a very heavy blood levy, and it nevertheless is way far from these figures of 700 as was believed that would be back then. May I also stress at this point that there may be understood this tendency to overinflate figures over the first years since the Turkish invasion. Nevertheless, it is impossible to understand, unacceptable though, that government services have so many years been retaining those record files closed, which as a result is the families of many missing persons living in the darkness, whereas in most cases there are information about those persons missing from the very recent blatant examples, among which we'd like to mention those we learned based on data subsequent to the retrieval of the airplane Atlas. It was proven that certain officers, officials have known already back in 1974 that aboard that plane there have been coffins of 12 persons, and for years the issue was dealt with as a national secret by keeping those persons unburied, those who went to Cyprus to fight, and punishing for this sacrifice their own people. Similar cases, very painful to the families of the missing and to all of us, are being discussed time and again and are part of today's political actuality in Cyprus with respect to soldiers hastily buried in Lakatanian, which for many decades were considered to be missing. How can you apologize to the families of these people? And then there are many well-known cases of reservists that for years were considered missing for many, at least for their families, and all of a sudden, as of their burials, there were revealed reports on their death already since the 22nd of July or August 1974 in action. Such cases were utilized, as I explained, also by the anti-propaganda of Denktash, and are still being used to very surreptitiously undermine the situation and an effort to compensate for crimes against the indifference of the public opinion until they are fully prescribed. That would be an even heavier crime. Most of Greek Cypriots and also the families of the missing know that their persons have been detained illegally, apprehended, assassinated, never returned. Moreover, there are very well-known cases of non-disclosed apprehended civilians who were located alive and were delivered to the Greek Cypriot government after the exchange of prisoners. The group of 5 detainees in the Seragion prison who were put to liberty in November 1974 1 month subsequent to the first exchange of prisoners. Another two, 1974. Charalimpos Moscovias, who was liberated in August 1975. El Dicario Plisi from Plisi, and so on. At the same time, Turkey and Rauf Denktash kept claiming standard policy that there had been no missing persons. The culmination coming with a cynical assertion that we expect those who have not been returned to have been executed. This excellent work accomplished by archaeologists and specialists has made it possible to identify, exhume, and deliver to the families of the remains of some hundreds of persons that were missing on both sides. Besides the course of excavations from now on, there still remain open different and various aspects that are a constant wound for our society and for Cyprus on both sides when it comes to persons gone missing. There may be acceptance of some reliquaries as proofs of death. Is this possible? Is a reliquary enough to close the cycle of the life of a person? Are there legal liabilities? How do we assume them when you confirm the death of a person that was detained by the army of an occupant? Who will take all these assassins to court? Who will take those perpetrators of summary executions to court, the perpetrators of those atrocious assassinations that still live around us unbothered? And how can we determine the fate of the rest of the missing persons? Obviously, the issue of the missing persons, the culmination of the Cyprus drama, is primarily of humanist nature, very important both for the relief of the families and for justice to be done through punishment. This is how the justice will determine whether this is possible, however long the period may be, and this applies on both sides of this line of conflict. I would like to close by touching upon the most crucial aspect of this drama, the humanitarian one. For many of us, the Cypriot drama identified over the years with the missing persons, a woman clutching, grasping the picture of a missing son, stamps, and even posters in student halls and faculties, not to mention the effigies of the missing persons and the persons who for many years were bearing the burden of the effort and who are nurturing the memory of these people. Priest Christophoros, Mrs. Kouroupi, Nikos Theodosiou, Nikos Sergidi, Maria Kalpourtzi, and tens of others. But most and above all, we retain on our mind the black-clad women, widows, and orphaned mothers who suffered the atrocities of war and year in, year out, being tormented in this endless waiting, living through all these terrible history of post-war modern Cyprus, the first to fight, bearing the standards of the struggle, women clad in black, clutching instead of standards, pictures, most of them in their hands, photographs, courageous, pride, silent, noble in their mourning attitude, their eyes full of the relentless tears of the absence they were experiencing. And those women, Charita, Mirofora, Yanula, and so many more, anonymous Cypriot women and Greek women, became synonym of dignity and struggle and the spirit of effort in relentless pursuit of the right of every human being on this planet. Because most and above all, those families, the families of those missing, are unfortunately those very persons that have been left behind to pursue, in the name of all of us, the protection of the most elementary human rights and indeed resist the subjection to status quo of the occupation. Thank you very much for your attention. That was a very interesting intervention by Mr. Papapoliviou, who indeed told us very eloquently what all this was about, going back in time, having a historic overview of what happened in Cyprus since the Second World War, the first publication in August 1974, and highlighting facets with the eye of the historian, mentioning briefly what happened since the summer of 1958. He also mentioned some very painful stories of missing persons. I am happy and honored to now give the floor to Evangelos Venizelos, ex-Vice President of the Greek government, ex-Minister of Defense, Professor of the Constitutional Law at the Aristoteles University of Thessalonica. He will be elaborating on the reinstatement of democracy and the case of missing parties in Cyprus. Mr. President, I failed to follow the first part of your presentation. I would like to thank the organizers, as well as expressing my deep appreciation to the families, relatives and friends of the persons missing, all those who are going through this drama for tens of years now. After the very eloquent presentation by Mr. Papapoliviou, mine is a very difficult position. I will content myself in some epigrammatic observations on the so-called recuperative, restorative justice in the case of persons missing in Cyprus. I wonder how many more years subsequent to the Attila event, many more years since the inter-community conflicts of 1963, what is it that could definitely justify persons going missing? Of course, a solution of the Cypriot question that would be securing the entity and the international personality of Cypriot Republic, which would ascribe the context of the well-known resolutions of the Security Council, a solution that would be conformant to international law, the EU acquis, and which respects humanitarian law, within the context of which there also ascribes the rights of the missing persons. But at the national, at the level of humanitarian law, as well as most specifically at the level of humanity and humanism, and in the name of the trauma, of the stress, of the mnimi, what is it that could really do justice to the missing persons? Respecting, of course, paying respect to their families and the understanding of the need for these persons to know the truth. This I say because the case of the missing persons for so long now, in reality, consists in the difficulty there exists for a normal development of the period of mourning and conciliation with the truth. In reality, this is an existentialist effort that is experienced as a torture by those families that since 1974, as I said, already since the early 60s, have been struggling relentlessly to find the truth they cannot find. And this transition of sorts from truth to the formal announcement of death, and from death to mourning, I believe it is necessary to make closure. It is a process that, strangely, is associated to the judicial framework within which we now delve. So it would, if anything, be a risky illusion if this would be a legalism for one to expect that the Cypriot question will be tackled by way of court rulings, or that the issue of missing persons in these proportions, and what with the figures we have in hand, even not inflated, as Mr. Polyviou said, could ever be tackled by way of judicial rulings. This is the reason why, as we know, there have been internationally developed various alternative modes of approach of doing justice, one of which, the most known of which, is the so-called restorative justice or transitory justice. This is an issue that has been falling for years, and by coincidence, this has been the object of a research carried out by my daughter Elvina some 10 years ago at Georgetown University while preparing her master's degree. And ever since, I am taking a big higher interest vis-à-vis the general interest that is taken in the fate of missing persons, and besides the management of various other relevant issues by the Greek government on similar questions. Restorative justice as an alternative form of justice, therefore, is meant to aim by looking for the truth through the debate, through the discourse, and by organizing contacts amongst the conflicting parties to obtain harmonization, moral justice, balance, equilibrium, and the possibility of transcendence towards a conciliation. But for this to happen, there have to be established some definitive correlations and associations, and that the picture becomes clearer, factually speaking, so that we may add upon it a refinement, emotionally speaking, and intellectually understanding it, such as to play the role of justice and sanction, which would be the formalist way to approach things. You see, right here, we're talking about justice, not in the criminal concept. This is not like a hearing taking place and the litigation aiming at catharsis, because there is an accused party and there are accusations and judgment, just as we see is happening in the international court or other international criminal courts that have operated in the past, which have an interest for our area, as was the case after the events of the 90s in the former Yugoslavia. This is a complex process, quite close to which we may, for some decades now, may find already since 1981, essentially since mid-90s, we have the investigation committee on missing persons in Cyprus. They have started to be intensely operational since 1997 and on, and this committee on their page declares to have investigated 492 cases of Turk Cypriot missing persons and another 1,000 or so of Greek Cypriots having contributed to the identification of an impressively high count of remains, if one is to take into account the data, the lapse of time, and the various delays, some oftentimes not justified on the part of the Cypriot government in the matter. But by following closely these issues, I have come to realize that this bizarre duplication of the number of the missing persons relevant to the responsibility of the government, which incidentally ought to have averted the events already at the time of their happening, and then a second issue, that of parties gone missing because of the failure by the government to investigate into the matter efficiently decades later, hence also a secondary offense to their relatives and the persons who are missing. Now, this is a problem not only just as in Turkey, which after all is the main perpetrator and truly the person that is answerable internationally, but also, to be frank, from some point on, this is a problem for the Cypriot government as well, which happens to be answerable before the Cypriot courts at all levels of jurisdiction, including the provincial ones and the Supreme Court, as well as before the international courts. What is interesting is that in the case of persons going missing, this psychological aspect, which in fact is the product of restorative justice, operates within the context of formal justice, meaning that courts themselves and the national court, as well as the European Court, in their reasoning, formulate reflection which essentially ascribe a process of normalization, otherwise said, a process of formal manifestation of respect vis-à-vis the missing persons, whether silent because they're dead, or as a form of respect expressed vis-à-vis the agony of the families who are now becoming offended themselves because they are being tormented, irrespective of the regulatory content of the right to the protection of life as the right par excellence, even in its procedural dimension, which ultimately is about the missing person oneself, and by extrapolation to the it is a matter for the relative who needs to know what has happened so as to pay tribute to one's own dead. Is it to be proved that this person is now dead, being able to pay tribute to these missing persons according to our culture in a way that is archaic, arcane, and unchanged over the centuries. So indeed, we are witnessing the same archaic elements of the end of life, of death, of the funeral, of the mourning. So one may just as well come across very critical reflections, starting with the very well-known rulings by the Court of Human Rights in the matter of Cyprus against Turkey, and the two fundamental rulings of 2001 and 2014 in the matter of compensations, and later on, as of posterior rulings, even those that overturn the relevant recourses, reflections echoing this respect and this notion. The very fact that pecuniary compensation and moral damages acquire symbolic dimensions may not be something satisfactory for those who take recourse. It nevertheless demonstrates that the court is becoming party to a process of quest of truth and doing justice by allowing for tribute to be paid to the person of the missing person and the family. But the act of attribution of compensation is an act that is deeply symbolic. I would even say, because Mr. Papavaltiu also mentioned the issue of No Atlas and the Tomb of Makedonitissa, and the reversal of facts we had taken for granted forever, and then the case Zilivakis against Cyprus that was thrown out back in 2014. We are bound, based on this incident of the crash of the plane and what happened at the Tomb of Makedonitissa, actions that also demonstrate this respect, and in reality the tribunal may judicially overturn the request, but through its reflection does operate restoratively, because in this case we see that although there is a reversal of this recourse by the court in Strasbourg, the developments it triggered, the revelation of the reality, constitute full moral and historic justification of an atonement of those who took recourse. The same having happened also as of another case of a recourse having been overthrown by the court in the matter of inter-community conflicts, Emili versus Cyprus, and there is also an overturning, but also a reminder of what happened back in 1963-1964, and that reminder is absolutely necessary for us to understand what it is we need to avoid in the future when we come to a true negotiation towards a viable solution. Based on such rulings, we may evaluate the importance of the Constitution of 1960. The importance that started to become understood, unfortunately, only past Attila, past the invasion, past the proclamation of pseudo-state, and to this day, together with the loss of an illusion that there's a status quo that operates in favor of the Greek aspects, and as a result, this is a constant point of reference that is positive and beneficial to us. Naturally, nothing of the sort would ever be compared to Turkey's responsibility, as it has been acknowledged at all levels. But right now, as we stand, there are efforts by the very courts of Cyprus to operate twofold, both as organs of justice and as means of atonement. Very interesting reflections echoing this respect. We all know of the ruling of the Appellate Court of Cyprus in the case Attorney General against Adriani, Palma et Ali. There was a reduction of the amount of compensation assorted with reflections that alleviate the pain and somehow ease off some of the mourning. Could a compensation of 324,000 euro be reduced down to 40,000 euro? But irrespective of that, the very reflection of the court, the reasoning, being as affirmative as an operative part of a ruling, if seen under the perspective of restorative justice, is remarkable, and indeed create hybrid of sorts, a combination of, that is very original worldwide, between the classical formal justice of civil responsibility of the state with the flexible mechanisms one comes across in the form of truth commissions in the domain of restorative justice. And just as interestingly, have I been able to come across as of a more recent ruling by the Provincial Court of Nicosia in the matter of Socrates versus Attorney General of the Republic, with similar reflections and reasoning and a similar approach of the issue by a mutatis mutandis implementation of jurisprudence, Attorney General against Adriani Palma, to which I also already referred myself. And if you need me to draw a conclusion, let me say this. Speaking purely as a legal specialist, that hybrid I mentioned, under which formally judicial instruments operating as justice vehicles worldwide may also, besides this role, have the role of restorative justice mongers by harboring judicial reflections and reasoning that allow for a psychological transcendence and balancing, a kind of atonement that helps us deal with the truth. And in so doing, we have a better contact with reality and the true association of powers with a possibility further to deal with the separate issue in a more humane way. Also dealing with the missing persons issue. Historically, politically speaking, I believe that this case gives us an even more poignant lesson. You can never afford to hide the truth. Under no circumstances, whether because of negligence or because of indifference or even because you fail to prove yourself to be to the level of your responsibilities, you may not afford to hide the truth. It's a duty for Greece, for Cyprus, for the Greeks around the world. There is no justification for hiding the truth or to alter the truth and the facts. You cannot afford to be remiss of respect vis-à-vis the parents, the families, the missing persons, those who are looking for their loved ones, waiting for the person to appear, or that news reach them about this person for decades now, for 50 and even more years. I believe that as we are about to celebrate 200 years since the launching of our War of Independence of 1821, we bring to mind Dionysius Solomos, our national poet. Let us also remember Iakobos Polilas, one of his editors, who has preserved this phrase, this poignant phrase, not written by Solomos, but is attributed to Solomos, meaning national is the real, and in the case of the missing, national, legitimate, moral and ethical, internationally obligatory and beneficial is only one thing, the truth. And this is what we need to retain as a fundamental conclusion of all this so complicated experience. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε και εμείς τον Ευάγγελο Βενιζέλο, καθηγητή συνταγματικού δικαίου του Αριστοτελείου Πανεπιστημίου Θεσσαλονίκης, πρώην αντιπρόεδρο της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης, Υπουργό Εξωτερικών και Υπουργό Εθνικής Άμυνας. Το συμπέρασμα που μας είπε, εθνικό είναι το αληθές και μας μίλησε για τη λειτουργία της αποκαταστατικής δικαιοσύνης στην περίπτωση των
one cannot hide or not disclose the truth. He spoke about restorative justice, and he also said that the families of the missing people have been suffering since 1974. He spoke of Turkey's responsibilities. He said that truth cannot be concealed, and he spoke about the missing persons' cases as the result of restorative justice. And we are going to hear now Mr. Themistoklis Demiris, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is referring to the missing persons question, the position of Greece, and lessons learned by the Greek government. It is a recorded message. I am very sorry, but the sound is not sufficient for this recording to be translated. Apologies.
Είναι ένα θέμα με προφανείς πολιτικές και διεθνείς προεκτάσεις, αλλά κυρίως με βαθιά συναισθηματική υπόθεση. Για δε τις κυβερνήσεις του καλούνται να το σκεφτούν, γιατί όμως η αντιμετώπιση του δεν μπορεί καθόλου να είναι απλώς γραφειοκρατική. Ούτε καν μόνο πολιτική ή διπλωματική. Γιατί εδώ έχουμε να κάνουμε με ανθρώπινες ζωές, με ανθρώπινο πόνο και με θεμελιώδη ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα. Δικαίωμα στη ζωή, δικαίωμα στη γνώση, δικαίωμα φαίνεται στη δικαίωση. Είναι όμως τελικά και πάνω απ' όλα το ζήτημα των αγνοωμένων. Ναι, είναι ένα ζήτημα πολλαπλής παραβίασης ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων, των ίδιων των αγνοωμένων, αλλά και των δικαίων μας. Ναι, είναι ζήτημα ανθρώπινο, αλλά είναι και ζήτημα πολιτικό. Ναι, αφορά συγκεκριμένα άτομα και έθνη, αφορά όμως όλο τον κόσμο. Είναι όλα αυτά, όχι όμως μόνο. Νομίζω πάνω απ' όλα το ζήτημα των αγνοωμένων είναι ζήτημα χρέους. Χρέους εναντίον ως στοιχειώδες καθήκον ανταπόδοση για αυτά που έχουν, έναντι των οικείων τους, που δικαιούνται να ξέρουν, έναντι της κοινής γνώμης που η αναζήτηση της αλήθειας πρέπει πάντα να είναι το ζητούμενο του μέλλοντος. Είναι ένα χρέος έναντι της ιστορίας, ώστε να αποκατασταθούν σωστά τα γεγονότα και να εμορφωθεί καλύτερη εικόνα για αυτά που συνέβησαν. Είναι και ένα χρέος όμως έναντι του μέλλοντός μας, που πρέπει να λάβει υπόψη τις εμπειρίες μας, ηρωικές, τραγικές και άτομες. Θα λέγω ότι στην Ελλάδα είναι γεγονός ότι το ζήτημα των αγνοωμένων ήταν πάντα ζωντανό και έτυχε από την αρχή της προσοχής κυβερνήσεων, υπουργείων, φορέων, μηνιεύσεων και άλλων ανθρώπων. Κοιτάζοντας όμως τώρα προς τα πίσω, με την πολυτέλεια της γνώσης όσων έχουμε συλλαβήσει, θα έλεγα ότι η αντιμετώπιση του πέρασε από διάφορες φάσεις. Νομίζω ότι κάποια στιγμή υπήρξε μια σαφής αμηχανία για το πώς θα πρέπει να εκτιμηθούμε αυτό το πράγμα. Ήταν ένα θέμα πρωτόγνωρο, φορτισμένο, αν θέλετε, και με ιστορικά λάθη, ή λάθη χειρισμών, που μάλλον θέλαμε να ξεχάσουμε γρήγορα και αγνοούμενοι δεν μας άφηναν να ξεχάσουμε. Ίσως να υπήρχε παράλληλα κάπου βαθιά στο μυαλό μας και ένα αίσθημα ενοχής για μερικά πράγματα που έγιναν και δεν έπρεπε να γίνουν, και οδηγίες που δόθηκαν ενώ δεν έπρεπε να έχουν, και ασφάλματα και απώλειες που θα μπορούσαν να είχαν αποφευθεί. Ίσως για όλα αυτά να υπήρξε στην αρχή μια κάποιο είδους απόθεση, μια διστακτικότητα στη λήψη αποφάσεων ή στην ουσιαστική μελέτη τρόπων επίλυσης. Σε κάποια φάση πάλι το ζήτημα κρίθηκε ότι είναι καλύτερα να αντιμετωπίζεται κυρίως όχι άμεσα από εμάς. Πολύ γρήγορα όμως αυτά ξεπεράστηκαν και συνειδητοποιήθηκε από όλους για να ξεπεράσουμε όλα τα άλλα αισθήματα, γιατί πάνω απ' όλα αυτό που έπρεπε να κυριαρχήσει ήταν η αναζήτηση της αλήθειας και η εξακρίβωση της θήκης των αγνοωμένων χωρίς άλλες επιφυλάξεις. Και βεβαίως το ζήτημα είναι και ελλαδικό. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, όλες οι ελληνικές κυβερνήσεις τα τελευταία χρόνια σταθερά και αποτελεσματικά κινητοποιούνται όπου, όπως και όσο μπορούν για την πρόοδο του θέματος. Μιλώντας ειδικά για το Υπουργείο Εξωτερικών, θέλω να θυμίσω ότι το θέμα των αγνοωμένων ήταν ψηλά και είναι στην ατζέντα των παραβάσεων και συζητήσεων μας στα Ηνωμένα Έθνη, τόσο στην Γενική Συνέλευση και ειδικότερα στην Τρίτη Επιτροπή, που είναι αρμόδια για τα ανθρώπινα δικαιώματα, όσο και το Συμβούλιο Ανθρωπίνων Δικαιωμάτων. Θέτουμε διαρκώς και επιτακτικά το ζήτημα των αγνοωμένων και στην Επιτροπή Μονίμων Εκπροσώπων της Βουλής της Ευρώπης, όπου πραγματικά σε συνεργασία με την Ινδιανή κυβέρνηση έχουμε πετύχει υιοθέτηση αποφάσεων που θέτει την Τουρκία ως καθεστική δύναμη ενώπιον των ευθυνών της, επιβάλλοντάς της μάλιστα και συγκεκριμένες ενέργειες. Το θέμα τίθεται επίσης και σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο, όπου επίσης πάλι σε συνεργασία των κοινοβουλευτών από Ελλάδα και Κύπρο έχουμε πετύχει την υιοθέτηση σειράς ψηφισμάτων για τους αγνοωμένους. Αλλά και στους ειδικούς οργανισμούς, σε κάθε διεθνές φόρουμ που μπορεί να θεωρηθεί ότι σχετίζεται, μπορεί και ένα φόρουμ που μπορεί, όπως θα κριθεί, να βοηθήσει στην ευρύτερη δυνατή διεθνή συνειδητοποίηση της ανάγκης επίλυσης του, το θέμα τίθεται συστηματικά από εμάς και διαχρονικά. Ας μην νομίζουμε βέβαια ότι όλα αυτά είναι αυτονόητα και ότι η αντιμετώπιση είναι πάντα ευνοϊκή. Υπάρχουν πάντα πολιτικές εκτιμήσεις και αναλύσεις συμφερόντων που στο μυαλό πολλών επικρατούν τελικά των ανθρώπινων ευαισθησιών. Και επίσης, κακά τα ψέματα, όσο ο χρόνος περνά, όσο οι γενιές αλλάζουν, ο κίνδυνος της κόπωσης, της λήφθης, η αίσθηση ματαιότητας, η τάση για εγκατάλειψη προσπαθειών μεγαλώνει. Και απαιτείται πολλαπλάσια προσπάθεια για να συντηρήσει ένα θέμα που βολεύει πολλούς, συνειδητά ή ασυνείδητα, να αγνοούν. Παράλληλα, στηρίζουμε και το πρόγραμμα που η Κυριακή Δημοκρατία εφαρμόζει για τις επαφές και αναγνώριση ψάχνων στις ελεύθερες περιοχές. Συνεργαζόμαστε μαζί της και προσβλέπουμε σε ακόμα μεγαλύτερη πρόοδο. Στα πλαίσια αυτά, οι εγγραφές όπως αυτή την ώρα στο τμήμα της Μακεδονίας και των περισσότερων της ακτιωτικών παρέσεων απαιτούν σημαντικές εξελίξεις και ήταν λογικό όχι μόνο να τύχουν ιδιαίτερη υποστήριξη, αλλά και να προκαλέσουν ιδιαίτερη κίνηση από αφορούσαν και ελεύθερες. Η συνεργασία των δύο κυβερνήσεων δράση είναι κομβική σημασία για την ευόδοση του κοινού μας σκοπού. Απαιτείται συνεχής τελεσμέρωση και συνεχής διάδραση επίσης με τις δύο επιτροπές αναγνωμένων. Απαιτείται όμως και άμεση χωρίς επιφυλάξει συνεργασία σε επίπεδο αρμόδιων υπηρεσιών και φορέων των δύο χωρών μας. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, η ανταλλαγή εμπειριών και μέσων και η μελέτη χωρίς καμιά άλλη σκοπιμότητα κάθε αρχείου που διαθέτουν δύο πλευρές και μπορεί να βοηθήσει στο έργο της ακριβώσης της τύχης των αρμομένων, αποτελεί απόλυτη και επίγουσα προτεραιότητα. Πρέπει να χαιρετήσουμε στο σημείο αυτό και το έργο της Διερευνητικής Επιτροπής Αρμομένων, στην οικονομική στήριξη της οποίας η ελληνική κυβέρνηση θα συμβάλλει πλέον εκ νέου. Η Επιτροπή έχει πραγματοποιήσει σημαντικό αριθμό εκταφών και έχει πραγματοποιήσει ταυτοποίηση και επιστροφή λειψάνων σε Ελλαδίτες, Ελληνοκύπριους αλλά και Τουρκοκύπριους και εμείς αρμομένων και πρέπει με την εμπειρία που έχει αποκτήσει να συνεχίσει τις προσπάθειες με λυνόμενο ρυθμό. Μία από τις διαρκείς συνεχείς προκλήσεις που είχαμε όλα αυτά τα χρόνια στην αντιμετώπιση του θέματος ήταν το πώς θα ξεπεραστούν τα εμπόδια που φέρνει συστηματικά εδώ και χρόνια η Τουρκία. Δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε ότι η Τουρκία είναι αυτή που φέρει την ευθύνη για την διερεύνηση της τύχης των αγωγωμένων και την ενημέρωση των οικογενειών τους, σύμφωνα και με την απόφαση του Ευρωπαϊκού Δικαστηρίου Ανθρωπίνων Δικαιωμάτων στην 4η διακρατική προσφυγή της Κύπρου κατά της Τουρκίας του 2001. Να θυμίσω ότι λόγω της μη συμμόρφωσης με την απόφαση του Δικαστηρίου, η Επιτροπή Υπουργών του Συμβουλίου της Ευρώπης υιοθέτησε ενδιάμεσο ψήφισμα αναφορικά με απόφαση του ΕΔΑ της 4ης διακρατικής προσφυγής της Κύπρου κατά της Τουρκίας. Το ενδιάμεσο αυτό ψήφισμα απαιτούσε μεταξύ άλλων όπως ληφθούν από την Τουρκία αποτελεσματικά μέτρα για την επίλυση του άλλου ανθρωπιστικού προβλήματος των αγωγών. Το ψήφισμα ζητά από την Τουρκία μεταξύ άλλων να εντατικοποιήσει τις προσπάθειές της για πλήρη και ολοκληρωμένη εκτέλεση της απόφασης. Τον Ιανουάριο του 2008, το ΕΔΑ καταδίκασε στην Τουρκία με απόφαση του επί 9 ατομικών προσφυγικών συγγενών, ελληνικών εργαζομένων, την υπόθεση Παρνάβα και Λιβύα, αναφέρθηκε και τον Τελωστή, και κατόπιν του τουρκικού αιτήματος έγινε παραπομπή της υπόθεσης στην Ολομέλεια, η οποία εξέδωσε τελεσίγγυτη καταδικαστική απόφαση το Σεπτέμβριο του 2009 και εκδίκασε σε κάθε μία από τις οικογένειες των αγωνωμένων χρηματική αποζημίωση 12.000 ευρώ για ηθική δουλειά. Στις 13 Μαΐου 2014, το ΕΔΑΤ κάλεσε την Τουρκία να καταβάλει αποζημιώσεις ύψους 30 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ στους οικογένειες των αγωνωμένων. Η Τουρκία θα πρέπει πια να πάψει να εννοεί τα σχετικά ψηφίσματα της Επιτροπής Υπουργών του Συμβουλίου της Ευρώπης, η οποία επιτηρεί την εφαρμογή της απόφασης του δικαστηρίου, με το επιχείρημα ότι μόνο η ιδέα μπορεί να δώσει απαντήσεις. Αναμένουμε δηλαδή από την Τουρκία να συμμορφωθεί επιτέλους με τη διεθνή νομιμότητα και να εφαρμόσει χωρίς άλλη πολυσχεδία την απόφαση αυτή, καθώς επίσης και άλλες αποφάσεις του Ευρωπαϊκού Δικαστηρίου Ανθρωπίνων Δικαιωμάτων που αφορούν ατομικές προσφυγές των υγειών των μονομένων. Να καταβάλει την αποζημίωση που δίδεται στο ΕΔΑ. Δυστυχώς, μέχρι τώρα η στάση της Τουρκίας δεν είναι ιδιαίτερα ενθαρρυντική και δεν αφήνει πολλά περιθώρια αισιοδοξίας. Αναφέρομαι κυρίως στη συστηματική άρνησή της να επιτρέψει με ελάχιστες εξαιρέσεις την πρόσβαση των ερευνητών στις στρατιωτικές ζώνες των κρατουμένων ή σε χώρους που η ίδια αυθαίρετα χαρακτηρίζει ως στρατιωτικές ζώνες. Αναφέρομαι επίσης στην άρνησή της να υποδείξει στους χώρους επαναπροπής ψάνων το σκόπιμα μετακινήσει και αναλυτικό στρατό από τους αρχικούς χώρους ταφής. Όσο και καλή διάθεση αν έχει κάποιος, πώς να μην σκεφτεί ότι μια τέτοια πρακτική στοχεύει στην απόκτηση στοιχείων. Και πραγματικά είναι κρίμα να μην υπάρχει συνεργασία σε ένα τέτοιο θέμα. Η Τουρκία έστω και τώρα μπορεί να δείξει ανθρώπινο πρόσωπο και να συνεργαστεί ώστε να δοθούν στους γενείς όλων των αρμονωμένων Ελλήνων, Ελληνοκυπρίων και Τουρκοκυπρίων οι απαντήσεις που εναγωνίως ζητούν για την τύχη των αγαπημένων. Όμως να ξεκαθαρίσω και κάτι άλλο, ότι όταν επισημαίνουμε τις ευθύνες της Τουρκίας, δεν το κάνουμε για να την εκθέσουμε. Η επισήμανση των ευθυνών της δεν είναι αυτός ο σκοπός. Θα προτιμούσαμε να μην γίνει. Αλλά είμαστε αναγκασμένοι να το κάνουμε, όχι για να προσθέσουμε άλλο ένα σημείο κλειδί στη σχέση με την Τουρκία, αλλά επειδή πιστεύουμε ή θέλουμε να ελπίζουμε ότι μέσα από αυτή την έκθεση, μέσα από την πίεση κυρίως μέσω των εθνικών οργανισμών προς την Τουρκία, εκείνη θα μπορέσει να αντιληφθεί αυτό που δεν δείχνει να έχει αντιληφθεί με όλες τις άλλες προσπαθίες μας. Ότι δηλαδή πρέπει να συνεργαστεί με καλή πίστη για να λυθεί οριστικά αυτό το θέμα. Να παραμερίσει σκοπιμότητες, να αποδεχθεί ότι σε θέματα σαν γι' αυτό που προέχει είναι η ανθρώπινη διάσταση. Πάντως, ανεξάρτητα από το αν πετύχαμε πολλά ή λίγα όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, ανεξάρτητα από τα επιμέρους περάσματα για τις δικές μας μίσεις, τις τάσεις των οργανισμών ή το ρόλο της Τουρκίας, είναι γεγονός ότι από όλες αυτές τις προσπάθειες, όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, από τις καλές ή κακές στιγμές μιας συνεχούς δύσκολης ιστορίας και μιας διαρκούς άσκησης ισορροπίας ανάμεσα σε καθήκον και σκοπιμότητες, αν μη τι άλλο, γίναμε όλοι σοφότεροι. Γιατί πράγματι όλα αυτά τα χρόνια, πότε βλέπαμε πρόοδο, πότε βλέπαμε στασιμότητα, πότε βλέπαμε πολιτικές προτεραιότητες να εμποδίζουν πρόοδο που θέλαμε, αλλά και βλέπαμε να βρίσκονται λύσεις και να απεμπλέκονται καταστάσεις, μάθαμε πολλά. Όπως μάθαμε πολλά από τον τρόπο με τον οποίο χειρίστηκαν το θέμα διάφοροι αρμόδιοι, μη αρμόδιοι ή και επιτιδίως αρμόδιοι. Μέσα από τη συσσωρευμένη εμπειρία 47 χρόνων, μπορέσαμε σιγά σιγά να συνειδητοποιήσουμε ποιο είναι το σωστό και τι θα πρέπει ίσως να αποφεύγεται όταν έχεις να κάνεις με τέτοια θέματα. Άλλα λόγια, μετά από απογοητεύσεις αλλά και επιτυχίες, έχουμε πια καταλάβει, ελπίζω όλοι, πρώτα απ' όλα ότι σε ανθρώπινα δράματα δεν πρέπει να υπάρχει χώρος για πολιτική εκμετάλλευση. Ότι η πολιτικοποίηση αλλά και η επαγγελματοποίηση ορισμένων θεμάτων δεν βοηθάει. Ότι η ωριμότητα κατακτάται μέσα από την προσπάθεια να μαθαίνεις από τα λάθη σου όταν βλέπεις ότι αυτό που πίστευσες δεν έφερε αυτό που ήθελες. Ότι ο καλύτερος τρόπος για να καθούν αντιδράσεις είναι η παράθεση λογικών επιχειρημάτων που θα δείξουν ότι όλοι μπορούν να βγουν κερδισμένοι από μια διευθέτηση. Ότι η ταυτοποίηση ωστών, αν και όχι η μόνη λύση του ζητήματος, είναι σίγουρα ένα μεγάλο μέρος της λύσης. Ότι το ζήτημα δεν μπορεί να θεωρηθεί ότι έλειξε παρά μόνο όταν έχει διαλευκανθεί η τύχη όλων των αγωγμένων. Ότι το ζήτημα των αγωγμένων δεν είναι θέμα αριθμών. Είναι θέμα αξιών και αδιαπραγμάτευσης των δικαιωμάτων. Δηλαδή, ότι ψάχνοντας για την τύχη 1510 και 492, 82 ανθρώπων, ψάχνουμε βασικά για τη δική μας ανθρωπιά. Ότι σε προσωπικά δράματα ή και εγκλήματα που αναμφίβολα πέρα από τα άλλα συνιστούν ύβρι με την αρχαία έννοια του όρου, αναζητώντας πια όχι την υποχρεωτικά την έμεση, αλλά κυρίως την προσωπική λύτρωση, μπορείς να φτάσεις πιο εύκολα στην ατομική και συλλογική κάθαρση. Μάθαμε ακόμα ότι τα ευχολόγια από μόνα τους δεν αρκούν. Ότι οι διεθνείς προσπάθειες για να ευοδοθούν θέλουν διαρκή στήριξη και τροφοδοσία. Και φυσικά, πέρα από την πολιτική στήριξη και τη συμβολική ηθική ενίσχυση, χρειάζεται για να έχει πρακτικό αποτέλεσμα και η διάθεση σημαντικών πόρων. Αν ναι, και ότι οι άνθρωποι στις διάφορες θέσεις, ο χαρακτήρας, η διάθεσή τους, η μεταξύ τους χημεία, ιδίως σε θέματα σαν αυτά, μετρούν και μπορούν να κάνουν τη διαφορά. Μέσα από τη διαδικασία όμως αντιμετώπισης αυτών των προβλημάτων, μάθαμε επίσης ότι ο ανθρώπινος πόνος είναι κοινότητας. Και ότι είναι σημαντικό για να σε καταλαβαίνει, να μπορείς και εσύ να καταλαβαίνεις. Ακριβώς γι' αυτό, επειδή δηλαδή το ζήτημα των αγωνωμένων έχει να κάνει κατεξοχήν με τον ανθρώπινο πόνο, πιστεύω ότι πραγματικά προσφέρεται για συνεργασία και διανοητική συνεννόηση. Η επίλυση ενός τέτοιου θέματος μπορεί και πρέπει να λειτουργήσει ως μέτρο της ανθρωπιάς, της αίσθησης καθήκοντου, αλλά και του ρεαλισμού για όσους εμπλέκονται. Και μέσα από την πρόοδο σε αυτό το ζήτημα, δεν θα καταφέρουμε απλώς, έστω και με καθυστέρηση, να επιτελέσουμε το καθήκον μας εναντί όλων αυτών που πίνησαν την πατρίδα τους, αλλά και να συμβάλλουμε σε μια μεγαλύτερη αλληλοκατανόηση και συνειδητοποίηση των πλεονεκτημάτων της ελληνικής συνύπαρξης, της ασφάλειας, της δικαιοσύνης και της ευημερίας για όλους. Ίσως αυτό να αποτελεί και την τελική και ουσιαστικότερη δικαίωση τόσο των ίδιων των αγωνωμένων, όσο και όσων αγωνίστηκαν όλα αυτά τα χρόνια για το ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ τον Θεμιστοκλή Δεμήρη, Γενικό Γραμματέα του Υπουργείου Εξωτερικών, πρέσβη. Επιτρέψτε μου να κάνω μία σύντομη μετάφραση. Let me translate to summarize what Mr. Demiris said, I will speak in Greek for our audience. Λοιπόν, ο κύριος Δεμήρης είπε ότι δεν είναι εύκολο θέμα το ζήτημα των αγνοωμένων. Υπάρχει πολλαπλή παραβίαση των ανθρωπίνων δικαιωμάτων. Υπάρχει χρέος να αποκατασταθούν και να διασαφινιστούν.
The issue is not a simple matter. There is still a lot of need for clarification of events in Cyprus in 1974. There is a guilt feeling on all sides for omissions and mistakes. The Greek government is willing to do what it can in order to help resolve this problem. Time is the worst enemy because with time many more persons disappear, die. There is a program for the exhumation of missing persons, and the Greek government will contribute also money in order to facilitate the work. There was mention of the European Court of Human Rights and cases tried between 2010 and 2014. He spoke about conformity with rules and regulations, and stressed the need for cooperation. No need to politicize humanitarian issues. This is an issue that will remain open while the remains of each and even the last missing person are not found. No nemesis, but solutions. Mutual understanding, cooperation, and dialogue will form the framework towards a viable solution. This is the speaker before we hear Mr. Christodoulidis. Mr. Demiris spoke on Zoom. It was not recorded. I apologize if I confused some. Mr. Christodoulidis, dear friends, allow me to congratulate Maria Carpuzzi, President of the Committee of Undeclared Missing Persons after the Cypriot tragedy. I want to thank all the organizers of today's meeting. It is our duty to continue our efforts towards a resolution of the missing persons issue. I'm glad to be able to participate in your meeting, albeit remotely, especially on the date today, that is the day, International Day of Human Rights. For humanity, the Declaration of Human Rights is the founding stone for a world of dignity and respect. We want a world where human rights will be fully respected. 73 years after the Ecumenical Declaration of Human Rights, our world is far from what the fathers of this declaration envisioned. Don't look, you don't have to go far to look 47 years later. We are still looking for a viable and functional solution on the basis of the statutory charter of United Nations. We want we have the solution in the resolutions of the United Nations. We want a solution responding to today's circumstances. And we want a solution that will ensure fundamental human rights and fundamental liberties of all Cypriots, and one respecting fully all the principles respected and fostered by the EU. Speaking of our own tragedy in 1974, we have still a long way to go, dear friends, before we can say that the respect of human rights is a tangible reality. On the contrary, what is happening in our case is that we have experiencing for decades one of the most tragic consequences of the Turkish invasion. There have been violations not only of the human rights of the missing persons themselves, but those of their families whose life has been determined by their unceasing efforts to discover their own. In March 2018, we were able to assess the stagnation because of the refusal of Ankara to disclose information. And as a result, there was an initiative that led in 2019 to a very concrete plan of action approved by the Government Council in 2019, later on in the year. The idea being to improve coordination between co-competent agencies without, of course, forgetting that the responsibility for lack of progress lies with Turkey. This initiative stressed the need to put pressure on all international fora, mobilizing even more the diplomatic missions of the country abroad. The idea was to enhance internal mechanisms available in our republic, utilizing and every possible resource and human resource. In this framework, we were able to complete the digitizing process of services. And there is also a specialized team for the study and examination of the archives. We did everything possible in order for all problems that can be dealt with to be dealt with immediately. Glafos Kliridis, the then president, and Rauf Denktash, under the auspices of the UN, agreed to do something about the problem of the missing persons. Despite this development, the refusal by Turkey to cooperate, we took unilateral measures in order to make headway with this problem. And we decided to organize a series of exhumations and identifications. The identity of the victims had not been established because of the prevailing conditions of the day, that is immediately after the invasion. And the government tried to find solutions where it could. This Lakatamias, Constantinou and Elenis, where the two cemeteries where exhumations scientifically carried out took place in Cyprus. There were foreign scientists from the NGO, Doctors for Human Rights, and Dr. William Hackland. There were other exhumations in the tomb of Macedonitis in different cemeteries, but also in Greek regions, in Greece. And it became clear, and it was confirmed that the final resolution of the missing persons issue depends almost exclusively on Turkey and its readiness to cooperate by giving information coming from the Turkish army files and also giving access to occupied territories on Cyprus. We appealed 4 times in the European Court of Human Rights. In 2010, the court condemned Turkey for violation of a series of articles of the Convention of Human Rights in relation to the rights of the missing persons and the rights of their families. And the court invited Turkey to cooperate effectively and efficiently in order to restore the rights of the victims and their families. In one other decision of the court, fourth interstate appeal, Cyprus against Turkey, a decision issued in 2014, the court confirmed the continued violations of human rights by Turkey and adjudicated 30 million euros for damages against missing persons. And this is while this is an obligation for all members of the Council of Europe, Turkey has never paid anything, that is the 30 million or 60 million for damages, moral damages to those entrapped in Cyprus. The Committee of Ministers adopted an intermediate resolution last September expressing its concern for the non-abidance on behalf of Turkey with the decision of the ruling of the court. And this proves once again the quasi-total lack of political will on behalf of Turkey to take on its responsibilities in Cyprus and the non-readiness of the international community to help with the implementation, the execution of the court's decisions. Let me remind you that Turkey was asked to create a system, a mechanism, in order to be able to pay the 90 million euros to the victims and their families. And despite the fact that Ankara had not yet paid the amount due, the government went on with the establishment of a special committee for the drafting of a special draft of law, and which is now at the final stages. But this mechanism will really make sense only after Turkey has paid the just amount of money that it was asked to pay. Apart, however, from the courts, the missing persons problem is always brought to the fore in many platforms, and in fact what is required there is something self-evident, to find out what happened to these people. the EU is one of the biggest funders of the commissions for missing persons work. There are joint efforts and resolutions, special resolutions have been drafted. We support the work of the UN Commission for the Missing Persons of Cyprus, and we have contributed €1,160,000 for this. And I want to use this opportunity in order to thank all countries that have helped us in one or another way, and I want to thank the EU at large. This investigating committee for the missing persons has identified 1,022 missing persons out of the some 2,000 missing persons. However, as we said, time is against us. There are less and less remains that we find, and this is a matter of concern for us all. And we try to... We have, in fact, said and repeated that Turkey has said that Turkey needs to provide every necessary information by giving access to all military areas in occupied Cyprus, as it is suspected strongly that mass burials sites are within the limits of these military armies, military installations. There has been information for mass burials, transfer of remains, and this was a tactic followed by the Turkish army after 1974. But ladies and gentlemen, despite the lack of will on behalf of Turkey to cooperate, we shall continue our efforts on an international level in order for pressure to be put on Turkey in this direction. Turkey has a legal and moral obligation to cooperate for the restoration of the rights of the victims and their families, and it is in this direction that we have been working. Our other goal is to intensify our efforts in order to maintain the issue of missing persons at the top of the EU agenda, with the cooperation of families, relatives, and so on. One other priority is to hold a political conference on the missing persons between the two governments of Cyprus and Greece. And in closing, I would like to address the families of the missing persons in order to express my respect, the respect of our government, which is a given. But what I can really convey to them is that the state will continue its efforts, its endeavors, using all the means at its disposal until all martyred relatives in Greece or in Cyprus get answers to their questions and feel liberated from the uncertainty of so many years. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. I will give you a brief account of what he said. 73 years later, he said, the world is not ideal as the drafters of the Declaration of Human Rights would want. Cyprus is going to continue, of course, being a member of the EU even after the solution of the missing persons problem. There was discussion, and after 2019 there is a program. Mr. Christodoulidis gave us a list of the activities and actions undertaken by the government, gave a flashback as to exhumations and identifications of the victims. He again asked Turkey to cooperate by giving access to information and archives of the Turkish army. He also said that after the complaints by Cyprus against Turkey, Turkey needs to understand that it needs to pay the money that it was charged with, and he said that there will be a big, large conference between the two governments, Greek and Cypriot, and he spoke about legal responsibilities, liabilities of Turkey. Now we will go on to the last unit of our conference. We shall hear our guests. Paul-Henri Arny, a representative of the United Nations. He's going to talk to us about efforts to provide answers to the families of the missing people. Mr.
Families and mission and challenges for the Missing Persons Investigation Committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be talking to you, and I would like to thank really the generosity and the kindness of Maria and of the family associations and the family members that are here today. We are working not for governments, not for authorities, we are working for the families of the missing. Today in the world, there are 42 countries and territories where the issue of missing person is central and not resolved yet. In all continents, from Sri Lanka to Iraq, from Yemen to Africa, Colombia, Argentina, and in Europe, it's mostly the former Yugoslavia, Georgia, Cyprus, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. It's an issue that is extremely painful because, contrary to most wounds of war, losing your father or losing your son, not knowing what happened to him or to her, is the only wound of war that gets worse with time. It doesn't heal, it just gets worse. We humans are not designed to suffer such uncertainty. And it affects people extremely deeply. It affects communities extremely deeply because they tend to teach or to perpetrate hatred of the other communities. And it affects states in their inter-state relations. So it is a very serious problem. The United Nations has recognized the seriously of this problem 2 years ago with the first ever resolution of the Security Council, Resolution 2474, which deal exclusively with missing persons and asks all governments of the world to cooperate with mechanisms such as the Committee on Missing Persons and to support families. So finally it becomes It was for a long time under the radar. It becomes now an issue that is recognized internationally. We will not make a long presentation. I will talk a few minutes and then show you some pictures of our work so that you can see, for those who have not visited our operations, you can see what we do. We have been in existence for 40 years. For 25 years, the CMP was an investigative committee, exchanging information exclusively. Very difficult in the beginning, very politicized. And after all these years, families were not happy at all because they said, you tell us that my husband boarded a bus on 24 July or whatever, or during Bloody Christmas in 1963. But boarding a bus is not a proof of death. How can I know that my husband or my father is dead or alive? So the families put pressures on the leaders who didn't want exhumations, put pressures on the leaders to start finally exhumations. And that took place only in 2006, after an agreement reached in 1997. So from 1981 to 1997, it was exchange of information that solved no cases, but there were positive development in the sense that a list of missing persons was created. I will come back to that. The staff is bicommunal in our committee. We now have almost 100 staff in the 2 Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot offices of CMP. Equal representation of both communities, joint work in all phases, including during investigation, which was a phase that before, for many, many years, was done totally separated. When I arrived in Cyprus, it was totally separated. The 2 offices did not cooperate in 2013 on investigations, and slowly but surely now 90% of the investigation, the research work is done together. The mandate is strictly humanitarian. What does it mean, humanitarian? It means impartial. It means that we serve both communities. We serve the Turkish Cypriot victims and the Greek Cypriot victims alike, without any priority. No judicial aspect. This is very particular to Cyprus. In former Yugoslavia, in Latin America, in Sri Lanka and other countries, there is a judicial aspect in such commissions. In other words, when such commissions as us discover a body in a garden or under a road, it becomes a crime scene, the police investigates, and if they find culprits, culprits are judged and prosecuted and put in prison, like in the former Yugoslavia. International justice, local justice. Not in Cyprus, because Cyprus is such a small country that leaders, when they agreed after 6 years of negotiation, it took 6 years to create the CMP, 1975 to 1981. 6 years of negotiations for 1 page of mandate of terms of references, and it was decided that there would be no judicial element in it, because the country being so small, families know each other. In villages, people know who killed who, and it was decided that it wouldn't serve the families if there was a judicial element. Without a judicial element, witnesses, including perpetrators, would be more likely to talk, and to talk confidentially to the CMP. So our mandate does not include attribution of responsibility or cause of death. And finally, we are the only entity in Cyprus who covers the entire island. And as you know, for Greek Cypriots and for Greek citizens, most of them have disappeared. Not all, but most of them have disappeared in the north, which forces us to cooperate, of course, with all parties involved, included. The timeline, quickly, as I said, 1981 creation of CMP, 1 member of each community appointed by its leader, and a 3rd member appointed by the UN Secretary General to mostly serve, to help bridge the positions, the differences, because we work on the basis of consensus. And nowadays, it's easy to reach consensus. 25 years, 30 years ago, it was very difficult. For 4 years, the CMP didn't convene meetings from 1998 to 2002 because everything was politicized. It was a very toxic environment, and And everything was politicized inside the CMP, which is no longer the case, thank God. So, as I said, during these years, not many results in terms of persons found, of persons or cases solved, but an important step was taken, which was to agree on a list of missing persons. Lists of missing persons in all conflicts that I worked in are political tools. They are thrown at each other's face. Governments are blowing up lists of missing persons on purpose in order to appear as the victim and the other side as the perpetrator. It was the case in the Balkans, was the case in Iraq, was the case in Latin America, everywhere. The only persons who are entitled to say how many missing persons in a given country are the families, because you are the only ones who know if your missing has come back for dinner or not. The government, that's not his job. It is the families who know this and who can finally, help bridge the position and reach a list, a common acceptable list of missing. In Cyprus, we have 2002 persons, about 2/3 of Greek Cypriots, 1/3 of Turkish Cypriots. 1999, there was the start of antemortem, that is family reference samples, the blood and the saliva of the families that will be matched later with the bones of the deceased. And from 2006, CMP became an operational organization with exhumation, identifications, and return of remains. And today, as it was stated before, 1,022 missing persons were returned to their families, which is 51%, which is in the top 5 worldwide. The best results worldwide were reached in the former Yugoslavia, 72%. That's mostly because of American satellites who immediately after the killings of the mass killings of Srebrenica and other mass graves took, by political decisions of President Clinton, he ordered the satellites to be positioned on Bosnia, and they photographed the relocation of remains. Srebrenica was 2 grave sites relocated in 98 secondary and tertiary grave sites, and all of them were photographed by these satellites, which means that they were found very easily by international forensics. It's not the case in Cyprus because satellites did not exist back then. And it's not the case in other countries. But despite that, 51% is a good result. But for families, it's not a good result. It comes too late. Because, as I said, for 25 years, there was no agreement between the sides to exhume, identify, and return the remains for a dignified burial. Leaders were concerned that it would reignite the hostilities. It's quite the contrary that happened, in fact. We have these phases of our work. Investigation is the search for information, mostly with witnesses. That's carried out by the Greek and the Turkish Cypriot office. We have also in that investigation an archive project that has been going on for 4 years now systematically. I just completed myself 1 month ago in New York the last leg of the search into confidential UN archives. Now we've finished analyzing all the UN archives in New York and in Geneva, in Nicosia. We have finished analyzing, reviewing all the Red Cross archives in Geneva and all the British Cyprus-related archives in London. And we are in contact with Turkey and with Greece and with, of course, Cyprus and the Turkish Cypriot community for to convince everyone to cooperate on archives. Given now specific cases, instead of saying, please open up your archives, no country is opening its military archives, not even Switzerland, not even my country. Military archives are military archives. But what we do now is to ask information on specific cases, on specific dates, and that's far easier to, hopefully, to get results. Anthropological analysis that is in the lab that we manage ourselves in Nicosia. Genetic analysis is done between 3 labs, 2 in Nicosia, 1 in the south, 1 in the north, and 1 lab in the US who extracts DNA from bones that we send. And then we reconcile all this information to identify people. The identification of 1 missing person can take between 3 months for easy cases when you have a complete skeleton in good shape, and 8 or 9 years for little pieces that were, sitting in the sun, unburied, dispersed, and damaged by the sun and by elements. So it's a very complex operation, because what we try to do is to avoid at all costs a misidentification. That's the worst for families. The challenges that we have, one is political complexity. In the absence of a settlement, we have two sides. We don't have a political settlement, so we have to basically negotiate our access. We have to negotiate access, for instance, to military areas. That took a few years until we got very satisfactory result and a breakthrough in 2015 and 2019, where we passed from 2 military areas in the north to 10 per year. That was a very significant increase. And we have to, basically, Greek Cypriots, most of the Greek Cypriot families are looking for missing persons in the north, and most Turkish Cypriot families are looking for their loved ones who disappeared in Paphos, Limassol, Larnaca in the south, with a few exceptions. So it requires cooperation, but it requires also between the members of the committee, but it requires also cooperation with the authorities on both sides. The CMP is trying, and I must say that today it is really, there has been a huge progress trying to protect, especially these two gentlemen, trying to protect the CMP from politicization, from attacks of the press or from politicization, because there is always this temptation to use the missing person issue as a political chip. The second set of challenges is, as it was mentioned before, that time is against us. It is, that's of course a very significant obstacle, given the fact that most of our witnesses are now between 75 and 90 years of age, and they are passing away fast. Relocation of remains that took place for a few mass graves in Cyprus. It's a second crime committed after the first. The first crime is to shoot people in the back of their head. The second crime that happens in every conflict that I've seen for working for the Red Cross is to relocate the remains from its original location to a new location in the absence of witnesses, if possible at night, with a very small group of people who are keeping the secret, and then it's very difficult to know the location of this secondary place. So the most famous case that we're working on right now is the case of the people from Ashia, who were 71 of them were found by us in 2 wells in 2009. And as of 2017, we met with the perpetrators and the guys who transported, 20 years after the conflict, transported the remains, relocated the remains of 65 people from the original wells into a big landfill in the north of Nicosia. And this landfill was terminated by the EU, not knowing, of course, what was lying in this landfill. They terminated it for environmental reasons, and built a mountain covering a network of pipes, methane gas evacuation pipes. So it's a huge logistical issue to open up this site, and we have the expert who built this rehabilitation site coming in 2 weeks in Cyprus to initiate a 4 months feasibility study to tell us if it is feasible in terms of security, and how much would it cost to repair the place once we have finished our excavation. Access to military areas I mentioned, archive research I mentioned. Financial cost of the project, it's an expensive project. As I say, we have 100 staff, and most of the costs are divided between salaries, genetic costs for this US lab, $500 for one bone sample, and also excavation costs, although we now have a few diggers, but we still rent a few others. We have scientific obstacles. Which is the the passage of time to obtain credible and precise information. I mentioned the issue of relocation of remains, but there is another issue, which is the human nature. When we bring an 85-year-old witness to a place where you remember a gypsy village and 3 olive trees, and today there is an electric plant, or there is a supermarket, or there's a road, he's totally disoriented, and he cannot recognize anything from back then. Plus, the human memory tends to invent memories, as you know. So, oh yeah, I remember it was there, but in fact, might have been there. But the witness today thinks it's there. So that explains, after finding the easy cases, why today our success rate is on the fall, because we've done all the easy cases over the last 15 years, and now we are tackling really the hard cases, the complex cases. Recruitment and training of staff with the required expertise is also a challenge, because there is a rotation of staff. People find other jobs or leave the island, etc. So we have constantly a problem of, especially for investigators, of training properly investigators, and we are in contact with several police forces, foreign police forces, to help us into witness questioning techniques and analysis of data and so on and so forth. And the topographic changes I mentioned. The interaction with families, my colleagues will speak more about that. We keep, since the beginning of these operations in 2006, 2007, we keep close contact with the family associations, with the families themselves, through our psychologists and through the family association. We give after each, during each ceremony of identification, when we have identified a person, the family is invited to come to see the remains for the first time on the table and receive a full 1-hour scientific briefing about the conditions of the finding, the conditions of the identifications, and families can ask questions. And then we hand over the remains to them for a dignified burial, and we cover the cost of the burial. In 2019, we initiated, I gave a few copies to Maria, we initiated with the International Red Cross a study of the needs of the families 45 years later in Cyprus, 45 and 55 years after the events. 170 families were interviewed, and they gave their opinion about their problems. And it was a very interesting study, because the ICRC is doing such studies called family needs assessment, usually after 5 years, after 8 years, after a conflict, but not after 45 years or 55 years. And what this study just show that families in Cyprus feel abandoned, north and south. They feel not acknowledged enough, because they live in remote places, and people forget about them, and the authorities forget about them. They don't receive much support. They did in the first years of after the disappearance, but no longer now. And they really need acknowledgement and support, and they don't get it that much. So that was an interesting study. And we've, both members, Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot, had meetings with the concerned authorities, social ministry, etc., to alert them on the necessity to do something for these families alongside this report. And finally, the results that we have achieved in 16 years of operations. Out of 2,002 missing persons, 1,179 persons exhumed, and 1,022 persons identified and returned. I would like just to show you a few pictures now of our operations. This is the work that we're doing, superposing maps from different periods in order to find the exact location of a burial site. In '63, we have aerial photos and cadastral maps of the British that are very useful because they are very precise. There you have in 1993 a satellite image. Satellites were basically, imagery was basically developed together with GPS during the first Gulf War, 1991. So 93, you have the first satellite images. And then you have today's satellite image or Google Maps. We work a lot with Google Maps. And it's the superposition of these three maps that allow us to put information on these maps. We work now we center all our data collection on a map system, on a geographic information system, where you have links to click on report, you have boundaries of excavations, previous excavations, to the millimeter, to the centimeter, that allows us to have everything on a map. And our scientists have tablets, and even when they go in the north, they can, if they are in the field, they can see the previous excavations, where it stopped, where, et cetera, et cetera. It makes the management of information much, much easier. This is an image of the northern coast, Lapitos. Ground penetrating radar, we had a mission in 2015 of an Argentinian expert. It's basically a radar that analyzes the cavities in the soil, and with a complex computer system allows you to find out if there is a foreign body underneath, not a body, a human body, but it can be air, it can be a coffin, or it can be anything, a stone. Back then, in 2015, the specialist found nothing. We brought him to 9 sites, and he found nothing. In 2 weeks' time, early 2022, we will have two American professors coming to do a work of ground penetrating with new technology, including soil analysis, and hopefully we will bring them to 6 locations, and hopefully technology in 6 years has probably made a lot of progress, and we'll find something. As I mentioned, geographic information system, that's the analysis of layers, photographs by drones, so we invest a lot in technology. But at the end of the day, when we excavate, it's costly, it's slow, and it's dangerous. This excavation, for instance, in the north, is the deepest of these last few years. At 32 meters of depth, we found 1 missing person, for a cost of 62,000 euros. I remember the cost. This equipment, these hired, these rented teams worked for 3 months to excavate 1 missing person. That's how deep, because Cyprus has a harsh soil, so when people were killed, it was easier to dump them in old Ottoman wells rather than to dig, like in Bosnia, a hole 3 meters deep. So since there are so many wells in Cyprus, abandoned wells, that body, like many others, were thrown into that well. That's why it fell at 32 meters. And then the well was too dangerous to send a scientist, or even with proper training, down that well. So they had to open up a ramp to access the bottom of the well. Sometimes they have to work in water up to here in these wells. Now we have a new technique that allows a machine to go rather than people to go and collect the remains at the bottom of a well. Mountain excavations, especially on the Pentadactylos region, is a very tiresome and difficult job because remains have been scattered by nature. This is a mass grave found in the north of Nicosia thanks to an old 96-year-old informant, a Turkish shepherd. 36 soldiers were found, Greek Cypriot soldiers. Sorry. That's our lab in Nicosia. Sometimes the UN is asking the politically correct question, what about your gender balance? And I usually answer, it's totally disbalanced. We have only women. We males are becoming an exception in the CMP because most of our scientists are women. They're very well trained. We have now two labs to have as many cases on the tables as possible for comparison. These are the types of bodies or the types of remains that we found. On the left, you have an articulate case. That means a complete body that is pretty easy to identify. It takes up to 3-4 months. And on the right, you have commingled cases, which means mass grave cases where many bodies were mixed together, and we have to recreate the identities through bone identification and DNA, And that's a puzzle work. It's very complicated. The identification process is the process that combines anthropological, genetic, and ante-mortem data and information from the early days, all into a reconciliation meeting where finally an identity is proven 99.95. So if it's 99.1, not identified, 99.95. It must be that level of precision. And this is all the things that are checked with regard to, on the left, on the blue column, you have all the elements that are checked during this meeting to be absolutely sure and certain of the identification. And finally, the bodies are handed back, as I said, to the families during an emotional meeting at our laboratory. A report is given to them, and our psychologist that you see here on the red top right side of the slide accompanies them for funeral, whether Greek Cypriot funeral or Turkish Cypriot funeral. Thank you very much for your attention. Take all questions for the CMP after the three of us have spoken.
Ευχαριστήσουμε τον κύριο Ερνή. Επιγραμματικά μας είπε ότι εργαζόμαστε με τις...
Said that we are liaising with the families of the missing persons in the various areas around the world. It is something very painful. There are not just the missing people, there are cases, and this is something that has happened time and again. He spoke a lot about the processes of collection of information and research, facts and incidents in Cyprus in 1963-1974. Past 2013, two offices, the Turkish Cypriot and the Greek Cypriot, started to liaise. Up to then, they were operating on an isolated way. They spoke of the competencies and, would I say, the way of action of the investigation committee. He spoke of two periods, 1981 and 1989, and then from that point on, 2006. 2002 persons missing still in Cyprus, 2/3 come from the Greek side. The pattern of activities set out. He did say that up to now, families were psychologically supported, the challenges were set forward. He spoke of the political complexity. He said that the time is challenged, that there has been transfers of remains, that there are no access to military areas in the occupied territories. He did speak about the investigation into the records, the amount of data that still has to be dealt with, some scientific hurdles, interaction and support, and the outcome of 12 years of activities. He also said much about the superposition of digital imaging maps, and he did share with us a case study about an excavation that took place in some 22 meters in depth to locate only one person. Now I'm calling upon Mr. Maftuzande, Hakim Maftuzande, the Turkish Cypriot rep at the General Secretariat. He will be elaborating on investigation activities, looking for progress despite the hurdles. Please take the floor, sir.
Looking for progress despite and difficulties.
Θα μας μιλήσετε λοιπόν για πρόοδο παρά τις δυσχέρειες. Καλησπέρα σας.
At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, Nikos and Maria, for organizing this seminar, and I would also like to thank them for their genuine hospitality. Thank you. As the Turkish Cypriot member, when I was appointed in January, I analyzed the situation of the office, and I've had to employ 4 more new researchers and a full-time psychologist. So after doing that, we have also employed full-time a Turkish Cypriot retired policeman who is elderly and who can go and speak to the elder generation at their level. And this has been very helpful to us because he can reach people and speak with them and get information. Recently, he has been doing a lot of work, and I'm very pleased with the progress that we're making. Now, I will not go over the same ground as my colleague. Just suffice to say that in 2006, the Missing Persons Committee became a bicommunal institution with the task of looking to find the remains of the missing from 1963 of Turkish Cypriots, Greek Cypriots and others until 74, and 74 included, of course. The research and the procedure for after research, my colleague has explained, but I can add to that to say that there's full cooperation between the researchers, Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots. Sometimes they do their research separately, and sometimes the research is done jointly. When they do the research separately, it goes into a pool, and there we evaluate and take it further. There's full cooperation. We don't keep any secrets from each other, and we fully cooperate to go and research. The difficulty now is that the witnesses are getting older, and it's we're pushed for time. We have to act very quickly. So that is one of the difficulties. Another difficulty is the Cyprus has been built up. It's a block of concrete. That's another difficulty for us. The mission of CMP. I firmly believe that our work contributes to confidence building between the two communities, and also we contribute to the peace process also. We're fully aware of the feelings of the relatives of the missing persons. We consider our job as a very sensitive, very delicate humanitarian matter, and I can even say that we feel that it is a holy matter for us to reach the remains so that your hurt, the hurt factor is there for you, but at least you will have the loved ones' remains returned so that you know where to go and where to pray for them. We attach a lot of importance to that, I can assure you. The ongoing excavations, at the moment we have about 7 excavations, amongst which there is an excavation in Pomos of a Turkish Cypriot MP who went missing with a friend. We've recently had to stop that excavation simply because the weather conditions are not allowing us to proceed further. So that will resume after the 10th, and some other excavations we have had to stop because of the weather conditions. Sometimes during the winter when it rains heavily we have to postpone the excavations, and sometimes in the summer when it is very, very hot, they start in the morning and they cannot continue if it's very, very hot, so we give them leave. Having said this, I would like to reiterate that I attach a lot of importance to work together with my colleagues to reach the remains of the missing persons and hand them over to their loved ones. I thank you for listening to me. I will not go much longer as a lot of ground has been covered by Paul, and I know that Leonidas is going to talk on certain grounds, so this is my part. I thank you for listening to me. Good day.
Thank you.
Στη συνέχεια, ο μιλητής συνοψίζει αυτά που ακούστηκαν από τον Τουρκοκύπριο. Ωστόσο, οι διερμηνείς σας διαβεβαιώνουν ότι με εξαίρεση την παρέμβαση που λόγω του ήχου δεν είχαμε τη δυνατότητα να διερμηνεύσουμε, έχουμε ήδη καλύψει ενδελεχώς και λεπτομερέστατα όλα όσα ακούστηκαν. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Μίλησε για την αποστολή της ΔΕΑ ότι είναι μέρος της ειρηνευτικής διαδικασίας. Τη χαρακτήρισε ευαίσθητη και πολύ ανθρωπιστική δουλειά. Αντιλαμβάνεται την αγωνία των οικογενειών. Μίλησε για 7 καφές που βρίσκονται σε εξέλιξη, οι οποίες δεν προχωρούν γρήγορα λόγω των καιρικών συνθήκων. Και είπε ότι θέλει περισσότερη συνεργασία για να παραδοθούν λείψανα στους οικείους των αγνοωμένων. Να καλέσω τώρα τον Λεωνίδα Παντελίδη, Ελληνοκύπρο εκπρόσωπο στην Διερευνητική Επιτροπή Αγνοωμένων, ο οποίος θα μας μιλήσει. Η ομιλία του έχει τίτλο «Αναζητώντας πρόοδο παρά τις δυσκολίες».
I have the privilege of being the very last speaker of this session. This is a Friday afternoon. So, no, there are another two, but they will be intervening over the internet. But I will be brief, whatever the case. I will be as brief as Mr. Muftazadeh has been. You've heard it from the third member representing the UN. He's member of the Red Cross. We believe that our main mission is to protect the continuity of the project as members of the committee. And this is because there still remain a major count of people missing, some 900 unidentified missing persons. For us to be able to achieve such goal, we need to cooperate, as you may very well gather. We are operating in areas where the Cypriot government is no control of, and to achieve so, we need to have a common acceptance, a common tongue, and a common perception of the fact being fundamentally humanitarian, and that we are operating to the benefit of the families. As to what happened is part of the history, and this is part of our job. Unless we are conversant with the historic events, we will never be able to know where to search and why. But it is not our task to narrate this story to the Cypriot people. That is why we're very frugal when it comes to publicly speaking. We refrain from attributing any responsibilities, nor do we discuss what has happened. We harbor a very restrictive interpretation of our mission. We are locating burial sites. We more often than not are compelled to locate people who have been actively implicated in murders and assassinations, but they are those who detain the information. And it is to these people that we have to make the assurance that there will be we will not be using their names, nor shall we reveal their identities as witnesses. These will enable us to have access to the information we need, which I have to say are of purely geographical nature. We explain to these people that the only thing we care for is to locate possible sites of burial. We are working by very strictly interpreting our mission in order to bear fruit. Sometimes we're criticized for being so, but for us to be able to be productive and for our task to go ahead, this is a way to act. Don't forget we're only halfway through. We have identified only 59% of the Greek Cypriot, of the Turkish Cypriot cases, and 48.4% of the Greek Cypriot cases. I'm sharing with you statistical data. We're operating on the basis of a list, and we distinguish between those who fell in action and those who just became missing. Missing persons are not all of them victims of that period. These are people who last time seen were alive. They were seen alive when last seen. Unless there is testimony like soldiers, fellow citizens having seen someone dead or even buried by them, those people are declared missing. We have been handed this list featuring 2,002 persons some 500 Turkish Cypriots and some 1,500 Greek Cypriots and some 80 Greek citizens. Now, there are also fallen Greek citizens in action that who are not included. Our list includes some 81 such persons, names of Greek citizens. Out of these 81 names, we have identified some 20 or so persons together with Physicians for Human Rights. Lots of Greeks are still missing, and I'm calling them Greeks to interpolate. You have also heard about the inter-community aspect of the problem. All stages of the program are such, and only exception applying for the development of the investigation. And because we're not all sure that witnesses do indeed wish that it become known they speak to us, we're thus organized so that it is like a human body walking on two legs. We are walking on the basis of the two investigation teams we have, one at the Turkish Cypriot office and the other in my office. Launching investigation unilaterally at first, each side working individually to protect witnesses, because witnesses, if encountering a intra-community team without their consent, for sure they will not be willing to reveal anything whatsoever. From the moment we are securing a piece of information, as I said, we tend to sort it out, to process it, and convert it in purely geographical information. It's just a spot on the map, and today we're working exclusively not on the basis of documents, rather on the basis of maps. We are operating exclusively on the basis of maps now. What we care for is a point on the map, some coordinates on the map. From the moment we have a fundamental narrative of what we expect to be found and where we should be looking for, that information we enter a basket, so to speak, that we share. It's our investigation basket. There are 75 cases in this basket today as we speak, cases launched by either side and developed to such an extent that now we're trying to find what each side may do to add to that information. From that point on and further, information is being processed and investigated into jointly. We're trying to see who else is doing what, and if the witness has no problem knowing the other agency also is speaking to us, then the witness may appear. The fundamental thing is witnesses are brought to the site by our investigators just to pinpoint a site, not just a map, but perhaps travel to the site where some things happened and tell us. If the witness has no problem, then both communities may participate in the visit. Then there is prepared a dossier, a file built by both investigators of both sides to the purpose of developing a proposal for excavation submitted to the parties and taking into account a decision as to whether the information is worth leading to an excavation. And then there are many information of the kind. Right now there are many cases with respect to which we have instructed that excavations be performed, and just as there is an investigation of a basket of investigations, there is a basket of projected excavations. The order for excavation has to be endorsed by the rep of the other side by consensus. That is a process to follow. You did hear a lot about the issues and challenges because of time, alterations, transposals, and so on. A way to drive around the problem, or some of them, and to compensate gaps in memory, Many times there are people who wish to help us, but they don't have a good recollection. There has been a person who came from London after all these years and told us that I experienced some things, I saw some things. He himself went to locate the area and was unable to find it. And it was not that far from where he was born, his village. It was impossible for him to find the site, so he came to us asking for our help and shared this information with us. So the way whereby we may be of assistance is to apply technology. We waged a major effort towards making the most of the advantages technology is providing us with. Technology may be of help, starting with the processing of information. Now, any information may enter an electronic platform for us to have a complete visual imaging of certain events, interconnections amongst various cases. Eventually, there may be assistances to the identification, just as there are cases where there have not been identifications before. Now it is possible, and progress has been made in genetics, building on that. We're also eventually investing on the fact that now there may be technology allowing us to have an access to levels way below ground. We're not happy with the results, of course. Time is pressing, cases still remaining and pending are many. We do know that we are working against the clock, which is why we mean to do whatever is possible to improve the efficiency of our interventions. Our main mission, our main duty, as has been said, is vis-à-vis the families, and that's what we're working towards. This is our perception. Thank you very much for your attention.
Κάνω μια σύντομη περίληψη σε αυτά που μας είπε ο κ. Παντελίδης. Είπε ότι μίλησε για στενή ερμηνεία του ρόλου, αν και έχουν καλή γνώση της ιστορίας, ούτως ώστε να υπάρχει μια αντικειμενική αντιμετώπιση των πραγμάτων. Μίλησε για την προστασία των μαρτύρων και ούτως ώστε να εξασφαλιστούν πληροφορίες. Μίλησε για ταυτοποίηση του 59% περιπτώσεων τουρκοκυπριακού ενδιαφέροντος και 48% ελληνοκυπριακού ενδιαφέροντος. Έκανε διάκριση των πεσόντων και των αγνοωμένων. Μίλησε για την κοινοτική φύση του προγράμματος και ανάλυση της διαδικασίας. Είπε χαρακτηριστικά ότι δουλεύουμε με χάρτες και όχι με φακέλους. Παρουσίασε το καλάθι των ερευνών. Ήδη βρίσκονται 75 περιπτώσεις σε εξέλιξη. Μίλησε για το πλαίσιο και τις προϋποθέσεις των κοινών ερευνών μεταξύ του ελληνοκυπριακού και του τουρκοκυπριακού γραφείου. Μίλησε για την εκπόνηση των προτάσεων για τις ανασκαφές. Ήδη υπάρχουν υποθέσεις, λέει, που τρέχουν. Μίλησε για προγραμματισμό των ανασκαφών και κατέληξε για την προσπάθεια να εκμεταλλευτεί το επιστημονικό επιτελείο την τεχνολογία, είτε με οπτικές απεικονίσεις, είτε με ταυτοποιήσεις, είτε με νέες τεχνολογίες για εντοπισμό λειψάνων στο υπέδαφος, και επανέλαβε ότι υπάρχει χρέος της Διερευνητικής Επιτροπής προς τις οικογένειες. Ας πάμε τώρα σε σύνδεση με το διαδίκτυο, με τον Derek Benedix, εμπειρογνώμονα δικανικής ανθρωπολογίας, ο οποίος θα μας μιλήσει για τις επιστημονικές προσεγγίσεις σχετικά με τον εντοπισμό αγνωμένων μετά από ένοπλες διαμάχες.
Κύριε Μπένεφιξ, αν μας ακούτε, είμαι εδώ, με ακούτε? Κύριε Μπένεντιξ, ναι, σας ακούμε. Πολύ καλά. Δυστυχώς οι διερμηνείς δεν έχουν καλό ήχο τη στιγμή αυτή. Θα κάνουμε ό,τι καλύτερο μπορούμε, ωστόσο. Υπάρχει κακή σύνδεση, κακός ήχος.
Are you able to see my PowerPoint?
Δεν ξέρω αν μπορείτε να δείτε και το PowerPoint.
Θα μπορούσαμε να δούμε τις διαφάνειες.
Okay.
Can you take a share screen to see your PowerPoint?
Thank you.
Do you want help? Nice. We see your PowerPoint now.
Okay, perfect. I shall start. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. I am profoundly honored for the invitation to participate in this important event, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for this initiative on a matter that is so crucial for the families of the missing and society in general. The aim of this presentation is to discuss how different scientific disciplines in the last 40 years have been contributing to the issue of the missing, particularly in relation to conflict situations. How the fields of forensic anthropology, archaeology, genetics, and related disciplines have been supporting truth commissions, tribunals, local reconciliation and reparation commissions, and the families of the victims to find the remains of their loved ones in order to provide scientific evidence in investigations and reconstruct part of what had happened in each context that endured these types of violations. In fact, our work is complementary to the work conducted by human rights investigations, which have always been in the forefront seeking truth and justice. This short presentation will therefore try to elucidate how, through the use of science, it is possible to bring some truth and some relief to the families of the victims. Human rights violations occurred and continue to occur all around the world, leading to thousands of disappearances. The families of the victims stood in the forefront from the very beginning, asking for truth, justice, reparation, and memorialization. Human rights activists in the late 1980s and 90s, wishing to address past systemic abuses without endangering ongoing political transformations, adopted transitional justice approaches. Governments implemented several transitional justice initiatives that included criminal prosecutions, truth commissions, reparation programs, and memorialization efforts to preserve public memory of victims and raise public consciousness on past abuses as reparation and prevention measures against their recurrence. The above all raised the question, ¿Dónde están? In Spanish, meaning where are they? The missing. Growing the need for restoring the dignity of the survivors and the dead. The three United Nations principles for combating impunity, the right to know, the right to justice, and the victim's right to reparation, enhance the need and the right to assistance in recovery, identification, and reburial of remains of murdered victims. In the 1980s, investigations became more prominent, although the exhumations occurring around the world were initially conducted without any scientific approach. Archaeologists and anthropologists were not called to support the massive exhumations. Instead, grave diggers, police officers, and forensic pathologists with no prior experience in exhumations were conducting such endeavors, leading to the destruction of evidence of remains, commingling of bodies, incomplete recoveries, leading to limited, if any, identifications, and unfortunately causing additional pain and anguish to families. Individual identity of the dead and facticity were important family needs. Thus, in the mid-1980s, families of the missing in Latin America reached out to American anthropologists seeking their support. The United States was perhaps an exception to the global situation on the search for, recovery, and identification of the missing. Since World War II, the remains of fallen US soldiers have been systematically recovered, analyzed, and identified in dedicated laboratories by trained technicians and anthropologists following written guidelines and standard procedures. By 1972, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences had in fact recognized forensic work as a specialty of anthropology. In 1984, Dr. Clyde Snow, an American forensic anthropologist, offered to support the efforts of the families in Argentina and started training scientists in anthropology, medicine, and archaeology. His work has been instrumental in streamlining forensic work in Latin America and elsewhere, and in bringing the violators to justice. Since that time, many humanitarian organizations were established, such as the Argentine Forensic Anthropology Team in 1984, the Physicians for Human Rights in 1986, the International Commission of Missing Persons in 1996, the Peruvian Forensic Anthropology Team in 2001, and the CMP's Bicommunal Scientific Team in Cyprus in 2006, amongst others, who have all worked in the aftermath of conflicts and human rights violations striving to help recover and identify the bodies of thousands of victims. This work was essential in drawing attention to human rights violations, crucial to supporting judicial proceedings, and in allowing families to understand the history of violence and to be reunited with the bodies of their loved ones. Also important has been the work of the International Committee of the Red Cross, the custodian of the Geneva Conventions of 1949 and their additional protocols that dictate important rules limiting the barbarity of conflict, to include the obligation of parties to maintain the dignity of the dead, to search for and identify the dead, while customary law also dictates to account for persons reported missing and provide family members with any information available on their fate. The recording of all available information prior to disposal and marking of the graves, as well as the facilitation of the return of remains to the next of kin to include their personal effects. The mode operandum for the disposition of bodies in most contexts is very different. Individual or mass graves are found in unmarked graves in cemeteries or in clandestine graves in fields, within military areas, disposed of in dried up wells, rivers, or ravines, even left unburied or partially buried on battlefields. Sometimes in an attempt to conceal the evidence of the violations, bodies have been thrown into the sea or into volcanoes, destroyed with explosives, chemicals, or were burned, or even clandestinely removed from primary graves to new locations. And in some instances, sadly, bodies or human remains are never found. Excuse me. Humanitarian forensic science is somewhat different than other scientific disciplines, as our work is interlinked and largely driven by societal needs, and more specifically, the needs of the families. It is a discipline not isolated in universities and labs. Rather, it has a horizontal relationship with the families of the victims. This relationship with the relatives is of key importance. We provide basic information about the forensic work, maintain a relation with them throughout the investigation process, address their concerns, doubts, discuss their expectations, all while respecting the cultural and religious needs of them. We facilitate access to working sites and explain all the findings in a comprehensive manner. If these issues are not taken into consideration, then it may lead to re-traumatization for the families of the victims. Families and investigatory bodies ask science to play a central role in the investigation of the scene, in the exhumation of the body, in the analysis of the evidence of any evidence of torture, and in the identification of the body. Finally, also in the establishment of the cause of death. The technical work applied to criminal investigations is applied in these contexts, with multiple specialists assigned a role within a multidisciplinary team, including historians, journalists, archaeologists, geophysicists, forensic pathologists, odontologists, anthropologists, toxicologists, biologists, geneticists, biostatisticians, IT specialists, and forensic psychologists, to name but some. Although every context has its own uniqueness and requirements, as a general standard, the following integrated model is recommended, taking advantage of multiple disciplines. The most important part is what is referred to as the intelligence or historical investigation. We try to centralize and analyze all oral, written, and graphical sources to come up with hypotheses on the location of the graves and the identity of the victims. This initial background, historical, and contextual data typically involves witness statements, any printed material, such as official reports or books, etc., information from social media and the press, imagery, such as comparing aerial photographs and satellite images. Every state produces different types of administrative and intelligence documents, and these should be made available to those working on the issue of the missing. Also based on social anthropology techniques, relatives of the victims, witnesses, and sometimes even perpetrators are interviewed. The aim of this stage is to contextualize and make sense of the context, isolate the non-factual data, answer basic questions such as who, what, when, and why, to draw hypotheses on the location and characteristics of the graves, the identity of the victims involved, and sometimes to have information on the perpetrators and reconstruction of the case. Sometimes locating a grave is obvious. Information is widespread among local communities. Other times it is unspecific and involving huge geographical areas to search. Aerial photography is more commonly used to assist investigations, and sometimes geophysics are used in specific contexts. In the field, archaeological principles are applied. The testimonial evidence are corroborated or refuted through physical evidence. Physical evidence are important as they are factual when properly analyzed, and at times are the only source to the truth. Field recoveries relate to a wide array of situations, such as fresh bodies after a massacre, skeletonized remains, bodies found in cemeteries, in secondary graves, in areas with difficult accessibility, or even in inaccessible areas, sometimes in lakes, underwater, or even under buildings. Locating remains can be quite challenging at times, and commingling is present, and when there is a paucity of remains due to intentional or unintentional destruction of the remains. As archaeological processes are destructive in and of themselves, everything needs to be properly documented, to include personal belongings and any evidence relating to a possible cause of death, such as a bullet. This is important to link the investigative information with the physical evidence from the recovery scene in order to reconstruct and document what happened. In parallel, scientists are involved in the collection of data relating to the missing person. This is referred to as antemortem data. These are needed for comparisons to subsequently identify the body or bodies. We try to integrate these processes that typically occur from different specialists without connection. For the antemortem data collection, it is important to build a relationship of transparency with the families. More than one meeting with them is recommended, and meet with each family member in the appropriate place and the appropriate time. The use of standardized forms and centralized databases is always preferable. In laboratory settings, the preparation of remains involves cleaning, reconstruction, and even X-ray. Then the biological profile is compiled that includes sex, age, stature, ancestry, and all available information is then used to identify the person through comparisons against the information provided by the family, any distinct characteristics, pathologies, dental anomalies, or X-ray comparisons. Oftentimes, there are not sufficient data records to compare, and that is why DNA and genetics play an important role in the identification of victims. Final analysis is an integral process using multiple disciplines. Then, to establish the cause of death is the work of the forensic pathologist. Forensic anthropologists can assist them in explaining trauma, the biomechanics of the bone, etc. But identification is a multidisciplinary process. The recovery and identification of bodies is an important part for all affected people. They want to put back the remains in a grave. They want explanation about the scientific findings, why this body belongs to the person. What they want transparency. Mourning processes are fundamental to families to bury and honor their loved ones, to have some official acknowledgement by the authorities of what happened, and to provide some closure, not only for them, but also for the communities affected. The use and application of science is important in the aftermath of a conflict It should be applied responsibly, hand in hand with the needs of the families of the missing, who should be in the center of these processes. It is the family's legal and human right to know what happened, and it is our responsibility to strive for the advance of our discipline and to achieve the best possible results for those who depend on our science and for maintaining the dignity of the dead. Thank you.
For your speech, Mr. Benedicts. Ο κύριος Μπένεντιξ, εμπειρογνώμονας της Δικανικής Ανθρωπολογίας, μας ανέλησε τον τρόπο για τον εντοπισμό αγνοωμένων, μας είπε για το δικαίωμα στην αλήθεια, τη δικαιοσύνη. Μίλησε για τον καθορισμό της μεθοδολογίας και την έναρξη των επιστημονικών ερευνών, έκανε χρονολογική αναφορά της επιστήμης του και μίλησε για αποστολές ανθρωπιστικών οργανισμών, το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο για την έρευνα, την ταυτοποίηση και την απόδοση των νεκρών. Μίλησε για ιατρικά και επιστημονικά προαπαιτούμενα, ούτως ώστε να διασταυρωθούν πληροφορίες, στοιχεία, ευρήματα και να γίνει προσέγγιση στην αλήθεια των γεγονότων. Μίλησε για πιθανές πηγές άντλησης πληροφοριών από καταθέσεις έως και στοιχεία που εντοπίζονται στα κοινωνικά δίκτυα, για πιθανή επαναδιατύπωση του περιεχομένου μιας ιστορίας, για τον τρόπο δηλαδή με τον οποίο μπορεί να αποφανθεί κανείς πώς έχασε τη ζωή του σε κάποια εμπόλεμη ενέργεια. Μίλησε για την εξέταση των ευρημάτων, την περιγραφή της διαδικασίας των εντοπισμών επιλογής προσώπων που θα εργαστούν της διοικητικής μέριμνας και πιθανώς της αποθήκευσης αποδεικτικών στοιχείων. Μίλησε για την ιεράρχηση και την αποσαφήνιση στοιχείων που αφορούν ένα θύμα, όπως το φύλο, η ηλικία, η παθολογική κατάσταση και οι συνθήκες της απώλειας ζωής. Και κατέληξε με το περιγράφοντας την αναδόμηση σκελετών και ένα συμπέρασμα το οποίο έθεσε προς όλους μας, ότι πρέπει να ξέρουν οι οικογένειες τις συνθήκες υπό τις οποίες κάποιος έχασε τη ζωή του. Πάμε τώρα να δούμε την
Let us now hear the professor of international law, Mrs. Melanie Klinkner, who is going to talk to us about the preservation of truth for the families of the missing persons. Γεια σας, μπορείτε να με ακούσετε? Ναι, σας ακούμε. Διακεκριμένοι συμμετέχοντες, χαιρετισμούς από το Ηνωμένο Βασίλειο. Είναι τιμή μου που θα μιλήσω ενώπιον σας απόψε. Ελπίζω ότι μπορείτε να δείτε την παρουσίασή μου και θα σας μιλήσουμε για τη συνεργατική σχέση στην ανασκαφή των μαζικών τάφων, την προστασία τους επίσης. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό να γίνει αυτό για να αποδοθεί η δικαιοσύνη σε πολλαπλά επίπεδα για τα θύματα, για τις κοινότητες, για την διεθνή κοινότητα επίσης. Είναι πολύ σημαντική.
But the question is, how can and should mass graves be protected, and what international legal provisions safeguard protection and investigation? Now, the Committee of Missing Persons in Cyprus has many years of experience on such matters. Across the world, there are other organizations that have also spearheaded developments in solving missing persons cases. Worth noting, perhaps, is that 2021 also marks the 25th anniversary of the first mass grave investigations under the auspices of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, where much was learned on how to approach mass graves for international criminal purposes. But more recent international activities focused on the search for the missing, the need for proper and respectful mass grave investigations, and also a reassertion of the rights and needs of victims of families has reoccurred in 2019, for example, through the United Nations Committee on Enforced Disappearance, since they issued guiding principles for the search for the disappeared, thereby consolidating good practice in the conduct of an effective search. And a few weeks later, the United Nations Security Council published Resolution 2474 on missing persons, the first ever UN Security Council resolution on the subject, albeit in a narrow definition. So there was much to dissect and learn from missing persons' efforts to produce universal, common standards for the protection and investigation of mass graves. So exactly 1 year ago today, the Bournemouth Protocol on Mass Grave Protection and Investigation was published, and I'm displaying it here on the screen. And it is the first instrument that brings together and reflects on the multidisciplinary engagement that mass graves require. So the protocol embodies universal common standards, and it was produced by bringing together multidisciplinary experts on the subject of mass grave to debate and agree shared principled approaches to mass graves. And we had representatives from forensic and civil society organizations, from international organizations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross, the International Commission on Missing Persons, Interpol, and international courts. And that way, the disciplinary expertise ranged from international law and justice to forensic practice, investigations, civil society activities, importantly, victim liaison, and securitization. So what is new in the protocol? Well, it offers a cohesive and universal set of rules, procedures, and standards that relate to the full life cycle of the mass grave for all actors that are engaged by the processes, and it indicates the many complexities, interactions, context specificities, and resources that are necessary to undertake an effective mass grave investigation, with an eye on informing decision makers prior to initiating such a process. And the protocol itself is firmly anchored in international legal provisions, and it combines and bridges international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and, where applicable, international criminal law. And in doing so, it provides a robust legal rationale for mass grave protection and appropriate excavations and exhumations. Now, a first step was to proffer a definition for mass graves. For international law, there is no agreed definition. So for the purposes of the protocol, mass grave denotes a site or defined area containing more than one buried, submerged, or surface scattered human remain. And importantly, the circumstances surrounding the death and or the body disposal method warrant an investigation as to their lawfulness. Therefore, when discovering a mass grave, in contradistinction to a mass burial, questions of legality arise. So did the person die of suspicious death, and or was the way in which the bodies are disposed of lawful? And international legal provisions enshrine rights, such as the right to life or the right not to be subjected to torture or degrading treatment, to safeguard and protect from unlawful killing. These rights find codification in international legal instruments, of course, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Other noteworthy codifications are the Convention Against Torture, the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance, as well as the Rome Statute, for it criminalizes enforced disappearance as a form of crime against humanity. And furthermore, as we've also heard in the previous presentation, during armed conflict, international humanitarian law, through the Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols, governs legitimate conduct of warring factions. And this includes the efforts that are needed for accounting for missing persons. So as mentioned, mass graves contain evidence that may prove essential for victims, affected communities, states in transition, and the international community in general in pursuing truth and justice. But the evidential content makes mass graves vulnerable to disturbance, destruction, or relocation, where abusive states and or perpetrators seek to evade legal responsibility and scrutiny for their actions. So the protection of mass graves is truly essential. And reflecting the complex nature of mass graves and the careful coordination of multiple needs and stakeholders, our findings follow the chronological stages of mass grave investigation, from the first discovery of the site and the availability of safe reporting procedures, to the challenges of site access, including if land is owned privately, and then the issues that relate to the actual protection of the site. That may be both physically and can be done digitally, the investigation of the site itself, including the overall operational responsibility, the team composition, the communication strategies for both victims' families and the media, and the forensic identification of human remains, the collection and use of evidence from the mass grave for trial purposes, but also the return of human remains and artifacts to family members, additional avenues of justice for families, and so forth. So the protocol ends by addressing aspects of commemoration and memorialization as well. But at the heart of protection measures is the state as the main guarantor or duty bearer of the obligation to protect. And in cases of breach, there is the duty to investigate, search, and identify. And the investigative duty of the state is to carry out an independent, thorough, and impartial investigation, leading to the establishment of facts and circumstances surrounding the events under investigation. And it includes identifying those responsible for what happened, determining the course of death, as well as safeguarding the legitimate interests of families, at least as the Human Rights Court defines an effective investigation. But also under international law, it remains an obligation of means and not an obligation of results. Identification efforts form part of an investigation, and other provisions are a natural extension to an effective investigation. For example, efforts to ascertain the identity of the deceased then lead on to the return of human remains and toward commemoration efforts. And receiving an authoritative account of what happened can assist then in the pursuit of justice and secure access to remedies such as compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. And finally, it is worth noting that following investigations, both the original mass grave and any potential new burial site may actually be deserving of protection, as this may come under the ambit of the right to private and family life. We know since Sophocles' Antigone the importance of burial rights. Antigone, against Creon's instructions, buried her brother, and she proclaimed, "That one I shall give rights." So the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion is also relevant, since the manner of burying the dead can form an essential aspect of religious practice as protected under freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. And with it, therefore, then, an excavated mass grave may become a memorial site with political or symbolic meaning in its own right, deserving, therefore, of recognition and potentially long-term protection. Now, I said that mass grave investigations are lengthy and expensive. They require significant planning, coordination, resources, official authorization, and political will. They will have significant impact on the individual survivors and families, on the witnesses, on the victims groups, on the affected communities, on specialist agencies, on NGOs, on local, regional, and national authorities and state agencies, but also supranational entities such as UN commissions of inquiry and international organizations. This is a very long list. All this means that there will be a wide range of individual and collective and societal interests and needs, and they can be very difficult to reconcile or to make compatible. In addition, heartbreaking as this will sound, in situations of significant scale, it may not be possible to retrieve, identify, and return all victims from the mass grave. At the same time, it is important to stress that the consequences of not protecting and investigating mass graves are significant. Relatives continue to suffer because they do not know what happened to their loved ones, and that, we have heard, is considered to be inhumane and degrading treatment, and evidence essential to identification, documentation, and where relevant prosecution efforts may be contaminated, disturbed, or lost. So the careful, considerate, culturally appropriate, yet legally compliant and scientifically robust protection and investigation of mass graves is therefore paramount. And to reflect these complexities, a number of overarching principles are crystallized. A do no harm approach in these circumstances will actively seek to avoid undermining existing structures and relationships that are essential for community cohesion. It's important to avoid creating inequalities or perceptions of bias or to entrench existing inequalities. This will include a clear respect for and, where possible, adherence to cultural sensitivities, beliefs, and norms of victims and their families to the extent that they do not adversely affect the achievement of an effective investigation. The physical and emotional safety of all involved, the relatives and the investigation team as well, are paramount. And in the context of mass graves, safety, dignity, privacy, and well-being of victims and their families should be a key concern for all actors without distinction. Now, that an investigation should be independent and impartial is a rather obvious point to make. And yet, since the investigation may relate to an era of systematic state-instigated abuse, it is poignant and relevant. Without a non-discriminatory and impartial approach to the mass grave protection and investigation process, the legitimacy of the work may be questioned by the affected community. So to enhance public trust, investigations must be independent and impartial and must be seen to be so. For mass grave investigations to then result in identification, it will be critical to acquire personal data and other identifying data. So confidentiality consistent with national legislation has to be assured. And investigative processes often entail the need for data sharing, but any data sharing should be limited only to those individuals and bodies that are necessary to ensure the achievement of the objectives of the actual process and to the extent agreed by the individuals concerned. Similarly, at all stages, transparency of process is key. Clear and ongoing communication will help provide the platform for transparency, but communication strategies should ideally envisage and accommodate a two-way flow of information between the investigative team and the families and incorporate regular updates. Finally, all parties involved in the protection and investigation of the mass grave should avoid making commitments to families that they may be unable to keep. So, in conclusion, the work presented here, the protocol itself is a step in the right direction, but it is a living document with an agenda for the future. Syria, Yemen, and Iraq may be present-day mass grave hotspots in the making as a consequence of armed conflict, but the legacy of mass graves is felt decades after their creation. And there are more areas that may qualify as mass graves, which currently remain blind spots requiring further consideration to safeguard the dignity of those dead whilst seeking to mitigate the pain and injury of the living. Migration routes on land and at sea, whether for reasons of climate change, human rights abuse, disasters, or armed conflict, are increasingly recognized as mass graves, where the circumstances surrounding the death or the body disposal method, according to our definition at least, warrant an investigation as to their lawfulness. And beyond the individual rights-based approach to mass grave protection and investigation, the societal implications of mass graves cannot be brushed aside either. In a growing human rights jurisprudence, the public's right to know what happened are cited as requirements of a democratic society, but also as an educational means to avoid repetition. And it is also in that sense that lawful and respectful handling of mass graves is an imperative ode to victims' families and to society as a whole. Thank you.
You are welcome. It was very interesting speech. Να ευχαριστήσουμε την κυρία Κλίνκερ, η οποία μας είπε για την προστασία της έρευνας ομαδικών τάφων, μας έδωσε τα στοιχεία του πρωτοκόλλου και πώς μπορούν να προστατευτούν οι ομαδικοί τάφοι, μας περιέγραψε το ρόλο των ΗΠΑ, ανέλησε νέα στοιχεία στα πρωτόκολλα έρευνας, μίλησε για τις λεπτομέρειες ανάλυσης και διακρύβωσης συνθηκών υπό τις οποίες έχασαν τη ζωή τους και εξαφανίστηκαν πρόσωπα. Έκανε αναφορά στην προηγούμενη ομιλία και για τον τρόπο έρευνας σε στρατιωτικής υφής περιπτώσεις. Σημείωσα εδώ την εμπλοκή στην έρευνα επιζώντων μαρτύρων, μη κυβερνητικών οργανώσεων, υπηρεσιών πληροφοριών, κρατικών φορέων, που έχει ιδιαίτερο ενδιαφέρον για τον τρόπο με τον οποίο πρέπει να μεθοδολογείται μια έρευνα. Έδωσε έμφαση στο διεθνές δίκαιο και στο σεβασμό των αποτελεσμάτων μιας έρευνας, όπως μίλησε και για δικαιώματα ταφής. Και ένας χώρος ανασκαφής, λέει, μπορεί να μετατραπεί και σε χώρο μνήμης. Κλείνω με μια παρατήρηση που έκανε, η οποία δεν περιορίζεται μόνο στο πλαίσιο του Κυπριακού και των αγνωμένων που εξετάζουμε σήμερα. Μίλησε και για υποθέσεις όπως είναι η Συρία, η Ιεμένη, το Ιράκ και για τον τρόπο με τον οποίο πρέπει να έχει μια νομιμότητα η διαδικασία για τον εντοπισμό, την έρευνα και την εξακρίβωση προσώπων που βρίσκονται σε ομαδικούς τάφους. Τώρα, με την ομιλία της κυρίας Κλίνκερ ολοκληρώθηκε η τελευταία ενότητα. Θα ήθελα για την συνέχεια, για τον λίγο χρόνο που έχουμε, να ζητήσω από την κυρία Κουκουμά και τον κύριο Νέστορος να μας πούν μερικά λόγια, να μας κάνουν τοποθετήσεις των 2-3 λεπτών, λόγω της πολύχρονης εμπειρίας τους στο θέμα, ούτως ώστε να έχουμε μια απολύτως ολοκληρωμένη εικόνα για το θέμα των αγνωμένων.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση, για το χρόνο, για 2-3 λεπτά. Καταρχήν σήμερα
for the invitation and for the time. It was important today that this subject was approached from different viewpoints, scientific, political, humanitarian, scientific, forensic. Our friend Paul Arni discussed research by the Red Cross. Research on families whose dead were not identified and families whose dead were identified. That is an important study. There were the people that were taken on came from both communities, therefore there was diversity. But these people were never actually trained, and nobody explained to them precisely the object of their work. They have different working conditions. Why am I saying this? Because I saw it happen when there were issues that needed resolution. But then I left off because I started another doctoral research about human resource management. So management is required from the members themselves. Human resources that work, human resources that left, very valuable human resources. And these people actually helped us to manage to handle the subject correctly, properly. And we did create a strategic plan 2017-2020. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Pantelidis mentioned this idea. How will the investigation committee go ahead? Point 6 of our strategic plan concerned precisely this, that is the development and evolution of this committee. The problems will continue to exist, but if we want to maintain hope alive, then we need to always freshen up organizations, update knowledge, use technologies, recruit staff in order to make them more efficient, learn from our mistakes, correct them, and not repeat them. This is why people change in different posts. There are others that come in with fresh ideas. This meeting today was especially interesting, and I want to thank you, Pedro and Maria. I think we need to look at the positive points and go further down the road. Mrs. Kukuma, please. I would like to also thank you for this invitation. I've been working on this issue for more than 10 years. very enriching endeavor. I'm not ready to close this chapter for me yet. But what I want to say that if these efforts are still going on, this is thanks to the relatives, families, committees. Without their pressure all these years, this would not have happened. It would have just been seen as a consequence of an invasion, and this is where it would have stated. The consequences of the invasion must not leave out the women that had been raped back then in 1974. My parliamentary committee is speaking about this dimension. It's a taboo subject, but it is there. Concerning the program, we have discussed methods, working ways, technologies, finances. We must not allow financial cost to become a hurdle, must not allow cost to stop us, to stop this effort. If we keep focused and if the relatives continue to insist, they will find out more about their dead, and they will obtain more support for the families. The psychological support of the families whose dead had not yet been found is more than necessary. There is a need for that. I think that people need not only socio-economic support, but psychological support. How to boost these people and encourage them to continue. I think I don't want to take up any more time, but I think that we need to see how we can actually implement all the good ideas that come out of such meetings, such conferences. Yes, dear all, I think we need to organize something that will not be limited to one day. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have comments of 2 or 3 minutes. No questions, because anyway we have been out of time for some time now. So a few comments and leave time and save other things for the next conference. Is there anybody who would like to take the floor? Maybe one of the relatives? Can we have a microphone? My name is Paris Markou. I am a victim myself. I lost my father in 1974. I am here wearing 2 hats. I am here as head of the Ministers of Defense Office and as the child of a missing person. Forgive my stage fright. What I have kept from this meeting, from these exchanges, comes from what the persons in charge have said. What I have seen, what I have understood, is that the missing persons question needs to make headway. We need to find people that will work. The time goes very quickly. I don't know how to describe it. The time running means that we're not getting closer to finding out about our own people. I want you to have a very honest relationship between yourselves. If this is the case, then I think we will have good results and we will make headway. Anybody else? Hi. I am the son of a missing person, and I am exhausted. I've spent all these years waiting, expecting some answers. There are exhumations, but that's the only thing. I must wait for the bones of my father to be discovered in one of the graves. Why not take the files of the missing persons, the witnesses, those who took them, not only for my father, the other fathers as well, or soldiers. There are witnesses, because these people, most of them were taken alive. You must not only look for graves. You must ask so-and-so who arrested them. What did he do with them? You have stopped doing that, and I'm sorry for this. I mean, all I have to wait for is for the grave of my father to be accidentally discovered. Maybe this will take another 20 years. There are still 1,000 people missing. 16 years have gone by doing exhumations, and we've only found 1,000. Will the other 1,000 take another 40 years? We won't be around any longer, and our children may not be as motivated or interested as we are. We must all really delve in this, find ways, and I am addressing you. It's up to you to look, and you must convince your leaderships, United Nations, Red Cross, and authorities. This needs to come to an end. I was a child. 47 years have gone by, and I'm getting on. The mothers of the missing people have died, even their children. So when are we going to find out? Is it the grandchildren that are going to find out, or other relatives that didn't even know the people that are missing? I have visited wives. I've visited funerals of families of relatives of missing people. In the beginning it was mothers, and now you don't have anybody in the funerals, only grandchildren. We can't wait any longer. Please, make haste.
Υπάρχει άλλος? Ναι.
Mr. Economidis will be the last speaker of this conference.
My name is George Economidis.
Λέγομαι Γιώργος Οικονομίδης.
Ο
πατέρας μου, η μητέρα μου και η αδερφή μου αγνοούνται από το 1974.
Landing of Turkish troops in Cyprus. My question is directed to the Committee of Missing Persons, and the main question is why the Turkish part of the committee, to whom I have great respect and appreciation for what he's doing. What is the information he has about the removal of graves, about the people who were transferred to Turkey and some of them never returned according to the list of the Red Cross? What about the archives of the Turkish army? Would they be disclosed sometime? Because they have a lot of information about missing persons. The pressure they exerted on Turkey in order to disclose all this information is a key to the discovering of many graves of missing persons. The international effort to press the appropriate people, the appropriate bodies, the appropriate countries to give this information, it doesn't seem to be effective, and there are no results. As a member of the CNP, Mr. Muftizadeh, although the subject is very delicate and very sensitive, Mr. Muftizadeh, to whom I said, and I repeat it, I have great respect for what he does and great appreciation for his efforts. What is the answer to this question as a part of the CMP? And what is the... This is the question. I mean, for example, the removal of graves is not the removal of 140 people from one mass grave. It was not the task of one or two persons. Many persons and many excavators must know about this. Many persons and many excavators were involved in this. Ενίκο, άφης με να τελειώσω, σε παρακαλώ. Ναι, αλλά άφης με να τελειώσω. Λοιπόν, what is the result of these efforts? Who is doing these efforts? Who is going to press the appropriate bodies in order to disclose all this information? The question is not only directed to the CMP and to Mr. Muftizadeh. It's an international question, and it should concern, and it should be a sustained effort of international bodies towards this criteria, not only of the CMP. Huh? Thank you.
George, I will give you a short answer, not too specific, because we never discuss specific cases publicly. You understood why. But your personal suffering and what you just told us deserves an answer. So I will give you two elements, one on mass grave relocations, one on archives. The case I described before, the people of Asia, Dikomo, I met with the chief perpetrator of this relocation, which happened in 1996. I met him in Kyrenia for 1 hour and 5 minutes. And I prepared myself more than when I go to see a minister or an ambassador. I prepared myself for several days before meeting this guy, asking my colleagues in the committee, especially the scientists, to tell me exactly the type of questions I should ask him to trigger memory in his mind 20 years after the relocation in Dicomo. So I had in front of me a map, an aerial photo, American Army aerial photo of Dicomo with the access road that this guy took in 1996. And then I grilled him diplomatically. But I asked him questions again and again and again until he gave me, not because he didn't want, but because he had to remember. In 1996 to today, it's 25 years. He had to remember the distance between the first pit where the first truck full of bodies of people of Asha was dumped, the distance between that first pit and the, for instance, the guard's house at the beginning of the former landfill, things like that. This guy was a civilian. He operated with two others. There were three civilians who were, ordered to do that. But it's more. It's not a black and white Turkish army. It's not all that simple. He was a civilian, and he did it. And he provided good information, and we are basing our search of Dicomo on this information. Second, on the archives, I initiated in 2016, in 2014, a negotiation that Mr. Nesaras remembers well between him, Mrs. Küçük, myself. It took 2 years to agree on an impartial search for archives. At the beginning, I was under pressure, Turkish archives, Turkish archives, Turkish archives. Fine. But we work on an impartial manner, which means I wanted 12 countries to be involved, or to request information from 12 countries, even though Turkey has had the most soldiers on the ground, of course. They had the most soldiers on the ground. But I wanted Turkey, Greece, Cyprus, and the 9 countries that the UN contributed troops to receive letters from the CMP signed by the 3 members. So we are 4 years into this research in archives. I will not go into the details, but I said already before, we are now asking, including to Turkey, very specific questions, not just open your archives. Because, as I said before, nobody opens its military archives, not even the peaceful little Switzerland. You cannot just walk in the Ministry of Defense and read the archives if you are an NGO or if you are a humanitarian. The French the same, the Brits the same, the Cypriot the same. It's military archives are military archives. But we are now asking countries with specific information on a date, on an event, if they could just limit the search to that. Finally, the Red Cross archives. I've been a member of. I'm no longer a Red Cross man. I was for 23 years. I left the Red Cross 9 years ago for this job in the UN. But I have, because of my contacts and because I'm a former Red Cross official, I was given by the Red Cross, by the president of the ICRC, Mr. Maurer, I was given an authorization to access archives on Cyprus that are still closed because they are personal archives on prisoners, etc. And these archives are closed for 50 years by the ICRC. Before it was 60, now it's 50 years. So they are still closed. But I got access, and I went twice to Geneva for 2 weeks each, and I searched all the Red Cross archives myself. I was not the first third member to do that. My predecessor had done some research, my pre-predecessor also, but I wanted to see all these documents myself. And I'm a historian by training, so I know how to deal with archives. I don't want to go into the details, but there were 9 unaccounted prisoners of war. They never made it to Turkey. They were killed in Kyrenia by paramilitaries before the Turkish army took control of these soldiers. Once they arrived in Turkey, they were visited twice. Yeah, They were met twice by the ICRC. They were registered, and when they were repatriated in October, there was a Red Cross official on that boat. No, but just for you to know these circumstances, I'm not giving names. I'm not there, but this is the fact. These are the facts.
Θέλετε να προσθέσετε κάτι, κύριε Πετρούπα? Κάπου εδώ ολοκληρώνουμε απόψε το συνέδριό μας για τα δικαιώματα του ανθρώπου, για τις κοινωνικές και πολιτικές επιπτώσεις από τη μη εφαρμογή των αρχών τους στο ανθρωπιστικό θέμα των αγνοωμένων. Δόθηκαν απαντήσεις, μένουμε σε αυτό, υπόθηκαν πράγματα ενδιαφέροντα. Εμείς μένουμε στο γεγονός ότι πρέπει να υπάρχει συνεργασία και διάλογος. Πρέπει να ευχαριστήσουμε. We must thank Mr. Paul Henri Arni and Mr. Haki Muftizadeh και τον κύριο Λεωνίδα Παντελίδη για την παρουσία τους εδώ. Thank you for being here with us today. Να πούμε επίσης ότι πρέπει να ευχαριστήσουμε τόσο την Παγκύπρια Ένωση, τον κύριο Σεργίδη και τα μέλη του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου του, την κυρία Καλπουρτζή και τα μέλη του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου της Πανελλήνιας Οργάνωσης Συγγενών Αγνοωμένων, διότι αυτό το συνέδριο είχε, αν το θέλετε, την καλύτερη δυνατή οργάνωση με διεθνή προοπτική, με εξαιρετική δουλειά, με την παρέμβαση της Προέδρου της Δημοκρατίας, της κυρίας Ακελαροπούλου, με την παρέμβαση του Προέδρου της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας, του κυρίου Νίκου Αναστασιάδη, εκπροσώπους του Ελληνικού και του Κυπριακού Κοινοβουλίου και βέβαια τη στήριξη των αρμόδιων Υπουργείων. Πιστεύω ότι η παρουσία, τα μηνύματα προσώπων διεθνούς κύρους, όπως είναι ο γερουσιαστής των ΗΠΑ Μπομπ Μενέντες, οι παρεμβάσεις που έγιναν από τον Επίτροπο της Κυπριακής Προεδρίας, τον κύριο Φώτη Φωτίου, αλλά και όλα τα υπηρεσιακά στελέχη ή ακόμα και τον πρώην πρόεδρο του ΠΑΣΟΚ και πρώην Υπουργό Εξωτερικών και αντιπρόεδρο της ελληνικής κυβέρνησης, Ευάγγελο Βενιζέλο, έχουν αφήσει ένα, αν το θέλετε, υλικό το οποίο μπορούμε να το δούμε στη συνέχεια. Υλικό το οποίο θα μας βοηθήσει στις έρευνες. Υλικό το οποίο θα μας βοηθήσει στον τρόπο με τον οποίο θα συνεργαστούν οι επιτροπές και η ιδέα μεταξύ τους. Οι νομικές συμβουλές βέβαια του κυρίου Αγγελίδη, να μην τον ξεχνάμε, γιατί θα μπορούσαμε να κάνουμε μια ιδιαίτερη συζήτηση, κύριε Αγγελίδη, και πάνω στα θέματα που θίξατε. Δυστυχώς δεν μας δόθηκε ούτε ο χρόνος, ούτε, αν το θέλετε, το περιθώριο για να τα συζητήσουμε. Εγώ δεν θα ευχόμουν ένα καλό Σαββατοκύριακο και απλά να φύγουμε έτσι με τις σκέψεις ο καθένας. Εγώ πιστεύω ότι θα πρέπει να ανανεώσουμε αυτό το ραντεβού σε σύντομο χρόνο για να πούμε πράγματα και ίσως να επανακαθορίσουμε πράγματα και πληροφορίες τα οποία έχουμε για τους αγνοούμενους. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ευχαριστώ και εσάς για την πρόσκληση. Εγώ είμαι ο Εσκατός Αλίμων. Ευχαριστώ.